Morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So great to see you. I know I'm 2 minutes early. I figured that would make up for all the times that I've been 2 or 3 minutes late. So hopefully that's okay. Hey, Elha, I just see you're ready to go. All right, perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so yeah, so today is a Sunday, and I'm always impressed with everyone who comes to class on a Sunday because I know that that's not as easy as coming in on a weekday. And so let me tell you, this is a great day to really talk about the gospel of Black economic empowerment. I think this is something that we should all be committed to, and I respect those of you who've been consistent about sort of learning and changing, getting rid of those generational curses, building wealth for the future, for yourself, for your family, things like that. Remember, that's all one and the same, right? Taking care of yourself financially and building wealth for yourself is the same as building wealth for the family if you plan to pass that wealth to the family when it's done. Why, right? Wealth is not supposed to disappear just because I got done using it. It's supposed to be like a bathroom. Everybody can use the bathroom or a car. Everybody can drive the car, but I got to take care of the car. Because if I total the car, give the car away, then there is no car, and those who are behind me end up walking. And how many times have we seen that? How many times have we seen somebody have a whole bunch of money while they were here, and then their kids are broke? That don't make no sense. That makes no sense to me. If you have money, your kids should always have money. Your grandkids should have money. If you're flexing on Instagram with your new Mercedes or whatever you got, well, your kids should be driving a Mercedes too, maybe something better than a Mercedes. So anyway, so all right, so give me 1 second here. You guys may have gotten the text message letting you guys know that class was starting. If you're not on the text list yet, you know what to do. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and we'll be connected. One other thing I wanted to mention was something really quickly in terms of this video that I saw on well, actually, it's on my Instagram. One of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money. If you haven't been there, feel free to go follow. I have to have multiple Instagrams because I had some trouble. I got banned, and I don't know what I did, but I probably did something, that made white people upset. And so anyway, I have Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money. And actually, I met a person who claims that he can get my Instagram back. He says he has insider information or something. He said he actually got back the Instagram account for Sexy Red, the rapper who raps about all kinds of ratchet, crazy stuff. And of course, a finance professor is clearly more dangerous than Sexy Red. Even, I mean, she's only teaching little girls to grow up and sell their bodies and and kill people and stuff. But me, I guess educating black people on wealth is such a dangerous thing. I mean, because that's going to take money away from white people. So clearly, I'm more dangerous than she is. Apparently, at least that's what some people think. And so he was able to get Sexy Red's account back, and he says he can do it for me. So I said, okay, all right, let's make a deal. Let's see what we can make happen here. So if I get my other account back, that would be kind of cool because I had several 100,000 people on that other account, and I was like, yeah, it'd be nice to not have to start over from scratch. I mean, this is crazy. So that's the plan. That's what's going on behind the scenes. But I put up this video on my other account, Dr. Boyce Money, that I think you should take a look at. It's from it's a speech from Brian Chesky, who is the founder and CEO of Airbnb. And in this video, it was really interesting. Basically, Chesky was talking about when he first started Airbnb. Now, I didn't know that this was the origin story of Airbnb. It was something where I think they called it. So here's what happened. Okay, so let's start with it. So what had happened was he was broke, right? A lot of us, have a lot it's I think building wealth is more fun when you have a story about how you hit rock bottom financially. I know I did. Mine was when I had to move out of my apartment in the middle of the night because I couldn't afford the rent. That was when I was about 28 years old. It was a very difficult time, but you learn from these things. And so he said, I was in San Francisco and I had $1,000 in my account, but my rent was $1,150 exactly. He remembered it exactly. And he said, so what we did was we decided to rent out our like rooms in our apartment for a conference that was happening. And so they got some air mattresses and rented out these air mattresses and made some money from the air mattresses. And they created a website, and the website I think was something like airbedandbreakfast.com or something, which I guess like an air mattress with bed and breakfast. So they said, let's turn our apartment into a bed and breakfast. And so what they did was they created this website, airbedandbreakfast.com. You'll get an airbed and you'll get breakfast and that's it. And they sold out. Like people came in and they were like, "Hey, this is something that we can do, as a business." So he said he went to the conference and he met one of the founders and said, "Hey, we're thinking about creating a company where you can rent out space in other people's homes, and we're calling it airbedandbreakfast.com." They didn't call it Airbnb. And the guy literally he said this guy who was very well respected, a super smart guy, he said, "I hope this isn't the only idea that you're working on." Because basically he was saying his idea sucks. Like this is not going to work. And he said he met a lot of other people who told him that this was not going to work because people are not going to want to stay in the homes of strangers. No one would ever do that. So long story short, this is interesting to me because this really kind of shows that you can't, if you have something that you're passionate about that you think is working, or you've seen something kind of click and snap together economically, you can't really put too much energy listening to other people. I mean, you can take their advice, but sometimes the people that love you are like undercover haters. They're not trying to be haters. That's the thing. That's the worst part of it. It's not even like they're trying to secretly hate on you. They feel like they love you and they want to love you, but then they just can't see the vision that you have. But remember, God gave you that vision. I think I heard Steve Harvey say something like that. God gave that vision to you. He didn't give it to everybody else. And so you have to be real careful about taking good advice because when it comes to the ether of possibility in your life, the range of possible economic outcomes that can exist for you, other people can't always see as clearly as you think. And because we don't have confidence in ourselves, we will take somebody else's opinion and value that more than we value our own opinion. But you kind of have an inside scoop as well. You know who you are. You know how resilient you are. You know how well the idea clicked together when you tried it. Like you tried it and it worked. And okay, at that point, you know that it worked. Like the minute he saw people renting those air mattresses, that's all the confirmation you need. You don't need everybody else to tell you that was a money-making opportunity. You saw it yourself. The man saw three people come in and rent an air mattress inside his apartment. So that right there tells you that there's a demand for this product. And so at the end of the day, that story was fascinating to me because what it reminds me of is that a lot of the people that appear to be the smartest don't really know a whole lot. They know things, but they don't know everything, and they don't know as much as we might think. And it would have been very easy for him to throw away a multi-billion-dollar idea because of what people had to say about it, right? And the worst part is for a lot of us, you getting advice from people that they never made a nickel in their life, don't even know how to make money, right? Uncle Willie don't know how to start no business. Why is his opinion all that relevant right now? Your mama, she's sweet, she's wonderful, but if she's never done what you're doing, mama's opinion might just have to be corrected when you show up with the results. So sometimes you have to quietly work away at the vision that you have, and then everyone else will kind of see it, as you build it and you make it real. Because some people need something to be real for them to actually see it. Visionaries are a little bit crazy. To be a true visionary, you got to be a little bit insane. Because a visionary is someone that can see something before it's built, and then they will commit to building it. So then everyone else can see it and go, "Oh, that's what it is." And I can tell you, I can even say, even little things like me getting my PhD in finance, for years, my father thought that was a very bad idea. I remember one time I said to my dad, I love my dad, but one time I remember saying to him, I said, "Yeah, I was thinking about while I was in grad school, like going and learning how to be a plumber so I can make some extra money." And I think he said something like, "That's the best idea I've heard from you yet." And I was 24, 25 years old. Now pay attention. Now, at that stage in my life, I'd been teaching at the college level for 3 years. By 25, I'd been teaching 3 years. I was getting a doctorate in finance. I'd made straight A's all the way through college. And literally, the idea of being a plumber was the most impressive idea that I'd ever presented to my dad. Now, nothing wrong with being a plumber. I mean, believe me, we need more skilled people in the community, 100%. That's where real money's at, by the way. So I encourage you to look into the skilled trades, guide your children in that direction. I'm tired of hiring people from other countries whenever we need a construction job done. I'd love for there to be more black-owned businesses in this space. There's billions of dollars sitting right over there. Our kids deserve to have skill, so let's just be clear about that, right? But that wasn't the best option for me. And so when I finished my doctorate, when I went all the way through the program and I had this PhD and I was making all this money and whatever, I remember my father was literally like, you know what, I was wrong. I see now, I understand. Now I can see the vision. And so there was this 10, 12 year period where he couldn't see what I was doing. He thought it was weird, right? So ultimately sometimes to be a visionary in your own life, which I encourage you to try to do, you have to have a couple things a lot of people don't have. One, you have to have consciousness. Consciousness means you can see things that don't exist yet. Second of all, it means you have to be okay with people thinking that you're a little bit weird or thinking that you're wasting your time working on something bad. And here's the sad part about it. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you're pursuing a bad idea. Sometimes you're pursuing something that's going to fail. And you have to accept that as well before you start climbing the mountain. If you climb the mountain, you have to acknowledge the fact that you could fall to the ground. And then once you've accepted that, then you just say, okay, well, let me see if I can make it do what it do. Okay, let me go and see if I can climb this mountain and see what's at the top. All right. So anyway, let me move on. First thing I want to let everybody know is I'm doing an event on Friday. Friday the whatever Friday date Friday is. I think that's the 27th, I think. I think it's Friday. It's Friday night. Friday night. Let's say I should have wrote down the date. But we're doing something a special event in the Black Business School. It's digital. It's called a financial slumber party. And the financial slumber party is, thank you, Ricky, for the date. I appreciate it. And Gary. So the financial slumber party is basically this goofy cornball idea that I had. I did it. We did another one maybe 2 years ago where I said, let's have a slumber party. Let's get together at like a really late time at night, like 11 o'clock at night, 11 p.m., because I know some of y'all got to go to bed, and let's just drill into something financial. Let's have some fun. Let's, bring a drink and some popcorn, wear your pajamas, whatever it is you want to do. And we're going to spend about an hour and a half just doing financial stuff. And we're going to focus on the stock market. I'm going to go through a training I've done before called Stock Market Decoded, and we're going to talk about the fundamentals of investing, how to be a good investor, how to pick the right stocks, things like that. And so the cost of the slumber party, where you get lifetime access to a bunch of material, the whole Stock Market Decoded training, is $99. Now, for the next couple of days, you guys can join for 48% off of that. So that takes the price from 99 down to $51. And the beautiful part is, number one, you get to keep all the materials for life. They're yours for good. Number two, you can feel free to rip me off. That means it's buy one, get five free, meaning that if you have five relatives in your house that you want to expose to economic ideas, you can bring in the whole family for the cost of one membership. Okay, so we bring in the $51 because we're supporting the Black Business School. We're building our institution. You're going to learn more than you ever learned in college. I guarantee you that. If you haven't done that already, you will. I mean, I already know that part because I was a college professor. But then thirdly, you can keep the price down and bring in anybody that you want, your family, your neighborhood, your whole church if you want to. I don't care about that. So the URL for this will be financialslumberparty.com. But since the URL, I don't even know if the URL is activated. So what I'll do is I will share a link right here in the chat where you can go ahead and sign up. Let's see, it's 48% off. So let me grab the link right now and put it in the chat for those of you that want to sign up. So it's going to be Friday night. I'm going to try to see if I can get my wife to come out. Hopefully she won't act like an old lady and be like, I'm too sleepy. But she will be good because, my wife helped us to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. There is no Black financial therapy department at any institution in America or on earth. And so we're actually happy to be cutting edge on this, but we're both professors. We're both licensed and qualified and trained and skilled and credentialed in these areas. So we just said, let's just create a department. So we literally have an academic department right there in our basement of our house, and it works out pretty well. It's really cool. It's like having this great colleague where you can collaborate and work on projects together, but then also I can flirt with her and I won't get, she won't call HR on me and nothing like that. So that's pretty cool too. All right. So anyway, the link is right there in the chat. I know Amani, who's on our support team, is also here. So Amani, keep that link in case anybody else asks about it. And let's have some fun. All right. So the other piece to that, and by the way, just so you know, I am going to show up in my pajamas. That I think that's just kind of, I just have to do that because it's a slumber party. That's what you're supposed to do. All right. So anyway, let's move on. How many of you saw Dennis Rodman and what was going on with him and his daughter? Like Dennis Rodman is this great basketball player. He played really well with the Chicago Bulls in the 1990s, and apparently he had there was a dust up where his daughter, her name is Trinity, I think, pretty much kind of blasted him in public and pretty much said that. You know, basically that he was a terrible father, that she really was unhappy that he showed up to her soccer game. And you know, the interesting thing about that whole conflict is that there are a lot of financial implications of what happens here. There's a lot of actually in that interaction, it touched me because I have daughters, and also I've seen men who've had trouble connecting with their children years later. Because sometimes as men, we because we think we're invincible, we think we're never going to get old, and you do get old, and then when you get old, a lot of those chickens come home to roost, right? You know, it's one of these things where if you look at Dennis Rodman's daughter hating him, there's really there are a lot of deep angles to this that I think are very relatable, and they tie into investing in a major way. And let me just make the first connection for you. You all have heard me. Give me a yes if you've heard me say in this class repeatedly that the biggest investments you make in life are not financial. The biggest investments you make are actually in people. People are your number one investment, not just money and wealth and all that. And so if you've heard me say that, then you'll know I said it because I believe that, and I know that this is true. So and the thing about kids that's really interesting is, and I saw a lot of comments where people were saying, what do you have to complain about? You're rich, your dad, gave you this amazing life, and all these other things. You're kind of spoiled, and that might be possible, right? We know that kids get spoiled. Rich kids have advantages that other people don't, things like that. But at the same time, the biggest thing about kids, if you have kids and you've been around kids, you'll know kids don't really care a whole lot about your money when they're children. You can't impress a 9-year-old by saying, "Hey, I went out and just made $1 million." They're just not going to care. They're going to say, "Well, but you didn't come to my ballet recital, or you hurt my feelings, the other day, or whatever, right?" Or I asked you to play video games with me and you told me that you didn't have time because you had to work. And so that's the challenge, right? It's a tough kind of thing. But I actually made some notes on this Rodman thing because I think that this is a big deal in the Black community. I know lots of men who've had trouble reconnecting with their children over the years. It's complicated. Sometimes it's because they weren't given the opportunity to connect the way they wanted to, right? And then sometimes it's because when we're young, and when we get older, we look back and say, "Oh, wait a minute, I got these grown-ups that are now judging." The things that I did when I was in my 20s. They're saying, "Okay, daddy, why did you get 4 women pregnant? Hey, daddy, why didn't you make any investments for the future? Hey, daddy, why didn't you take care of your health when you were younger?" And so you have to then explain, well, because I was 25 and I wasn't thinking about the future. I was thinking about how many girls I had and how much fun I could have, and I wasn't planning ahead. And this links back to the one of the core issues that I've actually talked about in many occasions is that the same reason that for some parents, I'm talking about the ones that didn't quite do everything they could have done, a lot of times that price you pay later on in life for bad choices you made when you were younger, that also fits into the same reasons why America is full of people that are obese and dying from preventable diseases like the diabetes and the heart disease and all that, right? Because when we're 25, we're not thinking about our health. We're eating cheeseburgers and everything else, and you're not thinking about long term. You're golfing down the fried chicken without wondering how it's going to feel to be stuck in the hospital when you're 400 pounds and you're about to get your leg cut off because fried chicken has a price that's much higher than the 7.99 you paid to go to Popeyes that day, right? So you thought the price was 7.99. No, the price is a $400,000 surgery when you're 52 years old, right? The price might be the stroke you have in the middle of the day when you thought you had another 30 years to live. Okay, so the price of your food is not the price of your food. The price of your food is all of the consequences and pain and challenges that you're going to go through if you allow the world to convince you to only think about the here and now. Okay, so the same reasons that a lot of us have the health problems, or the same reason a lot of us might struggle with our kids because of bad decisions we made when we were younger. That's also the reason why most Americans are not ready for retirement. Most Americans are not prepared for retirement, partly because they didn't think they'd ever get old. They didn't think retirement was really a big deal, or they always said, "I'll do it later. I don't have to think about that now because I'm only 29. Like it'll be forever until I'm 65." And then now you're like 62, and you're like, "Holy crap, what happened here? What did I do?" So this is an investing concept. See, what I want you to understand is I need you to get this, and I'm going to ask you to confirm to me that you're understanding what I'm saying here. Investing, number one, I mentioned it usually it's not about money. Money is like a tiny part of investing. But then number two, all investing really is doing something today that's going to have a benefit later on down the line, right? That's all investing is. All investing is having the consciousness, which consciousness is at an all-time low in our society. We're not encouraged to be conscious. We're not encouraged to be disciplined. We're not encouraged to have delayed gratification. So all the consciousness really reflects is that the willingness to sacrifice now so that things will be better later on. Do you understand? And I started to observe this lack of consciousness. I'm gonna get back to Rodman in a minute because I think this is because that's what brought me into this discussion. I started to notice a lack of consciousness amongst a lot of the black men that I grew up around when I was in college. I remember, I don't know I don't know if my parents were special geniuses or what. I have no idea, but I do know that it just seemed instinctive to me that if you're in school, you study hard so you can have a better life later on. Do you understand? Like it's like, okay, yeah, I study hard now, I make good grades now, I work my ass off for 3 or 4 years, and then I get the benefit for the next 40 years. That's a good deal. I'll trade 3 or 4 years of discomfort for 40 years of happiness. Like that's a nice little trade. Muhammad Ali, who's from my hometown of Louisville, he's my one of my greatest heroes, right there with Malcolm X. Um, he when he trained, yeah, anybody remember when he used to say, he would tell himself, "Suffer now, and then live the rest of your life as a champion." Anybody remember that? Ali used to say that. So that was kind of the thinking, like, okay, I suffer a little bit now, I pay a little price now, but I get big dividends that pay for the rest of my life. That was to me as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. But a lot of my friends didn't see the world that way. It was really interesting. It was very fascinating to me how many of my friends didn't even study. They were just in school, going to all the parties, chilling, playing spades, watching TV, hanging out, and wasn't even thinking about studying. And it was very illogical to me. It's like, why would you be a little bit lazy for the next 2 or 3 years, but then you're working your ass off for the next 40 years because the job you get is not going to be a good job. You're going to be the garbage man or something. No disrespect to the garbage because we need y'all. We need you to pick up trash. Thank you for your support. But maybe that's not necessarily the thing that we aim for when we're 18 years old. And I remember just thinking, you're going to have some horrible job that you hate and be miserable forever, and you're willing to endure all that because so you can be lazy for 2 or 3 years. Like college was the inflection point. That's where you build your future, right? So long story short, I don't think that we have conversations like that, like where literally delayed gratification is kind of taught as a concept, or balance. Balance where you can enjoy your life today, but you plant some seeds for the future, right? You store some nuts for the winter. Right? That's all you see, and that's the thing. A lot of people think that in order to have a great future, you have to completely sacrifice the present. I don't think that's a good strategy either, at least not a good long-term strategy, because you don't know how long you're going to live. Tomorrow's not guaranteed for anybody. So it would be terrible to completely sacrifice all your 20s and doing nothing but working hard. And then, you get sick and die at 29 years old, right? That would kind of make me mad too, right? So that balance is, I think, something that's very personal. My balance was I'm going to have a hell of a time while I'm in college. I had fun. I dated around. I did, a few girls. Now I wasn't no womanizer, but I had my experiences in life, and I had, I'd have fun. I'd take some trips. I'd eat, I had a ton of fun, but I always made sure that I put aside that time to hustle hard when it came to my academics because I knew that was going to pay off when I'm 50. So literally when I'm 50, I'm 53 now. Um, All of this was according to plan. When I was 23, I literally was doing things that I said would benefit me at 53. And if I could go back in time and talk to 23-year-old Boyce, I would literally just say something really simple. This is what Stephen A said when I met him. He said, "Keep doing what you're doing." That's what I would say to him. I would just say, "Keep doing what you're doing. This is good. Enjoy your youth, but prepare, because when you're 53, you're still going to have desires and needs and things that you're going to have kids and stuff, and you want to be able to be there for them. You want to be able to give them two things that every parent wants to give their children: time and money." At least time and money. Maybe other things too, of course, love and everything else, but time and money. And a lot of people, because of whatever economic situation they position themselves in, don't have any time because you're hustling at work constantly, trying to survive, trying to get enough to get by, right? Or they don't have enough money, right? Which is necessary. We need money in this society. So with Dennis Rodman and his situation with his daughter, that's intriguing to me because it seems to me that perhaps that something was missing, right? I don't know if he wasn't giving her enough time because he was busy being famous, and fame does take time away from the family, or if she also mentioned his alcoholism, and there is a very high price paid for addiction, and it's one of these things where I really wish the world really spent time reflecting on the massive social cost of alcohol abuse. I think that we overlook it. But if you actually measure, when the scientists were looking to determine which drug was the most damaging to society, it wasn't crack, it wasn't fentanyl, it wasn't heroin, it was alcohol. They said alcohol has the greatest social cost that's out here, and I've seen it up close. I talked to a lady the other day whose sisters, both of her sisters, were killed in a drunk driving accident. Actually, she's not a lady. She is a lady, but she came into class. Laura Key, Lala. I Another person that I know, a very good friend, Tiara Williams. Her best friend was just killed last week by a drunk driver. Um, what else? My daughter was almost killed by a drunk driver. A lot of you have had experiences where a drunk driver maybe took somebody that you love or almost did. So this idea that alcohol is so readily accepted is very costly to society. And there's that other side of it. And I thought about this when I saw Rodman, and because I've seen this up close. I've been a black man my whole life now. It's been going pretty well, so I think I'm gonna stick with it. Because because you can train, change, do trans stuff now. Like you can change your gender, you can probably change your race. So I could Rachel Dolezal my ass up out of here in a minute. So don't play with me. So anyway, but I'm gonna stick with the whole being a black man thing because I like it. And the thing about it is that I have seen numerous men lose the respect of their children because you did not exercise some degree of discipline in terms of how you lived your life when you were young. I've seen that. I've just seen, I had a buddy who went to college. He pledged a fraternity. They like to drink a lot. He became an alcoholic. He's still an alcoholic in his 50s. And I've talked to his children. He's got babies splattered everywhere, because with the alcohol comes a lot of sexual decisions. So he thought that his gift was that he was good looking and all the ladies liked him, but that was actually a curse. See, because like D1 says, my friend, the rapper, D1 says the devil can bless you too. So the devil blessed him with these good looks. And so all the ladies came swarming, and he slept with all of them. He probably slept with over 1,000 different women. He's got about 8 kids splattered everywhere with different situations that he's been in. Doesn't even know where his seed is planted. Doesn't even know where these kids are. And so now he's in his 50s. And everything that looked cool when you were 21 looks sloppy as hell when you're 52, right? Everything that he thought made him into the cool guy and the cool guy on campus and all that is now making him look like a clown because he's had times where he would get drunk and just pass out somewhere, and his kids would just say, "That's my daddy. My daddy ain't shit." Or and I talked to one of his kids, and and I was like, "Yeah, I knew your dad when he was younger. He was very smart. He was a good guy." And they're like, "Yeah, my daddy's nothing. I have no respect for this man at all." And so really, when I saw what Dennis's daughter was saying, yeah, there was a part of me that said, well, maybe she's spoiled. Maybe she just doesn't understand. Maybe whatever. But at the same time, I saw Dennis Rodman in the 90s. All of us saw Dennis Rodman in the 90s. You saw that he was the guy that loved to party. He loved, he had no problem, with the alcohol and maybe, who knows, maybe what else, wherever else was going on in the background. And he didn't come off as a guy that was saying, I want to plan a foundation for my life by being the kind of man that one day my children can be proud of. I didn't get that impression from him. So again, I don't know. I don't know Dennis directly, but I think that if we're quick to just make an excuse for him, I think we have to question our value system because there are millions of black men, millions of men who are trained to say, hey, look, when you're in your 20s, yeah, you can do a lot of things, but you got to think about the future, man. You got to think about how are your kids going to look at you years later? Are they going to, if daddy got, eight kids with nine babies, mamas or whatever, I did the math wrong, but you get it. How are the kids going to feel about that? Are they going to, because kids will grow up and they will judge the shit out of you. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. Kids grow up and it's funny. Like people like, man, I got this baby, I don't really like this lady, this chick don't have my baby. Well, that baby ain't gonna be a baby for long. Well, that baby's only about 8 years old. They're gonna learn how to use the internet, and then the baby's gonna become a teenager, and they're gonna need you, and they're gonna start looking for you, and they're gonna get to like college age and start looking at history. They're gonna look at your timeline, and if you've been living life as a sloppy man, oh, they're gonna be like, what the hell is this? What is wrong with you, man? Like, and here's the thing. Right. So there are people who have a belief, and I respect this, that things like alcoholism and drug addiction are illnesses or sicknesses, right? And that someone that's addicted to a substance is sick. And I agree, you are technically sick. But one of the things about that, though, is that acknowledging that you're sick when you have this addiction should not be a crutch that you get to carry with for the rest of your life. Like once you know that you're sick, you have a choice of whether or not you're going to do the work to get well. Do you understand? Right? Well, so if I know I'm an alcoholic and I know that I'm a drug addict and I can't walk away from the dope, well, there are tons and tons of counselors and programs I can enter into that will help me with that process. If I know I'm crazy because of trauma I went through as a kid, there's an accountability that comes with the me understanding that, okay, I'm not right. I'm not the man that I want to be. Well, there are therapists out there. Did you go to therapy? Did you sit down with somebody that's going to help you learn how to be the man who can properly show up and be the man that your children need you to be? Or are you going to continue to be the little boy who says, "Well, the reason I'm like this is because of what I went through as a kid." Yeah, we know. I respect that. But there's a decision, and you're hearing this from from a man that had a tale of two fathers. Both of my fathers were addicted to heroin. Both of my fathers, my biological father and the man that raised me, both of these men had a substance issue. One father went that way, the other one went this way. One father went in the direction of, okay, I'm on this dope. I'm just gonna stay on this dope. I'm gonna go to jail over this dope. That's gonna be who I'm gonna be for about the next 30 years. And then, like every other person, I'm gonna get about 50 and then start feeling bad and start apologizing and start to, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you. Man, kids don't give a damn. They're like, that. What the hell were you, man? And then the other father made the decision to say, I can't be a great dad if I'm on heroin. So he walked away from the heroin. He found a way to get away from that. Right? They made different choices, and choices matter. So when I look at Dennis Rodman and I hear about his daughter's feelings about his substance abuse, part of me identifies with Dennis because I'm also, I'm not as old as him, but close to his age. And sometimes kids can judge unfairly. Kids don't know the complexities of a situation, and I understand that. I can relate to that. But at the same time, I relate to his daughter too. Okay, because again, I saw Dennis in the 90s, and he didn't seem to be a person that was saying, like, I want to build a legacy or I want to be the kind of father that my children can be proud of. He seemed like a guy that just lived in the moment. His consciousness, I would argue, was probably somewhat limited. Dennis, I think, is about 62, 63 years old now. I didn't get the sense that when he was 28, if you said, hey, one day when you're 63, these bad consequences are going to come from your choices, I don't think he would have listened to any of that. A lot of 28-year-olds don't even want to hear a damn thing about what life is going to be like 30 years from now. They just don't. So, before I move on, I got one more point I want to make on this because this is an investing conversation. Remember, investing means investing in yourself. It means investing in the people that you love. It means investing in your children because with children, the chickens always come home to roost. I take care of my parents right now because my parents took care of me when I was vulnerable. I take care of my parents right now because they sacrificed for me when they were in their early 20s. I will do anything for my parents right now because when they were 22 or 23, the world would have forgiven them if my father had decided to go use heroin. I'm sure heroin is a lot more fun than taking care of somebody else's kid, right? Because that's what I was. I was not his biological child. He was taking another man's responsibility. My mother, I'm sure, running the streets and being a feminist and dating a whole bunch of different men might have been more interesting in her life when she was 25 and cute than taking care of this little big head baby that she could have easily aborted or abandoned or dropped off at the orphanage or whatever. There are mothers that have done this. There and you see it all the time. You see in the culture, like if you watch a lot of these reality shows with what they just have love and hip hop and all that. A lot in many cases, you saw children abuse, really emotionally damaged children who are now about 30 years old, who have parents that are circling back after 20 years of being on dope, 20 years of going to prison and doing everything except being a good parent. And the parents are showing up and apologizing and saying, I'm sorry, can I get back into your life? And sometimes the kid, says, okay, well, all right, I forgive you, right? But then sometimes the kid's like, oh, hell no. No, because the pain, what you did to me was so painful. You just left me on the street. I could have got raped. Like, anything could have happened to me. But you were off partying. You were enjoying. You were living your best life. Oh, but so now that you're old, now that the health issues are popping up, now that you realize you ain't got nobody, now you want to come back and apologize. And I get it. I understand we all make mistakes. But the question I would ask is if somebody had sat you down 25 years ago and said, look, this is what's going to happen. This is what it's going to, when that little baby grows up, this is how they're going to look at you. They're going to judge every year of your life. Are you ready for that? I guarantee you that a lot of those people would have said, whatever, I don't care. Because they're not thinking about the future. And you live like that, bad things happen. So, um, actually, I want to tell a story related to that, and I'm circling it back to investing because investing is a mindset, right? And this is where this Rodman thing comes into play. Rodman, maybe he invested financially, right? He actually lost a bunch of his money. He had a financial advisor that robbed him and did something, and that's actually a financial consciousness exercise as well. So in order for me not to get ahead of myself, let me mention a couple things really quickly. Dr. Claude Anderson who's the author of Powernomics. He's the GOAT. Without him, there is no me. He actually, his book Powernomics is now available in audio form. So, Powernomics is the number one book that every Black child should read in order to understand how the world really works. If you don't educate them yourself, Massa is going to educate them, and Massa is going to teach them how to be a good slave. That's what Massa's job is at the end of the day. So we have to institutionalize a framework of thinking in which we are the first ones to enter into the minds of our children. And so that book, Powernomics, is now available. If you go to Spotify, you can just look up Powernomics. You can get a copy up there. I think it's about $13 or something like that. So I encourage everyone to go take a look if that's of interest to you. And also his website is powernomics.com. I think Christmas is a great time. And maybe I don't know if they would get there by Christmas because I don't know how long it takes the Andersons to ship out books. But I hope you'll consider going and just if you got it like that, buy, maybe 20 or 30 copies, give them out to people, like we have to be the evangelists for the Powernomics philosophy. White folks ain't gonna do it. Bougie Negroes ain't gonna do it. These HBCU people, no disrespect to the HBCUs. I love the HBCUs. There are millions of great people at HBCUs, but y'all know what it is. Y'all know who really owns those institutions. You know why they exist. They exist so that white people can find black people to work for them. That's why they exist. And until we crack out of that mindset and start realizing the importance of us developing our own institutional infrastructure, that we're going to always suffer under the thumb of those who seek to control us, oppress us, and extract from us. I don't want to send our best and brightest children to go work and slave for white people. I think that is a flawed philosophy. That is a damn lie. That ain't no American dream. That's an American dream built on a black American nightmare. A lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. You go to these jobs, even the fancy jobs, and you are stressed out like crazy over the racism and the mistreatment and the lack of economic mobility and the fact that these jobs do not make you rich. It's time to bust out of that. It's time to end all that right now. That's got to be thrown in the garbage. No, again, no disrespect to the civil rights movement and all that. What I love about right now is that people are learning that you were fed a big package of lies, that you were just given a bunch of BS through the years. Our dream back in the day, tell me if you know what I'm talking about, if you remember this. The dream back in the day was you go to school, work hard, make good grades so you can get into a good college, give them all your damn money, give them all your generational wealth, right? Go broke because you're damn near $200,000 in debt, and then hope that some other white person will hire you. And then they'll hire you and won't even pay you enough money to get out of the debt that you accumulated in college. So basically, what they've done is they tricked you into to becoming an educated sharecropper. If you don't understand the analogy, the way they used to trap the sharecroppers was the same way. They would sell a hoe a dream. I use that term because I knew there was this guy who he was this really chubby, big fat dude, and he was an alpha, and he had all these girls, and his friends were like, "This guy's obese and sloppy. Like, how's he have all these girls?" And you know what he used to say? I'm telling you, it's the truth. I hope it doesn't sound too vulgar, but that's what he said. He said, you know what the secret is? He said, you just got to sell a whole dream. And that's a terrible thing to say. I'm just repeating what he said. I don't believe the language is appropriate, but that's what he said. I think there's a great lesson here. He literally said, you just tell them what they want to hear. You tell them how much you love them, that you want to marry and have kids with them, and whatever little dream and you have no plans of delivering any of this. Y'all know Negroes like this. You know people that do this, right? And then they'll kind of just serve you. They'll give you what you want. So I believe that that's what they do. They sell us a dream that doesn't exist, and we fall for it lock, stock, and barrel. We fell for that dream back in the 80s and the 90s, and I did too. And then next thing you know, you find that it doesn't give you what they promised. And so I believe that the best way to make sure that your dream is fulfilled is for you to fulfill it yourself. The best way for you to have what you deserve is for you to go out there and get it. For you to create that. The best reality that you'll ever live in is the one that is created by you. Because there's nobody out here that you should trust more than you. Forget these damn black leaders. Ain't no such damn thing as black leadership. I talked to my sister's boyfriend. He's a great guy. He's a real estate developer, and he owns a pickleball team, right? I didn't know what the hell pickleball was, but apparently that's making him millions of dollars because it's a growing industry. So anyway, this cool brother who does real estate and has the pickleball team. We were just sitting there reflecting on just how misled the black community has been for such a long time. How you had these individuals propped up as so-called black leaders, and he said, "What other community has leaders? Like who's the Jewish leader? Who's the Latino leader? Like we're the only ones who are like under this type of management. Like we got to manage the Negroes. We got to keep them lockstep. So they'll spend their money over here, give their votes over there, serve these institutions and believe in this false dream. And so this false dream that was fed to us with these black leaders, it's a bunch of crap. You know it's crap. That's why you're here. If you didn't know that it was crap, you'd be out there still chasing the dream that ain't never gonna happen. But you know it's crap. The boule and all of that stuff. I mean, I'm sorry. All y'all, you need to stop that nonsense. You're working on behalf of massa to control the masses. And so whenever one of us gets out of line, whenever one of us starts, speaking a different kind of truth, somebody gets on the phone, hey, you need to control this person. And then they go and you go and your job is to go out and chase down the black people that are actually looking for a different solution. And I hate to say, and I know some people may be offended by it, but I feel like that's what Barack Obama was doing during the election. I don't even think Obama wanted to go out and scold black men. You need to do this, you need to do that. I think somebody told him to do that. I think somebody said, "Hey, we need you to go and get your people." And I've seen this. I don't tell you all this a lot, and I don't want to make this conversation overly political because I know we have different political views. So before I move on and tell you the story, this is another Al Sharpton story. But before I tell you the story, can we get a yes in the chat to agree that I respect your politics, that this is not about me telling you to vote Democrat or Republican? Just give me a yes so I can feel better because I don't want people thinking like, oh, boys are telling people who to vote. I don't do that. I don't tell you what to do. I told you that you don't need leaders. That includes me. So stop accusing me of doing something that I don't do. I do not tell people who to vote for. That is not my job. As a free American, you should know these things. So stop it, please. Thank you. Thank you for the yeses. I want to know that we can talk about stuff and still love each other and not be like, well, I don't like you because you didn't vote for Trump or you didn't vote for that. Come do what you want to do, man. I love you anyway. I respect you. So here's the thing. So here's my Al Sharpton story. I don't know if I told this before or not, but it was really hilarious. So I didn't really know, like when I met Sharpton, I like, by the way, he's a smart man. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. That man is a genius, absolute genius. Because I watch how people process information. Smart man. But, he has a complex history, right? So like FBI and for all and so the time I was around him the most was around 08, 09, right? I was still on the faculty at Syracuse, and I would get invited to New York, and I got to know some interesting people in New York, and I went to his Action Network conference, everything else, and one day out of the blue, he says, "I want you to meet the president of MSNBC." And I was like, "Why?" Like, why me? Like, I ain't nobody. And so I said, okay, sure, whatever. And then he kept bringing it up, and I thought that was really interesting that he kept wanting me to meet the president of MSNBC, and I would go and I would talk to him sometimes. I would go to New York and be on his radio show, and it would be like 4 hours. And if you know anything about radio, the commercials are super long. And it was in the commercial breaks that the most interesting conversations would happen. Same thing happened with Wendy Williams. I had a lot of great conversations in the breaks because the breaks would be like 5 minutes long. So you get to talk about everything. Let me tell you, talking to Sharpton during the commercial breaks was the most interesting conversations I ever had because he would just tell all these crazy stories and he knows everybody. So it'd be like something like, yeah, I was in a restaurant and Chris Brown came in, and then right after that, Michael Jordan came in. Now I know Michael and Chris were both having an issue with the such and such, but then Charles Barkley told Michael that. So it was like these really great, like really cool conversations, and I would just listen. I think listening is a good way to get it to learn things. You don't want to do all the talking. So anyway, so one day, so eventually he introduces me to the president of MSNBC. I still have no idea. I didn't, well, back then I had no idea why. Now I kind of think I know why. I think that I kind of suspect that maybe that job Melissa Harris Perry got on MSNBC, they were maybe trying to see if I would be a good fit for that job, but I'm not a good fit. I would be terrible on TV. They would fire me in the first week because I'd say something because I would piss off white folks in a minute. Because I don't care. But anyway, with that said, I remember that it was kind of like I felt like eventually I started looking around and realizing like, okay, I think I'm trying to like someone's trying to control me, right? They're giving me access to things in exchange for my cooperation in a certain kind of way. And so something came up where it was right after Obama got elected, and I think I said something that where I just disagreed. I said, no, this isn't right. I think that they should actually do this, this, and this. And the next thing I know, I had it on good authority that Valerie Jarrett, who worked with Obama, got really upset with something that I said. And so she gets on the phone with Sharpton and is like, you need to rein this guy in. And if you know anything about me, I'm not easily reined in. That's not who you talking to? My parents can't rein me in. And so we got on this interview. I'll never forget it. It was like a radio thing where we were going to have a debate with me and Melissa Harris Perry, and Sharpton was the moderator of the debate. But it didn't take me long to realize that it was really two against one. Now, I'm not scared. I have complete confidence in my intellectual ability. So yeah, I'll debate all of y'all. I don't care because I feel like I have truth on my side. And also I'm not offended if you disagree with me. That's academia. In academia, you debate all the time and you don't get mad because your friend's opinion is different from yours. You just talk it out. Right. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, it seems like it's two against one because it seems like y'all both have the same opinion, but that's okay. Let's do it. And we did that. And I'll never forget, it almost got to the point where I was kind of told in no uncertain terms, like, you need to back away from this position. And I remember saying, like, who the hell you think you're talking to? Like, what are you like, what is this? And in hindsight, I thought about that a lot and I said, oh, I get it now. His job was to control me. His job was to be kind of like the manager of black people. right? And so that was when I kind of walked away and said, no, I'm not participating in this stuff. This is stupid. This is not to the benefit of our community. This is to the benefit of the political elite. And so ultimately, I firmly believe this. I firmly believe that there are so many people that have a vested interest in managing and controlling Black people. In fact, they've institutionalized the control of Black people through media, through the educational system. And this would explain why so many universities, including many HBCUs, completely reject the powernomics philosophy. Powernomics is all about power. It's about owning, it's about controlling things. There's nothing about working for your oppressor that leads you to control anything. You're never going to be a true economic parent. You'll never be a seed planter that grows anything of your own. You'll never be the boss. Your best opportunity will be to be kind of like the employee of the boss or to the servant of the boss. You'll be a high paid servant. That's what you become. And the big issue with that is that in America, the people that are serving the boss don't ever really have nearly as much power as the actual boss. And the thing about being a boss is that it doesn't mean you have to be the boss of everything and everyone. It means you just have to be the boss of something. And because in a capitalist society, if you do not own something, then something will probably own you. You will be on thin ice. You will live your life on a slippery slope. You can be easily displaced. You can be easily moved around like a chess piece. You will be a pawn. You will never be a player. So what I'm saying to you is not, I'm not saying quit your job tomorrow. I'm saying ask yourself this basic question when it comes to your economic situation. Do I own anything? And if you own nothing, then you are in danger. You can start with basic stuff. You can start by owning shares of stock. Now you own something. You just build on that. Get you some real estate. Okay, now you own something else. That's good. That's yours. That price appreciation when inflation hits, if you own property, inflation then becomes your friend in a way. Not to say inflation's good. I'm not. It's complex, but inflation benefits you because if you were just a worker who owns nothing, then inflation is terrible. That means that your same salary, because they don't give you no raise to match inflation. They never do that. They give you a 3% raise, but you'll read inflation was 9% this year. Well, what the hell? Right? So you're sinking further. But if you own assets, if you own stock or you own property, then your wealth goes up when inflation goes up. So it doesn't make inflation into a good thing. It just positions you differently inside the system. So I'm going to circle back on this. This is something I believe in to the core of my soul is that for too long, we've had too many people who had a vested interest in controlling Black folks and managing us and extracting things from us including our talent. They take our most talented children and the kids that could be running major corporations and they say, "Hey boy, come work for me." That's why it will always be easier. Tell me if I'm lying. It will always be easier for you to get a $200,000 student loan than it will be for you to get a $50,000 business loan. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? It'll always be easier for you to get financing to buy a car than it will be for you to get financing to buy real estate. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Why is that? Well, because if you're financing a car in a student loan, you're going in debt to an institution that gives you something that does not match the value of what you're giving them. That college degree is nice. College degrees are great. I love it. I have many of them. But that college degree ain't got the heat of owning a business and owning stock and owning real estate. It doesn't have the same economic heat. It feels good intellectually. Everyone should be educated. Everyone should be smart. And we got that on lock. We can educate our own people. I have a real PhD. My PhD, I know people think that because you're black, your doctorate may not be real, but yeah, mine is as real as the white guy. My wife's doctorate is as real as white people. And so we can educate our own people. We got that part covered. It's the wealth part that we kind of don't, where we weren't really introduced to the conversation. So I think if you are with an HBCU, if you are an administrator, if you are on the faculty, I don't know who's in this room, but if you are connected to an HBCU, you tell them they better get their ass on that powernomics kick. They better go learn what Dr. Anderson has to say because his love for our community exceeds that of anybody that's trying to extort us and exploit us. So go talk to them. Tell them like, why are we not covering the power knowledge philosophies with these kids? Why are we not? Why are we producing more employees than we're producing business owners? As long as you continue to do that, you're sinking further into an economic hole. You're committing to false promises. You're further committing to the various types of economic slavery that have plagued our people for many, many years, and it's unethical. It's very harmful, and it's something that should be stopped by any means necessary. 100%. Shout out to Malcolm X. This is the kind of thing that has to be stopped by any means necessary. So the first way to stop that, in my opinion, is I encourage you to consider dismantling the idea of black leadership altogether and replacing it with a better idea. How about you become the black leader of your household? How about you become the black leader of your life? Why in the hell do you need one guy who's politically wired in to tell you what to do? That doesn't even make any sense because you don't know what their incentives are. And many of our leaders from the Congressional Black Caucus on down, they have completely neglected their fiduciary responsibility to be representatives of the black community, and they lean on things like identity politics, like, oh, I'm gonna vote for you because you black like me. I don't know. I don't do none of that because I know where your money's coming from. This is funny. Y'all know how I am. Everything has a, I like things to circle back to money. Your politician's been bought out. They have been. I love, one politician I like a lot. I haven't met her, but one day maybe we'll bump into each other, is Nina Turner. I like Nina Turner. She's a Democrat, but she's also a black woman and she seems to get it. And she made a really great comment about Elon Musk and the way Elon Musk pretty much bought the White House. And she said, okay, all of y'all are complaining about this billionaire having this influence on the political process. She said, so how about this? How about we just stop letting any billionaires influence anybody's politics, no matter what party they're in? And I love the fact that she said that because what she was basically saying is that, yeah, you're mad about it, but you're only mad because he's a Republican. But you got many Democratic billionaires that are also buying the White House. You get it? Our country gets involved in wars just because of the money. That's why a lot of soldiers feel disrespected, and their commitment to defending the country drops because then they start figuring it out. They're like, okay, this is a hustle. You made us into hired guns. You want to go into a country because they have oil, and then you make up some story that Americans are going to believe that their leaders need to be replaced or whatever. When really your whole plan was to make weapons deals with Lockheed Martin and all this stuff. So they're getting billions of dollars in government money to fight an unnecessary war. And then your other part of your plan is once you get there, you're going to let Exxon and all these other corporations come in and pull oil out of the ground. And then other companies are going to make money from the government by rebuilding the country after we destroy it unnecessarily because you just made a war up in your head. And that's very different from defending the country. So ultimately, the money in politics has ruined your politics. It has. And what's interesting about this Republican coup with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, two, blatant capitalists sort of really running the country right now, is that they are kind of showing you that really for the most part, the capitalism has always controlled your politics. In fact, it's almost like a police station where for many years everyone knew that the police chief was corrupt because the local drug dealers were paying him money to overlook certain crimes and to pursue others. But then you have one day where suddenly the drug dealer says, "Well, let's just cut out the middleman. I'll just become the police chief." And then Pookie the dope dealer is, or Nino Brown is now the chief of police in your city, and you're outraged. You're like, "How can a drug dealer be a police chief?" Well, the drug dealer's always been the police chief. It's just it wasn't in your face. He just paid the middleman. He gave you a charade of independence to make you think that somehow the police and the dope dealers' interests were not aligned. But now it's just right there in your face. It's like, let's stop playing. Let me just show you what's really going on here. And that's kind of what I see. I kind of see when I see Trump and Musk running the country, it's like, yeah, these billionaires have kind of always been running the country. The capitalists have always been running the country. The whole pandemic was all about money, right? The pharmaceutical companies come up and say, hey, we'd like to help. Hey, we got these drug vaccines, whatever, right? And so the government writes massive checks for hundreds of billions of dollars to the corporations in what these public-private partnerships, that's what they call them. And the American people, half the American people are like, no, 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 like I don't, I want it to be my choice. I don't want to get that shot, right? And then the government comes in and they help the corporation by saying, we're going to give a government mandate. We're going to do something you can't do. We're going to make people do something. So we're going to tell people, if you don't get this shot, you're going to lose your job. If you don't get this shot, we're going to ruin your life. So this is where the partnership kicks in, right? So same thing is true. If I am Lockheed Martin, Boeing, or some weapons manufacturer, and I want to make money making missiles to fight in some war that you make up, then the government's job is to create the narrative. Like, so this person is horrible and they're bad for their people, so we have to go and invade because we want to do some good thing that goofy people will believe. And then they go and write a big government check to Lockheed Martin to make the weapons, or the war, like the war in Ukraine, same thing. RFK, I think, mentioned that basically the war in Ukraine was a money laundering scheme, where basically the government officials were like, okay, how do we have some excuse to give billions of dollars to the weapons manufacturers? Oh, let's go create a war. Let's act like we really care about Ukraine and we have to defend Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin is evil, and we have to go fight this war. So they're writing big fat checks to the weapons manufacturers. They claim that it's aid to Ukraine, but then the Ukrainian aid comes right back to the military, or sorry, to the weapons manufacturers. Do you follow what I'm saying? So you give Ukraine money. That's the thing. People don't give money away for nothing most of the time. The government doesn't give you a bunch of money and say do whatever the hell you want with it. They give the money with conditions. This is why you have to be really careful. All money is not good money. Money is power. So the government gives the money to Ukraine and says, okay, now that you have our money, you must use our money for our purposes. And they engage in something that we call in finance optimal contracting. Optimal contracting prevents another problem called moral hazard. All that means is that when you give people money, you're giving them power. So, in order to do it properly, you have to control the process before you begin. You have to make a deal. Like, hey, look, before I give you this money, I need you to sign a deal that says, when I give you this money, you're going to do this and do this and do this, right? That's optimal contracting. So the government, it doesn't just write a big check and say, hey, do whatever you want. They give you the check and then they say, this is what we need you to do because you got our money. And this is why, for when you're black in America and you're getting money, and we get to the point where we celebrate people just because they have money, you have to ask yourself, what did you do to get that money? What contract did you sign that allowed them to pay you so much money? And why should I honor and respect you just because somebody who hates me, somebody who doesn't have my best interest at heart, gave you a bunch of money? That doesn't make me honor you. You're not a black leader. You're not a successful black person yet. That makes me suspicious of you. Did he? Why is it, how is it that you're a billionaire and you haven't even made a hit record since Biggie was alive? Like how is it that you're making all this money and you're partying and dancing and getting away with all these shenanigans? What's going on behind who's propping you up? Who's giving you this economic power? And I don't think that people look at that things in with that level of scrutiny. I think people just look at it like, oh, he's a black person that made a lot of money. And then you hear the whole like, well, why are you hating on that man? That man's making money. And I get that crap all the time. And it's like, no, 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 no. Call me a hater if you want to, but I prefer to call myself a critical thinker. Critical thinker means I'm like, hmm, okay, so you got all this money and you're a famous comedian. You're not even that funny. Like what happened here? Like who gave you that money and why? You know, and why is it that you're so rich? Like and what Hollywood game are you playing? What part of a and I think that sort of scrutiny is logical. That's what I believe, because if you don't do that, money is the ultimate deceiver. Money will trick you into thinking that successful people are failures and that failures are successful people. We have a lot of failures that have lots of money, and then we call them black successes. And so you open up a magazine and you'll see, some rapper who's literally selling drugs to children and marketing drugs to children and disrespecting women and talking and bragging about murdering black people, just like a Klansman would, right? Worse than a Klansman, because even the KKK don't brag about black people that they took out. They don't want you to know about that. But you'll see drug dealers glorified as black role models. And when you're doing that, when you're allowing them to distort your thinking in that way, why would it surprise you when you have so much failure and so much suffering in the community? Like, so anyway, let me finish this last part. In case you just came in, I want to remind you, we are going to do the financial slumber party on Friday night, Friday the 27th at 11 p.m. The financial slumber party is where we're going to get together at 11 p.m. And literally show up. You can wear your pajamas if you want to. I'll be wearing mine, and we're going to spend an hour and a half going through some a training I did called Stock Market Decoded. So we're going to learn all about the stock market, but we're going to do it at nighttime to make it just kind of fun because I'm goofy and I do stupid stuff like that. So if you want to join us, you can go to financialslumberparty.com, or here's the link there if you want to. Actually, Amani, I don't know if Amani's still here, and maybe she has the link. If you're here, Amani, just say something in the chat so I know so I know you're here. Amani, by the way, is on our support team. So if you have any questions about anything you've done in the Black Business School or whatever the case may be, Amani can help answer that question. And her email, I don't see her in there, so maybe she's okay. She's already left. Okay. All right. Then you can email her at support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And what I'll do is I'll put the link to the financial slumber party here. And y'all, somebody said that it's not stupid. Okay, thank you for keeping me from degrading myself even further. But the other thing I want to mention too is if you click on the link and you want to sign up now, and the price is $99 for lifetime access. But actually, if you sign up now, you can actually get in for 48% off. So we made it as fair as possible, as easy as possible for you to get access. Everything is yours. And also, the last training I did on Stock Market Decoded is in there right now. So you can actually go through stuff right now. You can spend the day learning about the stock market. It will be worth your while because the stock market is the greatest wealth creator in this country. Anybody who ever says, I want to make more money and have more wealth, don't just send them to go get a job. Jobs have a purpose for sure. If you don't have any cash flow, they can help with that, maybe your living expenses. But it's the stock market, man. The stock market is where the money's at. That's where the wealth is created. Every study I've ever seen basically says that people who participate in the stock market do better than other people. Leilani asks, how many family members can I bring to the slumber party? The answer is as many as you want. As many as you want. I mean, it's not something where we're not like money hungry people. We're not trying to like get every nickel out. We're not like your university where we're gonna leave you $100,000 in debt. We just do this, and it is a one-time payment, Sherry, so it's yours for life. We just want to build an institution. We want to build an institution that is based on powernomics principles that will position millions of our people to be economically strong in the next generation, where we won't be out here looking for a black leader. We will be the leaders of the freaking planet. And so you can go to financialslumberparty.com, or you can actually just click on that link. I'm putting it in the chat. So you should see it in there. So feel free to just hit that link and you can join now. Now let me finish up with this thing with Dennis Rodman because I've been going a little bit too long today, a little bit longer than usual. There was one other point with Dennis Rodman, and we mentioned earlier that his daughter Trinity has a big issue with him because she mentioned specifically his alcoholism and him being an absentee parent. I don't know about that part. I can't, verify that, but I do know the public persona of Dennis was that he was kind of a wild guy, kind of a party guy. And I've seen this before. I mentioned that to you. I know a lot of guys whose children just don't respect them because of choices they made when they were in their 20s and their 30s. One other thing that I wanted to mention in terms of the financial or the investing side of this is that one thing that you may want to notice there with that in terms of him his daughter having issues with him is we mentioned earlier kids don't care about money, they care about the other investments, the investments of time and being there for them, things like that. And then also the truth is that even though Robin apologized, right? Like I really like the fact that he apologized to his daughter. Sometimes an apology just doesn't cut it, or an apology doesn't remove the pain. So an apology is sometimes the best that we can do, and I think Dennis should be commended for apologizing to his daughter. But one of the things that I encourage you to consider is that if you knew better in the beginning, like if you just knew that there were going to be long-term consequences to your behavior and you did something to harm another person, an apology does not sort of clean the slate completely, and it shouldn't clean the slate completely. I'll give you an example of when I did something that was wrong when I was a kid. I had an addiction, and my addiction was Pac-Man. Anybody remember back in the 80s and stuff when Pac-Man was like the biggest thing? I used to love playing Pac-Man, right? And I was really good. I memorized the little pattern. Remember the pattern? You memorize the pattern, you could just play it like forever. So I had the pattern down. I was really good. And I just love Pac-Man. So here's what happened. This is me giving a public confession to a crime that I committed many years ago. My mother gave me like $6 to go to the store. And I was supposed to use $3 for something that my sister wanted and $3 for something I wanted. Well, that was kind of the plan, but sometimes addictions they be calling me, man. They be calling me. So my I didn't have a crack addiction. I had a pack addiction. So my pack addiction to Pac-Man said, you could play a lot more games if you use the whole $6 for yourself. So I was trying to think, and I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, but it'd be calling me, man. It'd be calling me. So I went to the store and I was thinking to myself, like, what can I tell my sister to kind of, because I felt guilty. I felt really guilty taking my sister's money. And I was like, I know what I can do. I could just apologize to her. I could just talk to her and tell her, that I played good and that I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to her. So lo and behold, I go into the store and I use all the quarters and I play all this Pac-Man and had a great time, right? It was a hell of a binge, hell of a time. So then I'm coming home and I'm scared. Now I'm like, crap, like I took her money and this wasn't right, blah, blah, blah. You feel the guilt after you go take the hit and you have the little crack binge, you start feeling bad about it, I guess. I'd never smoked crack, but Pac-Man felt like crack. And I got home and I did apologize to my sister and I was like, I'm really sorry I spent your money and I'll make it up to you, blah, blah, blah. And she kind of forgave me, but my mother still whooped my ass. Like that because I grew up at a time where getting kids getting whooped was not seen as like child abuse. You didn't, I just think it's crazy that kids can like call the police on their parents now. That's too much power for kids. I don't know. But then again, let me just stop because I don't want to. I don't think whooping kids is the best way to raise them. But I got many whoopings and I don't know. I can't. Let's stop talking about that because I'm gonna get it wrong. But anyway, so my mother whooped my ass. And I think I deserve to be punished 100%. I apologized to my mother, and I think the apology might have been accepted. I mean, I don't know if she did or not. My sister accepted my apology, my mother didn't. But my mother punished me. And so, what that really says to me is that in this moment, I made this decision knowing that it was wrong, knowing that there's going to be a long-term consequence. But the instant gratification of playing Pac-Man and feeding my addiction was what I chose to do, but it was still a choice. And even though I came back and I made a full-throated apology and I was really sorry for it, I was genuinely sorry for what I did, and maybe even planning to change my behavior. Who knows? I was 8, I don't remember. Um, I still got punished for what I did because I deserved to be punished. Maybe I didn't deserve to be spanked. That's debatable, but I deserved a punishment, right? Because I'd hurt somebody. So I kind of feel like when somebody is not thinking about the future, when somebody's not thinking about you, when somebody makes a conscious decision to feed an addiction as opposed to feeding the child, or feed, and I'm not talking about feeding them with food, I'm talking about feeding them with love, right? Or chooses to run the streets as opposed to cater to their family, there's a consequence to that. There's a pain that comes with that. There's an irreversible harm that occurs with that. And so years later, I think like, you know what? I'm gonna live my best life. And then when I get 50, I'll just apologize for everything. And then at that point, maybe you'll treat me as if it never happened, or you'll treat me like I'm a regular dad, or give me the respect and authority that I believe a father should have, even though I did not earn it. I think that's highly illogical. I think that when I look at a Rodman situation, again, I see this as an investment scenario. I really do. I see this as okay, you didn't make an investment over here, but you're kind of seeking credit as if you did, but you really didn't. You didn't invest in her. Yeah, you gave her the DNA, you gave her your last name, you probably wrote a lot of child support checks. I give you credit for that. But when it came to the other investments that are required, the more important investments, the emotional investments, something appears to be missing. And so now you want to circle back and say, I'm really sorry. And then it's like, poor me. Even the internet's backing you. The whole internet's saying that little spoiled girl, and at least he's apologizing. He's apologizing. Well, an apology doesn't always fix it when you knew better. I just really, I think that this idea, I think forgiveness is very powerful, by the way. I want to just be clear about that. If you're ever mad at somebody because they did you dirty, you should forgive them, not for them, but you should do it for yourself because carrying anger and resentment around, it's only going to hurt you. Like they say, that resentment is like drinking poison and thinking the other person's going to die. No, they're not going to die. You are. So stop drinking the damn poison. Learn how to forgive. Forgiveness is a superpower. I've had to use forgiveness a lot in my life. But once I forgive you, that's between really it's between me, myself, and I. It ain't got shit to do with you. And so don't you dare come over and try to cash the forgiveness check with me. Like, hey, now that I'm forgiven, can we do the whole thing again? Can I just get credit as if I did everything right the first time? No, you can't. You can't. Because now, now I'm a grown up and I just don't love you like I would have loved you if you had spent time with me instead of chasing the drugs or what or the women or the lifestyle that you wanted to have. And I'm gonna tell you like this too, and because remember, this is an investing conversation. I'm gonna make sure that's clear so you don't think I'm just talking about life and things. There's a lot of young people I see who are living lives in their 20s where there's gonna be a hell of a price to pay when they get in their 50s and their 60s. They're getting caught up. The internet in the world fills you with the desire, an incessant, insatiable desire for instant gratification to the point that you're not even thinking past the age of freaking 35. You ain't making no investments. You're not getting no education. You ain't taking care of your health. And you ain't even taking care of your damn kids. You off chasing ass, living life, having fun, spending money as if tomorrow is not going to come. And let me just tell you, this is something your kids need to hear. If hear from you, you can play this replay for that for them. Let me tell you, if you are living today and not thinking about tomorrow, tomorrow's going to show up at your front door and kick you square in the nuts. It's gonna punch you in your face. It's gonna body slam you, drop kick you, and twist your neck until it cracks because you did not make a decision to invest in the future. If you don't invest in your future, then you will have no future. The future turns into the present. So if your present is not what you want it to be, the answer lies in how you carried yourself in the past. This is the clearest investing message I can give you is that everything that manifests in the present came from the past. It came from choices in the past. Most of y'all in here over the age of 50 know that if you bought a $500 worth of Apple stock in 1995, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars today. But in the past, you were thinking about something else. It wasn't always your fault. I'm not blaming you. I'm just giving you the damn facts. So, the responsibility that we have as leaders of our community, we are the leaders of our families. We run everything up in here. The responsibility we have is to impress upon the youth the importance of understanding consequences, understanding cause and effect, understanding that the future must be built by you. And if you do not build the future that you want, your future is going to be a big pile of shit. It's going to be a big pile of issues and unsolvable problems and horrible choices where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And of course, because you're black, everybody's going to agree with you when you say, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Life is so hard. And I get all that. You can go get all that from somebody else. You got to go talk to somebody else if you want to just sit around and cry about being a victim. I'm the guy who says, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And a lot of times when we have to make hard choices now, it's because we didn't invest in giving ourselves easier choices back in the past. People who invest in the future have a pretty good life right now. Like that guy, and I know some of you are in that category. They're like that guy who was buying $100 worth of stock every month while he was a broke student in college in 1994. Oh, he's sitting on a whole lot of money right now. And it wasn't because he got lucky. It wasn't because white people just gave it all to him. It's because he made a different choice than you. You had the same $100. You went to the club. You could have bought the he bought the Apple stock and you bought the iPhone. That person who's looking good, at the age of 45, 50 years old, has the perfect body and everything else. Well, that's because they spent a lot of time in the gym while others may have been eating potato chips. That person who has a whole bunch of children around him that love him and are there for him when he goes to the doctor and gets the cancer diagnosis. Well, he spent thousands of hours investing in the love that he's receiving as a 55, 60, 70-year-old man. When a lot of his friends were off chasing women and just trying to get as much ass as possible and trying to live their best life. They went to the liquor, the weed, and the women. And he said, no, I'm gonna go home to see my children. I'm gonna go be with my family. And these to me are the most important investing decisions that a human being can make. If you think that way, if you have that mindset, that doesn't just give you a mindset for a money mindset, that gives you a mindset for success and happiness and fulfillment. I would really say if I was to talk to Dennis Rodman and hear him talk about the alcohol addiction and the apology and everything else and and all that, I would probably just say, well, in the 1990s, like what were you thinking about in the 1990s? And I can just tell you for a fact that um I know a lot of these guys back then when they were younger and you could tell that some of them, you could just say, hey, this is you're gonna pay a big price for this later on in life. And they would have ignored you. They would have thought that you were being corny, you were being a nerd, you were blowing their high. You're so serious. And I just want to encourage those of you who are in that category. Some of you get it. Some of you are very serious people. You're investing in your wealth. You are investing in your health. You're eating the right food. You're going to the gym. You're investing in relationships. Maybe you're 25 years old and you could have a bunch of women, but you say, no, I'm going to invest in this family. Um, and it is hard. And I think people will. The unfortunate thing about our society, because culture is everything when it comes to wealth. The unfortunate thing about our society is that we define these people as square. I can't tell you my good investment, the good investment. I mean, I didn't do everything right. I made mistakes. There are areas that I wish I can go change. But one area that I did it right was I invested like crazy in my education. I invested like hell in education because I felt like education was the key to my future. And it worked. It damn sure worked. I have a lot of education. I have a great life. I can kind of do what I want a lot of times. Um, and most importantly, I developed critical thinking skill that started with decisions I made when I was 18 years old. And so when it works, it really does work. And the thing is, I can't tell you how many times I either lost friends or there were maybe women that were not interested in me because I wasn't fun. I wasn't a guy who was going to go throw his life away over something stupid. I didn't want to go to the club and become an alcoholic because I knew friends that went to the club, got drunk, and got shot that day or ended up going to prison because somebody got killed. I didn't do stupid things. And the reality was, for a long time, I had a lot of people say that I was too serious. And I didn't understand. The only thing that saved me was the fact that I had no fear of going in my own direction and disconnecting from people that saw the world differently. Because to me, I said, well, what's more serious in this world than being a black man? I said, I feel like I feel like they're trying to kill me. I feel like they don't want me to grow old. They don't want me to be happy. They don't want me to be free. They don't want me to be successful. So yeah, hell yeah, I'm serious because maybe you don't know that you were born in a war zone, but I do. I don't think that that white man wants me to fulfill my destiny. I don't think he wants that, and I don't expect him to help me do that. I wish he would. I wish I could get more support, but I didn't get any support. There were so many times where I had to do things all by myself. Like that's why I appreciate you all. That's why I went out and found you all because I wanted to find people who understand this and other people who can benefit from this, right? People who would hear it and say, okay, that makes sense, right? Because I don't feel like the whole world feels that way. I feel even to this day, I go into a lot of spaces and I'm just like, I don't think I fit in here. I actually want to win. I actually want Black people to be successful. I want our children to be happy and healthy. I want our families to be well off. I want us to be in a good situation. I want us to be and the problem though is that the whole damn world is built on a couple of things that become very harmful to us. One is this incessant belief on Black victimization. You let something terrible happen and then you just cry victim. You just cry about it. That's it. Like, oh, it's so hard to be Black. Oh, the racism. Like for example, during the pandemic, there was all this conversation about How black people needed the jab the most because we have the most pre-existing conditions. And not a damn person was talking about, well, where did all these pre-existing conditions come from? In fact, the very same people that encourage you to get the pre-existing condition are the ones who are selling you the jab to protect you from the pre-existing condition that they pretty much encourage you to go pick up. I didn't that to me was as simple as one plus one, but it made me sound radical. It made me sound crazy. But I'm like, who's out here talking? Wait, you're giving us this shot because you care about us, but you didn't care about us when you was selling us all like dang fried chicken. You didn't care about us when you was trying to get us to drink sugary, fatty food so we would all be fat and sick by the time we were 40. You didn't care back then. So what you don't care about us, you care about the damn money. That's what you get. It comes back to the money. There's billions of dollars made every year selling black people food that's going to kill them. Right? There was billions of dollars made selling them those shots to protect you from the fact that you've been eating food that's going to kill you all this time. So you're in it by yourself. Like you really kind of like, culture, the courage to make your own decision is so important for so many of us because the wind is headed in the wrong direction. There's not a massive culture preparing young people to really prepare for the future. Because if we had that, we wouldn't have kids getting hooked on drugs. We wouldn't have rappers rapping about Molly Percocet and all this other stuff. There's not a culture encouraging people to have healthy relationships. They just go look on the internet and look at how many there are millions of people. There are millions of men who become anti-family. There are millions of women who are anti-family. There's not a courage that supports and promotes family, even though we know families survive better in this economy than people that are out here stranded all by themselves. There's not a massive culture encouraging financial security. It's a consumer culture. It's not a culture encouraging economic power. It's an employee culture. And if you say anything about it, then you get accused of being uppity or whatever. Say, no, I'm not uppity. I just want you to understand how this damn thing works. So I don't believe in the culture. I believe in the counterculture. And I believe that the counterculture needs to be a culture where you look at those three key areas: your health, your wealth, and your relationships. And when you're young, if you're smart, you will make decisions that will strengthen you in all three of those areas. If that was a consistent part of the culture, let's go back to Dennis Rodman, then we'll close up with that. If that was part of Dennis's culture, then number one, he wouldn't have had all his money taken by the financial advisor. She probably took advantage of his lack of financial consciousness. I'm not blaming the victim, but I do think that there are some people that are easier to victimize. And let me just tell you, a drug addict, alcoholic is a very easy person to steal from. If you have somebody that's a scammer, they're probably gonna want to scam the person who's easily distracted, who's not focused. People that are financially conscious, that doesn't happen to them. But when you're off at the next party and you're distracted by getting high and drunk and whatever else you're doing, then yeah, somebody in the background is going to be taking your stuff. It happens all the time. If Dennis had embraced that culture, I think Dennis would have gotten some help. He would have said, I need to go to rehab because I want to be there for my child. I want to be a better man. I want to prepare for the future. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. That's not what people are encouraged to do. And then years later, that's where you get the retirement crisis from. That's where you get the health crisis from. That's where you get the family crisis from. Dr. George C. Fraser mentioned recently, very eloquently, that the black family is an endangered species because families require investment. People don't want to invest. They want to go have orgasms and have fun and live their best life, but they don't invest in family. They don't invest in people, don't invest in their kids. Number two, the health crisis. Almost 50% of all Americans are going to die from cancer. We have a horrible epidemic of even children getting diabetes and stuff like that because there's no sort of effort to kind of fix that. And then you go back to the financial side, the retirement crisis. Most Americans are not ready for retirement because when they were 22 years old, they did not think that they would ever turn 60. So instead of investing for the future, they spent the money in the present. So all that money that's supposed to be in your retirement account, that money it lives in 1992. It lives in 1988 when you chose not to max out your 401k. And I hate saying this, I don't hurt nobody's feelings. I'm just telling you the truth. It lives back in 2001 when you got a new cell phone, as opposed to taking some percentage of that money and putting it aside for the future. So you have to think about the future if you want to have a good life. Your life lives in the present, but the present is prepared for in the past. And when you're living in the past, you have to be thinking about the future. If you're not doing that, then it's very, very hard to be successful. So anyway, guys, I gotta go. My cue, the maid was back there banging on the door. So that tells me I've been talking too long. I hope this discussion has been helpful. I hope I did not sound too harsh. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Please forgive me if I did. I want you to know I appreciate you and I love you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. So if you're not on the text list for this class, pull out your phone, text the word morning, morning, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to join us for the financial slumber party, the URL should be financialslumberparty.com. That's going to be this Friday at 11 p.m. We're going to go through a training I did called Stock Market Decoded. And also, the if you log in right now, there's the link in the chat. If you log in right now, actually, that the recording of that training is in there, so you can go through it now if you want. And but the way I'm going to teach it on Friday will be different because I always teach things differently each time because I learn things. I see things from a different perspective. So the lifetime access fee for the slumber party is $99. If you buy it in the next 48 hours or sign in, you can actually get it for 51, so 48% off. Also, everything is yours for life, and it's buy one get five free. You can literally bring your whole family for one membership, and it's yours forever. So, feel free to take a look at that. And I will be there in my pajamas. So, and don't make fun of me. Sorry. So, have a good day, guys. Love you, and I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to our Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we're all about that money. Every single day, 7 days a week, we get up and we talk about our finances because the way you get good at stuff is you gotta have repetition. You gotta do drills like a football coach. We gotta go hard. Drill sergeant. That's what we're gonna do every single day. We're gonna make it happen because we are the best. We are ranked number one on earth at this thing, and we are going to build our internal superpower. That's what we're about to do. That's how we're gonna do it. All right. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Um, this is a beautiful Saturday morning. Uh, and let me tell you, this buddy. Let me tell you this. There is something that I was thinking about stuff that was financial that we could kind of talk about in terms of things that I've seen. And I wanted to speak on this guy. I think his name was Jack Whitaker. And Jack Whitaker won the lottery. He won a $340 million in the Powerball. And he actually, so one thing that he did was he actually chose to do that whole, they give that option where you can get all the money at once or you can get it in payments over time. And it's kind of funny because they always ask you that before you buy the ticket. In some states, they'll ask you, like, if you win, do you want to get your money now or do you want to get it broken into pieces? And you can see people kind of fantasize and be like, oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know. And they're always smiling, they're looking in the air. And I said, oh man, they are just playing with people's heads because what they're doing is they're creating this sort of anticipatory dopamine injection that's going to make you want to buy the ticket because when they ask you a question like that, about fake money, money that doesn't actually exist, it feels real. The brain, my wife, as a therapist, she's an expert in the subconscious mind and all that. And what she's has always told me is that the mind doesn't know the difference between real and make believe. Like the mind, if you fantasize about something, there's a part of your mind that really feels like it's real. That's why, for example, if somebody had a traumatic experience as a kid, and you say, imagine that experience. Tell us what happened when this terrible thing happened to you. They'll start to feel emotions. Their brain scan will show that they're going through the same feelings that they had when they had the experience. And then also when you imagine an experience, it's kind of similar. It's like a contrived artificial memory or something. So anyway, so the lottery is kind of fascinating in terms of how they really unfortunately some would say that they kind of exploit the poor a little bit by basically making them think that their lives are going to change because they're gonna win this thing that 99.99999999999999999% of them will never win. right? Like most of us in here ain't gonna win no Powerball. We know that, right? So anyway, let me see what cities you're from. I see Maurice Alexander from Washington, Fort Washington, Maryland. Shanice Willa, I see you in here. Let's see what other cities. I like to see what cities you're in. Richmond, Virginia. I see Richmond. Let's see who else is in here. I see. Oh, Odessa is out of Queens. What's up, Queens? Vincent's in the Philippines. Good for you. That's interesting. That's a great place. Alexander, Portland, Oregon. I see Metro Detroit, Chicago for Armantia, Curtis, Tanisha out of Houston, H-Town, love H-Town. You know, Willie D, my buddy from the Ghetto Boys. He was in my wedding. Willie's one of my best friends. He lives right there in Houston, and it's always great to travel through Houston with Willie D because you gives everybody's just treats you good and you can go to restaurants for free and stuff. He's kind of like I see him as like the unofficial mayor of Houston, but I'm sure there's like a real mayor or something, but I don't know who that person is. But anyway, so let me get back to it. All right, so let's see. Cassandra, Cincinnati, good to see you. Cassandra, Mary Floyd out of Tallahassee. Let's see, Darnay out of Atlanta. Charlene, good morning to you as well. And out of Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. I just talked to my friend from Philly yesterday. All right, so anyway, let me get back to it. Okay, so I was mentioning to you guys the lottery winner. Again, I think his name was Jack Whitaker. I could get it wrong, but it doesn't matter because he had a real hard time. So let me tell you the story, and then what I want to do is I want to link this to a couple of financial theories that you should be aware of as you make economic decisions going forward. In fact, my one of my big dissertation topics was financial psychology, behavioral finance. I've always been intrigued with psychology, and I because I just really think that mindset makes a big difference in your life. And the reason I became intrigued with mindset and psychology is because I had an issue with depression as a kid. And I was very depressed coming out of high school. It was really hard. There wasn't much to be happy about. And it wasn't until 25 years later or 30 years later that I realized part of the reason I was depressed is because my parents were depressed. You know, that I didn't know this. I just figured it out. I said, oh, that's why I suddenly became happy and the sun came out when I moved out of the house because my parents were both dealing with their own type of depression. My father was a police officer for 25 years, and a Vietnam veteran who probably has some PTSD and things like that. He'd actually overcome a heroin addiction from when he was much younger. He was a very disciplined man, but troubled. You know, when you're a cop, it's a very disturbing job. You know, that's why I refuse to criticize all cops because I don't believe all cops are these terrible people that wake up wanting to hurt black people every day. I do know that there are bad cops. We know this. That's a fact. But in the system needs some adjustment for sure, especially once individuals go to prison. I think the treatment of prison inmates is absolutely horrible. It's bad for society. It's a money grab. They make billions of dollars from incarcerating your kids, like that guy that was just pardoned who was taking money to put kids, probably mostly black kids, into certain facilities, right? So the criminal justice system is a problem. But I just saw my father put his life on the line for perfect strangers. He almost got killed defending somebody he did not know. So I just can't think that all cops are bad. I just don't. I'm not built that way. But anyway, you know that like so dealing with all that affected him. In fact, he was the head of many different divisions. He was a very high-ranking official. He was getting a promotion like every 6 months. And I just thought that was normal. I thought all the cops were getting promotions like that. But then I meet one of his friends from 20 years ago, and he'd still be a sergeant or whatever, you know. And my dad's had like 8 different jobs since then. And so he was like the head of the SWAT team. He ran the Crimes Against Children unit, which is horrible, by the way. When cops do crimes against children, they have to get therapy because the stuff that people do to kids in this country, some people, not everybody, a small percentage, it's just terrible. I mean, it's just horrible to see, you know. And so they have to get therapy after this, you know. And so this is one of the reasons why I think family is so important because when families are stable and strong and you've got the mother and the father both raising the child together, they're better protected. I just believe that. And again, it's not to dismiss anyone who's doing the best they can with what they've got, but I really think that training on family would be one of those $1 trillion moves the black community can make. Like if I suddenly had $100 million and I opened a school system across the country, I would absolutely positively have some training in there on family and relationships. Why is that? Well, because every study shows that stable families are better at building wealth. Every study shows that when the child has the mother and the father in the house, they're safer, they're happier, especially if their mother and father have worked on their relationship and they know how to get along with each other. And every cop I talked to who worked in crimes against children would tell me that a lot of crimes against kids were happening when their mother was at work or when nobody was there to supervise, or maybe their mom's boyfriend, comes out of jail and does some terrible thing, just whatever, it's just kind of sad to me. So anyway, let me get back to my point so I don't get too far off because I am going to come back to Jack Whitaker, but y'all know how I am. Y'all know what I do, right? I want anything that comes to mind when it comes to wealth, I want you to understand it. And this conversational learning style, I got that from my dad because that's how he used to teach me. He would just tell me stories about, well, you see that dude over there? Well, let me tell you what happened to him. So I learned that's how we learn. So anyway, with that being said, my father, the mental health challenges that came with all the different experiences that he had, I think affected him. And then my mother, when I got older, my mother told me that she was depressed. She talked about how she felt growing up and the trauma and the neglect and things that she went through, and that affected her perspective, her worldview. And so everything was like sad. Everything was like you come home and say, "Oh, guess what? I'm gonna do that." And then it's like, well, that's gonna cost a lot of money. That probably ain't gonna work. Like that was kind of the stuff I would get, and I didn't realize how that affected me. So I think that intentionality is extremely important, especially when you talk about economic topics. People that are very optimistic tend to have a better relationship with risk than people that are pessimistic. Pessimistic people will always see the downside of everything, right? People that are deliberately pessimistic or don't understand how pessimistic they can be, they think they're being realistic when really, when you think about risk, and I told you in my research, I spent a lot of time assessing risk and studying risk on a mathematical level. That's what we had to do when I was at Ohio State. And the thing is that risk has upside and downside. And so if you're a person who tends to always see the downside in everything, then you don't have an accurate perspective of risk. You have what we call an extremely concave utility function. The simple way to say that would mean that you basically are scared of damn near everything. So risk does not make sense to you. Taking chances doesn't matter to you. And this is really important for us to understand as black people. And I assume all of y'all are black. How many of y'all, is there anybody who's not black up in here? All the not black people, say something in the chat. Say yes. Say yes in the chat. We love you, by the way. We don't hate white people. I just love black people. Some people naturally think that if you love black people, then that means you got to hate white people. Man, this ain't got nothing to do with y'all. You are not that important in my world. So I'm thinking I'm gonna waste my energy trying to hate on somebody. No, I want love. Love is what I lead with. Period. I lead with love. Okay, I see some yeses. All right, Ken and Lauren and Kimberly. All right, so we got some white folks. So that's all right, and that's cool, Susan. Susan, we love you, by the way. Everybody say hi to Susan. She's black. Oh, black British. Okay, so you're well, black British is black. Come on now. But anyway, so anybody who's not black, it's cool. You're welcome to be here. But because everybody can learn. I taught lots of people that are not black through the years, but people are just scared of me because I'm pro-black. When you become pro-black, people are like, "Oh my God, you must be dangerous." Or I'm not dangerous. I'm a dad. So anyway, with that said, your perception of risk is distorted to some extent because black people have been through a lot of stuff, right? We went through this massive thing called slavery that no most other people haven't gone through. We went through things like the Middle Passage and the slave dungeons and Jim Crow and all kinds of stuff, where people were killed and incarcerated for the smallest things. So fear kind of became a way of life. That became something that was essential for survival. Well, the problem is that fear and wealth don't really mix. You know this because you've probably heard people say scared money don't make money. So if you're scared all the time and you're scared of your own shadow and you lead with fear and you make every decision out of fear, then chances are prosperity will evade you. But safety, you might have security and safety for sure, but you might OD on security. Like again, like if for example, if I'm afraid of dying in a car crash, and I just say I'm gonna stay in my house for the rest of my life so that I don't die in a car crash. Well, congratulations. You'll never die in a car crash because you didn't leave the house. But look at how much life you're going to miss because you were sitting in the house, scared to go outside at all for any reason. So a lot of this, when you link that to trauma, intergenerational trauma, post-traumatic slave disorder, things like that, as well as just the environment that you're in, that can really affect your ability and desire to take risks. So because I dealt with the depression I felt as a kid. I mean, I was really depressed. It was really it was a very sad time for me. I'm not gonna lie about that. But just don't feel so bad for me because everything got better once I started to have equity in my own life. Right, I was able to get up in the morning and decide what kind of man I was gonna be. I could decide how I was gonna view the world. I could decide how how I was gonna look at things. And once I understood that science, once I became gained that consciousness to become self-aware. Once I kind of elevated my thinking to be able to see myself from the outside and say, okay, Boyce, it's your decision. What kind of man you gonna be right now? That was the best thing in the world to experience. I no longer felt like anybody's victim. I didn't feel like anybody controlled my stuff but me. I understood, like, wait a minute, if I decide that I'm going to do my best. If I decide that I'm going to be optimistic, if I decide that I'm going to go hard and believe in myself and be and choose to be confident, choose to be, just choose to be. That's it. The people don't know confidence really is a choice. Confidence does not mean you're perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Confidence does not mean that you won't mess up. Everybody messes up. Confidence does not mean that you ain't got no flaws. Everybody got them. I promise you that's the case. Confidence is kind of a decision to, it's really a love decision. It's loving yourself enough to accept yourself not just when you're perfect, but to accept yourself when you are highly imperfect. That it really comes back to love, and I encourage you to think about that. I encourage you to think about this. Confidence that is sort of this type of unconditional love where you say, "I'm all I got, and I'm gonna ride or die with me till the wheels fall off. I'm going down with this ship." So I'm not scared of the bad outcomes because I'm gonna be there whether it's good or bad, sunny or rainy. It doesn't matter. And I'm telling you, when you learn how to have that type of unconditional love for yourself, it gives you a type of courage where you're like, look, I ain't scared to stand by Boyce because me and Boyce been hanging out since since grade school. Okay, maybe me and Boyce met each other when I was 19 or 20 years old, actually, because before that, I don't think I knew who I was. But once I started to think about that and realized that that's kind of a choice, well, I said, oh no, if I got option A, option B, and option C, whichever option is aligned with winning, I want that option. That's the one I'm consciously choosing. Right. So think I want you to go back and think about this in terms of investing. And we're going to get to a lottery winner in a minute. That this is something that's just flowing through me right now. I got to share this. I really encourage you to understand that linkage between self-love and self-confidence, and then the linkage between self-confidence and taking risks. A person who is confident will take risks. Not because they know it's going to be fine. That's if you know it's going to work out, then that's not a risk. That's not a risk. That's easy. Anybody can shoot a layup, but can you shoot the 3-point shot? Can you do that? Right? And if you shoot a 3-point shot, even if you're the best shooter in the world, you're only going to hit maybe 50, 60% of the shots at best. But you also know that there's such a thing as calculated risk, meaning that if I'm a shooter, I take a good shot. I don't take a bad one. I practice. I don't just go out there sloppy. So I maximize my probability of hitting the shot. But Steph Curry never steps up to the 3-point line knowing that that shot's going to go in. He just knows that he's confident. So self-love and self-confidence are connected, and self-confidence and risk-taking are connected. Confident people take chances and they just are willing to roll with whatever happens. People that love themselves tend to be more confident because they're not spending all their time thinking about all the things that can go wrong or everything that's wrong with them or why they're not qualified for the job. And I guarantee you that that a decent percentage of the people in this room right now, there's a few hundred of you here watching now, almost 1,000, I guess. That's about how many we have every day for class. I bet you that most people in this room at some point have scenarios where you become your biggest hater, where you become your biggest critic, where everybody you see flaws in yourself that nobody else sees because you know yourself so well. You know all the little dark secrets that nobody's ever going to find out. You know all the areas where you messed up. You are hamstrung and locked in by your inner child who was clumsy and sloppy and had trauma. You know these things. You know the nooks and crannies of your existence, and those nooks and crannies can haunt you. They can haunt the hell out of you because that inner child never goes away. Little Boyce, my nickname was Coco. Little Coco is always around, and little Coco, he's a little bit damaged, and it doesn't change. If I think about him too much, I might bust out in tears when I start thinking about how he feels. But then there's also the other part of me that made a decision to say I'm going to love and nurture that little child. I'm going to love him and tell him it's okay. It's all right for you to go out here and make a damn fool of yourself if something goes wrong. It's okay for you to try. It's okay for you to go out and fail. That's where the self love, the unconditional love, because I'm gonna love him no matter what. If he fails, I'm still gonna say it's all right, man. You got this. Look at all the great things you've done. Go back out there. Come on, we're gonna go back out there and fight. You understand? So that self love and that self confidence leads to a better risk assessment, which will affect you economically because you'll gain the ability to take chances. You will make the decision to be confident. I believe that confidence really is a choice. It feels weird. It's like I'm going to choose to be confident, even though I'm not sure why. But I love myself and I'm all I got, and I'm going to maximize my probability of success. You have no idea how many times I've had to have that conversation with myself before maybe I would go on a CNN or something or give some big speech or go into some meeting or go have to try to do something where I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm thinking, oh God, I'm the leader. I guess I got to figure something out here. And then you always surprise yourself every time, right? Especially, like I kind of think I believe in being of substance and not flash. I see a lot of flashy people that, deceive with their flashiness. I'm not trying to be flashy. I always believe in having substance. And so sometimes if you don't see the substance that's there, it can cause you to hesitate a little bit, where someone else will go and take something that you could have gotten if you'd simply been more confident. So don't let that happen to you. That those are some of my biggest regrets in life, and I encourage you to love yourself enough to take the chances you need to take so you can have the life that you want. And I don't know what that looks like for you, but I encourage you to do that. All right. Now, before we move on, I want to mention really quickly. Later on, I'm going to send out some stuff on some stocks and crypto that I just saw. There's really some interesting things happening in terms of investing, and I know that quantum investing's kind of been taken off lately. A lot of those quantum computing stocks that we talked about last week are doing really well right now. And I'll probably send that out to you again in case you didn't get that. And also, I had that list of real estate investment trusts as well. And so, all that, if you are on the text list, you'll eventually get a chance to receive all that stuff. So make sure you get on the text list for this class. The way you can do that is on your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And we got some other stuff coming up for you in the Black Business School. In fact, Thursday, we are doing a meeting of our crypto club. And so we're going to bring in an expert that's going to talk about what's going on with crypto, where the opportunities are, things like that. So if you'd like to participate in that, I'll send you guys a text and invite you in if you'd like to try it out. Okay, so here is the story about Jack Whitaker. Jack Whitaker was this guy who won the lottery, and he won 100, well, he won 340 million, but I guess they give you the option of getting it all at once. So he chose to get his money in a lump sum, and he got 113 million dollars. Now, the interesting thing about Jack was that Jack seemed like a really cool guy. He would give massive amounts of money away. First thing he did with 113 million was he gave 14 million dollars to a local charity. I love the generosity of that, but I would be deeply concerned that you would give away 10% of the money just right off the bat. I think that was a little bit much. But anyway, in addition to that, what Jack would do is he would just give like 10, 20, 30, $40,000 to people just for whatever reason. Like if you met a waiter that he liked their personality, he would give them $50,000 or whatever, which I love that because he was really changing people's lives. But as you can imagine, that's not really sustainable. And so, anyway, as you probably know, what's going, how this story is going to end. It ended very badly for Jack. In fact, there was a time where they asked him about winning the lottery, and he actually said, if I could go back in time, I would tear that lottery ticket up." And I think the thing that probably affected him the most was what happened with his granddaughter. So his granddaughter, he just gave her a bunch of money, and that's the danger when a young person gets a lot of money and they don't have a purpose, they don't have anything to do, they don't have to go to work, they don't have anything, they don't have any reason to just be motivated to do anything. Well, this poor girl, she got hooked on drugs and she died from a drug overdose at the age of 17, very young. And so that probably was a big catalyst in terms of him regretting what happened, but also other things happened. He became once people kind of got to know that he had this money because he was kind of loud about it. And I've talked about this a lot. I say this a lot to my rapper friends. I say, why are y'all so damn loud about money? Like when you're loud with money, in fact, there's a billionaire, Michael Roberts, who he's going to teach a class in the Black Business School at some point. I got to call him, but he came in and one thing he spoke about was he said rich people are loud, but wealthy people whisper. He said wealthy people whisper because they don't want you to know how much money they have. They don't need to prove to you that they're the boss. They know they're the boss. They don't need to prove to you that they're rich. They know that they're rich. Their goal is to stay rich. So part of staying rich is, look, I don't even want to be a target. I don't want to be a target of the feds. I don't want to be a target of criminals. I don't want to be a target of scammers. I don't want to be a target of beggars. I don't want to be a target of anybody. So no, I don't need you to know how much money I have. And to some extent that is a mental health sort of issue, right? If you are a person that has some sort of emotional deficiency where maybe you've never gotten enough attention and you haven't overcome that, then perhaps attention seeking behavior might be something you would engage in, which could be detrimental to you and the protection of the things that you value. So basically, Jack was a guy that liked the attention. In fact, he carried around a briefcase with $545,000 in the briefcase just so he could give money away to people when he saw them. Well, the criminals also heard that he had $545,000 in a briefcase everywhere he went. So, of course, he got robbed. I mean, if you're looking to rob somebody, why not rob the guy that you know has $545,000 in his briefcase? And he got robbed at a strip club because I'm sure the strippers were happy to see him come through the door. Oh, there's Jack. Jack is so much fun, right? The ballers are here, girl. The ballers are here, right? You know what they do, right? So because there's a science to that. I told you about that story where I taught when I used to write for AOL Black Voices, and I got that email from that lady that worked for. She was a little hood. She kind of spoke a lot of Ebonics, but I got it all, because I'm black too. And she was a nice lady, but I wasn't really sure. I just listened to this crazy story because I had to call her back. Because what happened was I had written a story about Lawrence Taylor, the NFL player, and he got into this situation with an underage girl, and she happened to be a prostitute, and the Gloria Allred was suing him and everything. And I wrote about it, and she emailed me, and it was all caps. You know how people write in all caps? It's like they're screaming at you. She's like, I know these girls, and I know what's really going down. Hey, that's just some BS. Blah, blah, blah. So I had to call her. She put her phone number. I called her. I don't know if it was a bad idea or a good idea, but I really was intrigued. I sat on the phone with this lady for about 2.5 hours, and I did not even say hardly a word. I didn't say hardly anything. I just listened to her talk because the story was so fascinating. It blew my mind. And so what she said, according to her story, is she said, "Oh, I know that girl." She said they have this little gang. It was like three of them. They were very young, like 15, 17, and 19. And the oldest one was a very pretty girl, and she was a girlfriend of a gang leader, who was in jail. And I said, well, how do and she's telling me all this deep inside information. And I'm like, well, how do you know all this? Are you a criminal too? Like, what are you? And what she said was, she said, I'm a butt doctor. I work for a butt doctor. I said, what? What did you say? She said, I work for a butt doctor. I said, what? She said she worked for this doctor in Brazil that would come and give butt injections to the strippers. That's what she. So I'm talking to this lady who works for the butt doctor, and we're on the phone, and she's just giving me this crazy, fascinating story. So of course I was like, tell me more. This is really interesting. So she's telling me that these three girls had this little gang, and she said the oldest girl was her boyfriend was a big drug dealer who was in jail, and she said they're in love, so they kind of see it's each other like a Bonnie and Clyde type thing. And she said the reason she knew the girl was because the girl looks really sweet and innocent, and she thought she was just a troubled youth that kind of needed a role model. She said, so I moved her in my house. And next thing you know, this girl was trying to sleep with my husband, right? So she wasn't no little girl. She was trying to be a grown ass woman. And she said, of course, I had to get her out of there. But during that time, she said that she sort of got an eye into their life. And so what would happen is that the boyfriend in prison would tell his girlfriend, "Hey, this guy I want to kill, he goes to this barber shop, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to show up. I want you to look sexy, and I want you to get him to think that he's gonna get some, you know what." get him back to the hotel room, and I'll get some people in there that will come in and take him out. And that was how they would kill people. And it made me think about just some of the things you have to do in order to protect yourself in terms of dealing with the fact that there are people that will exploit a vulnerability that you have. And there have been many, many men that have lost their lives because because for a lot of men, their intelligence level drops when it comes to sexuality. If you're not sexually responsible and sexually careful, then someone can lure you into a situation that could be very harmful for you. And this was not only how they got revenge, it was also how they got money. So one of the things that they would do to get money, so this is what makes it a money conversation. I want to make sure you don't think I'm just talking about strippers and butt doctors for nothing. All right. So anyway, so what they would do is they would study the different rappers and athletes, and they knew which ones like to, just love the ladies, like to just mix it up with any pretty girl that came along. So they would figure out, what they like to talk about, and where they were going to be, and they would show up and looking all good and everything with fake IDs and stuff in case you asked them if they were of age or whatever. And the 19-year-old didn't need one, but the other two did. And they would get the man back to the hotel room, and then they would give him a date rape drug. They would give him like the Diddy drug, right? So men are not the only ones who've used these things. It's been women too. Cardi B talks about this actually. She's very honest. She's really interesting to listen to. And so when the man goes to sleep, they would then put the 15-year-old girl in the bed with the man and take pictures of him sleeping with this 15-year-old. And then they would blackmail the man with the pictures. And she told me that their dream was they wanted to save up $20,000 so they could go to, or 30 or something, so they can move to California and become adult film stars. That was their dream. This is very sad, right? That this is the dream for, it's sad, right? But it's true. It's a true story. So anyway, so the athlete would wake up and he would be like, what the hell's going on? And they would show him the pictures and they would say, we got these pictures of you in the bed with this underage girl. And so if you don't give us $10,000, we will send these pictures to your wife. We'll send them to your team. We'll also send them to the media. And that was the hustle, right? And so what was also interesting was that one of the little girls, I think the oldest one, she was sleeping with probably about 10 men a day or something, and wasn't protecting herself or anything. So she went to, this isn't funny, this is tragic, but it's might as well. I mean, I don't know. You can laugh. I'm not going to judge you. So she goes to get a test, like an HIV test, and they ask, like, well, how many partners have you had in the last month? And she's like, I don't know, about like 150 or something. And so they literally told her, they said, y'all need to stay in the house and do not leave the house for until we get your test results, because we're calling the Centers for Disease Control. And that's how crazy it was. And of course, they didn't listen because kids don't listen. But anyway, this was interesting to me, mainly as a financial story, because what it spoke to is how some of the things that we think are cultural norms, like wealthy men being very promiscuous, is not necessarily the most logical way for you to live your life. Because if you have money and you are engaged in the intimate act of sleeping with a person or whatever, letting your hair down a little bit. I can't let my hair down. I don't have no hair, but you get the point. Then you're making yourself vulnerable. That's the point. You're making yourself vulnerable. And I think as men, we feel like we're invincible. We feel like, I'm the dominant one here. If anybody's gonna get victimized, it would be you, but it ain't gonna be me because I'm a man. And that's not how the world works. Lots of people get victimized, male and female. And in this case of Jack Whitaker, he's going to the strip club with $545,000 in his briefcase. That makes him the talk of the town. He's getting all this attention. And the thing about attention is that all attention is not good attention. Like, so for example, even in my life, what I do publicly, it does get attention. I go to cities all around the world, even cities I've never been to. People recognize me on the street. That's a gift and a curse. It's a gift when I meet somebody that is friendly and loving and supportive. And hey, I love what you do. And we bought our first house because of you. And we started our bit. I love that, right? But then there's the other side of me that says, well, I also need to have a security guard around because everybody doesn't love what you do, and you don't know what's brewing out there, right? So money draws attention. And if you notice, I've never gone out and bragged about how much money I make. I don't do that because you get that attention and you don't know what the intention is behind the attention. So with Jack Whitaker, he's newly rich. He's walking around going to the strip club with $545,000 in a briefcase. Of course, he's going to get robbed. Of course, the strippers are going to try to scam him. Of course, these things are going to happen. So, all these things occurred and it ruined his life. It made him say, I wish I had never won the lottery because now my life is worse because of the money than it was before I even had the money. And don't ever think that money always makes your life better. Money is powerful, right? Money has the ability to accelerate the direction of whatever you're already doing. So if you're already doing stupid stuff, then money gives you the ability to do more stupid stuff. If you're already going to crash the car, money just speeds the car up. So instead of crashing the car at 40 miles an hour, you're now going to crash the car at 180 miles an hour, which is going to increase the likelihood that your car is going to explode and that you're going to die. So to some extent, having less money and less power, it means for some of us, when we don't have consciousness, it means that you have less ability to destroy yourself. Right. So sometimes not having the money, this is why when you protect your wealth in the next generation, you got some kids in your family that don't need to have a whole bunch of money because you're gonna ruin them. Like he gave all that money to his granddaughter died at 17. Had she not had all that money, I'm willing to bet you that she probably wouldn't have died at 17. It's sad. I mean, again, my heart goes out to them. I'm not saying I told you so at all. That's not the goal here. The goal is to say, to talk about what money does. His granddaughter's name was Brandy, by the way. What else? Also, he didn't really have much of a financial plan. So what he would do is he would make another crucial mistake when it comes to money, which is investing in a lot of bad business ventures, right? So somebody comes along and they say, I need $50,000 because I want to open a liquor store, and they have no experience running a business at all, but it just seems like a good idea. You give them the 50,000, the money just disappears like that. Be careful with those businesses that your friends bring to you because it's easier to get your money in than it is to get your money out. We've talked about this. That's called liquidity. Liquidity is the ability to take your equity and convert it into cash. What I have found is that when you put your money into something, typically it's very hard to get it out. That's why I like the stock market because I can put my money in and I can pull my money out, and it only takes a matter of seconds. Now, a couple of things you want to consider here is there are various financial theories that this relate to. I'm not going to cover them all because I don't want to make your head spin. Let's see, who's it? Tammy says, "What's a butt doctor?" Oh, a butt doctor gives you the injections if you want to get the silicone. The strippers got they got the unnaturally big, you know, things. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying. It's Saturday morning. I ain't trying to gross you out, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You got something to shake back there, and so they get the injections, and that makes me sad. Just as a side note, I mean the health effects, Lord Jesus, and I don't know. I just wonder how that's going to feel and what that's going to look like when you're 65 or 70 years old. But I'm not judging. God bless you. Whatever you choose to do, I support that. All right. So anyway, there is something that people talk about called the lottery curse or a type of or the impact of what they might also refer to as sudden wealth syndrome. And basically, this says that people they have sudden wealth and they get this massive dopamine injection. Remember, money affects the same region of your brain as cocaine, so it feels like a drug. You're going through this high. You feel like it's going to last forever, and it doesn't. It never lasts forever. When I was in grad school, I was broke. I was flat broke. I didn't make that much money. I made about minimum wage. My first job at Syracuse, I made $115,000 a year. I could have got more if I knew how to negotiate. I was mad because I literally got exactly what I asked for, and you should never get exactly what if you ask for like they offered me 100, and I said I that's not enough. That's not enough for me to leave my program early and all that because I was hot stuff. I was the only black person on the planet to get a PhD in finance that year, so I was the only one. If you wanted a African American, I was the only one, male or female. But I underestimated my value, right? So this guy, his name was Howard, and he came and he offered me 100, and I said, I don't know if that's enough for me to leave early because I was going to the league, like the NBA athletes leave and stuff, and I was like, I think I need more. And he said, well, how much? I said, I don't know, at least 115. And so the next day he calls and he says, guess what? I got you 115. And I said, damn. Like, I should have said like 150 because you got to make it hard. There's something in negotiation. Sanford Grossman, who's a professor at Wharton, talks about something like how to negotiate. You're supposed to negotiate, not where you don't want to negotiate a deal where the other side is super happy that you took the deal. That means you left money on the table. You negotiate to what they call the point of indifference, the point where you've literally pulled out every nickel to the point where they're kind of like, okay, I don't care if you come or not. If you ask for another dollar, I'm gonna say no, right? Then you say, okay, I'll take that, right? So I probably should have asked for like 160 or something because I literally could have gotten probably 140 or something. My friend got 140 because he asked for it. But anyway, that's a lesson in life. But I got that first job, and at that time, 115K was a ton of money. For it still is. It's still great money, right? And so I got that first paycheck, and I was doing cartwheels in the hallway. I felt like Pookie the crackhead from New Jack City. I was feeling real good about life, and the second paycheck felt really good. The third one felt really good, and then eventually it kind of levels off. You kind of normalize, and literally by the end of the year my sense of gratitude for that money I was making had kind of disappeared. But I had an addiction to it. I needed it. Like, if you cut my paycheck, I would feel anxiety because of that. But there wasn't like that same excitement to get that money that I had when I first started. So this kind of happens in sudden wealth syndrome. You just get a bunch of money, you're like, oh, this is great. My life is better forever. And the problem is, and it's just like love, you ever have those people that are deeply unhappy and then they find somebody and they're like, oh my God, I'm happy now because I met the right person. And then, but then give it like 9 months or so, they're not gonna be happy anymore because if you're not happy when you walk into the new relationship, you're never going to be happy. You have to be happy before you get there in order to be happy because that happiness has to come internally. And Will Smith talks about that. I like Will Smith. He's a smart guy. I respect him. And the same thing is true when it comes to finances. It all affects the same region of your brain. So when you get the money, you can't ever get trapped into thinking that, oh, that's it's something external that's going to make you content and complete. It's definitely got to be internal. So you think, oh, if I'll be happy if I can get a nicer house, or I'll be happy if I can make more money. I can be happy if I can get a car. Sure, money matters. Money does not buy happiness. However, losing the money you have can cause financial anxiety, which can affect your happiness. And then also money, when it's intelligently applied, can affect your happiness, right? So if money helps me remove an obstacle to my happiness, like if I need to meditate every day in order to be at peace and to be happy, and having a little more money allows me space to meditate or exercise or do whatever I got to do to find my balance and my peace, then yes, money can open the door for happiness possibilities, but it has to be a thought out process. It can't be something as silly as like, oh, if I get me a Corvette, I'm going to be happy. You won't be. Deion Sanders, when he was a football player, he had all the money in the world, he had all the women, he had all the fame, all the power, all the respect, and he was ready to kill himself. That was, and to me, that is similar to probably what a drug addict feels when they get to the point where no matter how much of this drug they take now, it doesn't give them that high anymore. So then they go into that depression. So that intelligent use of money is extremely important. Sudden wealth syndrome is something to look out for. The second piece is there's something called loss aversion, and loss aversion kind of says that generally speaking people fear losing money more than they desire making more money. That's a natural thing. This creates what in finance we talk about is what they call a concave utility function. All that means is that when you get to the point where you're taking risk, it's natural to think about the downside as much as you think about the upside. Sometimes we think about the downside more than the upside, and that's okay. That's actually fine. But what happens is that as you get wealthier and as you get a lot of money in your pocket, you're not thinking as much about the downside. You're thinking about just the upside. So effectively, his investing behavior was what might be seen as very overconfident. It's like, okay, I've got like NBA players go through this all the time. You got this $100 million contract, so who cares if you invest $300,000 here or throw away $200,000 there? You're very confident because you feel like the money will never run out. I used to go through this every 2 weeks when I got my paycheck from Taco Bell. Tell me if you've ever gone through this. I used to get that check and I would go cash it because I was a teenager and that's what teenagers kind of do, I guess. And I would get this big pile of money. I get a bunch of 20s, and it felt like so much money. And in my mind, I would think I'm never going to run out of money. I've got an endless supply of money. Like if I've got a big stack of 20s in my pocket, big wad of money, nothing less than a 20. If you need a 5-0, Boyce Watkins got plenty, right? So anyway, so you got this big stack of money, nothing less than a 20 in your pocket, and you go to the store and it costs $5. It's like, oh, okay. This thing costs $3. Okay. Oh, well, let's go to McDonald's. This is going to cost, $7. Okay, okay, right. And then next thing, and it was crazy. It was almost like a magic trick. Every single time I would run out of money. Like I get my check Friday, cash it Friday, have a hell of a weekend, get through about half the week, and by about Wednesday or Thursday, the money starts running light, and you're reaching in your pocket expecting a big wad of 20s, and there's like two, or maybe there's like 120, a 10, a five, and three ones, and a bunch of quarters. And you're like, what the hell happened? Like, where's the money? And every single time that would happen, I was like, what is going on? How is it that when I get paid, I feel like I have all this money, but then a week later, I'm broke again? And it was weird. And what that really comes down to is that money makes you high. Money is like dope. And what dope does is dope has you feeling like you're Superman or Superwoman. Dope. It gives you what in finance research is referred to as investor or spender overconfidence. You are overconfident in how much money you have, and that overconfidence leads you to make faulty decisions. So this man, Jack Whitaker, had extreme overconfidence. I mean, you got 113 million in the bank. Of course, you're never going to run out of money, but no, you can still run out of money with 113 million dollars. So financial consciousness must always be present. In fact, it's interesting. Ironically, Bill Cosby was very good at being financially conscious, even when he was very wealthy. He didn't waste money on silly things. He kept up with his money. Unfortunately, his lack of consciousness came with excessive involvement with many, many, many women, and possibly doing something that was illegal. Again, we can't take that off the table. Again, I just believe in proof. Like I think you got to prove things, but still, I mean, those allegations were pretty bad. And Cosby probably, I'm gonna guess he's probably over time gonna give away at least 400 or 500 million, maybe $500 million away due to the inability to control that one area of his life, right? And I think that's where his flaw. I mean, I guess a lot of people have flaws. I also know, and this is interesting. This kind of fits with that theme that I think for men, that just that sexual thing and the fact that we live in a society that doesn't encourage sexual discipline for men, especially if you have money. Like people really kind of feel like, and I've seen this up close because I was single for many years before I married my wife, where people sometimes feel that because you have money, you should just do whatever you want with whoever you want. And I never felt I believe in things like karma. I kind of think if you live a sloppy life, that's going to eventually catch up with you. And so it's kind of a theme, right? Tiger Woods, for example, because of his inability to control that one section of his life, it cost him probably, I'm gonna guess, 500 million. Because I know his wife alone, she got, I think, 250 million. But then there's the women he had to pay off in the lawsuits and all that. Um, but then on top of that, it cost him much more than money because one of his greatest dreams was to break Jack Nicklaus's record for the number of majors won. I think Nicklaus had won 18 majors or something. Tiger was up to 15. He was on his way to breaking that record. I was a big fan of Tiger Woods. I loved his excellence. I loved what his dad did with him. But there's that one area they did not cover, which was sexual discipline. Look, son, I know you love the ladies, and the ladies gonna love you, but you gotta put a cap on it. You have to have some degree of moderation. If you don't have, if you are too extreme, this can destroy you. And you saw that what happened with Tiger in 2009 when the little thing happened with the women and it came out. I mean, this man was all over the place. I mean, porn stars and just crazy stuff. And I'm gonna tell you, I think the problem was him as a 21-year-old hanging out with Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley. That was bad right there, right? You should have hung out with somebody like me. I'm nerdy. I would have got you. I would have had you playing video games or something. I mean, but to be out with Jordan, Jordan is a great guy. He's a great athlete for the most part, and I know people that know him, so I'm going to be nice and careful because one of my friends used to be the chairman of the Jordan brand, Larry Miller. He's a great guy, and I don't want to disrespect Jordan, but I kind of feel like Jordan because he was so powerful and he was a leader that he got a lot of young guys in trouble. He mentored them in the wrong way. He had them in bad situations. Even Antoine Walker, who lost all of his wealth, he talks about gambling with Jordan for 24 straight hours and literally spending like money he could not afford. Michael Jordan, yeah, he's going to make money for the rest of his life because he's Michael Jordan. You're not him. And so you're trying to gamble with him, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. And just as a side note, gambling addictions are going to be massive and problematic and destroy billions in black wealth. I want you to pay attention to how when these companies, the DraftKings and stuff like that, when they're marketing, they're using black men in these ads a lot. A lot. A lot of these ads will use black men, black comedians. Jamie Foxx over here. You got Kevin Hart over there. They coming to get your money, man. They coming to get your and I want to give I really appreciate the guys at Earn Your Leisure for they called out, I think, Joe Budden, one of the podcasters. They said, stop promoting gambling to black people. I was very impressed by the fact that they said that because that's going to lead to a conflict, a massive conflict. Look, I'm not a person that will ever scold anybody for what they do with their money. I'm not. I've bet on games before. I think I bet on the Super Bowl and I didn't win. And every now and then it's fun. But I'm not really in that target demographic. The target demographic they're really trying to destroy is men between the ages of, say, 20 and like 35. Because there's something about that testosterone, that overconfidence that will make them just trick away all their money and then looking crazy when you are 100,000 in the hole and you're only making 40,000 a year. And then that leads to a whole bunch of other cascading problems. People have taken their lives because of how much their gambling losses were, the hopelessness that can occur when you're looking at this massive debt and your income is like this. Then at that point, the only way you have a chance to solve this problem, it's like you're in a basketball game where you're 40 points behind and there's 10 minutes to go. You're not going to be able to close that deficit without taking a whole lot of chances. Now, if you're playing football, you got to throw the ball down. You got to throw in Hail Marys constantly. If you're playing basketball, you got to shoot nothing but three-pointers. And if it doesn't work, it's going to just increase the deficit. So what happens with the gamblers, this is the trick. They get deep in the hole and then they calculate mathematically the only way I can get out of this hole is to take even more risk. And then it doesn't work. And then next thing you know, you went from 100,000 in the hole to 250,000 in the hole. And then you got this wife and kid at home who are gonna now suffer. Who your wife has no idea that y'all about to lose the house. Your kids don't know that daddy is about to get killed by a bookie. And this just creates all these problems and all this anxiety. And I guarantee you that if you would do research, how many people have taken their lives because a gambling addiction got out of control? You'll find endless stories where this has happened. Because then you're like, the only way I can help the family is if I just die and get them the insurance money or something like that. And that's a terrible place to be. And I just beg anybody that's listening to warn your sons, protect yourself, because this has happened before. We've allowed this kind of we've allowed sports betting before, and it was tragic when they did it the first time. They've had games, the World Series, I think 1919, the World Series got fixed. Pete Rose got a lifetime ban. There are so many. Art Schlichter was one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of Ohio State. That's my alma mater. Well, I think Art Schlichter, I think that was his name. He got this addiction in college that ruined him. He got banned from the NFL. He all the money that he made, he tricked it all away in 2 or 3 weeks. His whole signing bonus was gone in less than a month. So my point is to say that just because everybody else is doing it doesn't mean you should do it. Just because they make it legal does not make it good for you. This country has a lot of things that they legalize and encourage, and they encourage and legalize those things because capitalism works best when your customer is an addict. Capitalism works best when you can get people addicted to your product. They study how to get you addicted. Social media, they study how to get you addicted. They use the same methods that the casinos use for gambling addicts. When it comes to sports betting, they want you addicted. When it comes to the liquor, they want you addicted because addicts are excellent customers because they're going to pull out their last nickel to feed the beast that has been born inside of them, and that is damn near demonic. That would be almost like a type of demonic capitalism that just allows society to run rampant with all these addictions that are very harmful to people. We talked about the sports betting, but also just the alcohol. Look at how many people. My One of my best friends just lost one of her best friends last week. 'Cause he was drinking. 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 He was d because some drunk driver was driving down the road and rammed into her, and suddenly everybody's life is all messed up. My daughter almost got killed by a drunk driver, but yet we just think alcohol is fun because this is so much fun. Party over here. No, it's not a party. It's sometimes it's death, man, and it's insanity to me because when you're not a leader, when you're just a follower, you just think it must be okay because everybody's doing it. And I hope that you understand that that can't be the case. You have to have your own barometer of what intelligent behavior looks like. You have to have your own compass for that. Society will not give you a good compass. They will guide you right off a cliff and destroy you. And then when you die, they'll just start taking money from your kids. Okay, so that's what they do. All right. So anyway, before I finish this up, I want to remind everybody what's going on in the Black Business School this week. First off, if you want to hear from us every morning when we do our millionaire training camp, make sure you're on the text list. Pull out your phone, and write this down. Somebody type this in the chat because sometimes some of us are not as quick as others to write numbers down. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can just go to drboyceelevate.com if you want to sign up for the class if you're not already enrolled. So drboyceelevate.com. Also, don't forget that we have ladies from Fly Nubian Money that go live every day. Constance Carter ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. We have Dr. Lene Javette, who's an expert on entrepreneurship and Black people. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, who's done great work on things like financial anxiety and things like that. They actually do this show every day at 1 o'clock, one Monday through Friday. And if you want to be notified when they go live, you can text the word Queens to the phone number 87948. And I hope you'll support them. I think we should really listen to our women because our women are smart and they're capable and they're amazing and they're the most educated on the planet and they're just doing big things. And I really think that as men, just a great tribute that will enhance your masculinity, in my opinion, is to really honor and respect all the great women that are really holding it down and doing great things in our society. So starting with my wife, I honor all the women that are doing this, but then also there are so many women that are not going to get the attention they deserve because they ain't twerking. They ain't taking their clothes off. They're not setting up an OnlyFans. They're actually accomplishing things that are really beneficial to society. So the ladies of Fly Nubian Queens do that. Fly Nubian Queen do that. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they'll send you a text notification when they go live every single Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock. And they talk about really interesting topics that relate to our community and our wealth. And there's others in there. Athena Gardner, who is an expert on artificial intelligence. And there's Lala. Lala is Laura Key. Laura Key, who actually, ironically, we were talking about drunk driving. Lala came into this class, and Lala actually, she's an international real estate expert that lives in Argentina, and two of her sisters were killed by a drunk driver, and it's just, this stuff bothers me. It does. But so anyway, if you want to support the ladies, I hope you'll text the word Queens to the number 87948. Come in, not just listen to them and learn from them because they're smart, they're going to benefit you, but also, give them some love. Like, join the conversation. Like we want our community to have conversations that we need to have that are going to make us better. There are a lot of conversations that don't make anybody better. There are a lot of conversations that are interesting but not healthy. And I think healthy, intelligent conversations will help our people become great again. Right? Just to steal the term, not just from Trump. Trump ain't the first person to say "Make America Great Again." Actually, Bill Clinton used to say that, and I think even George Bush said that. So that term "Make America Great Again" is an old term. Lots of politicians have used it. Well, I want to make Black people great again because I know that we're great and we're extraordinary, and I believe when it comes to economics, starting there, we're going to take the lead on earth. Like we're going to be the best on the planet because we're getting our kids ready at 4, 5, 6 years old. And that to me is the win. That's the holy grail. All right. So anyway, one more theory. So let's finish up this conversation about Jack Whitaker, and then I'll let you guys go for the day and until tomorrow. So one other financial theory that might fit with this situation with Whitaker, who won the $113 million lottery, lost all the money, and then eventually died. I think he died in 2016. His granddaughter died at 17 years old, I think a few years before that. So it was really sad that he won this money. He actually said, "I wish I had never won it." And one other financial theory that does apply for his experience is what they call basically social pressure and lifestyle expectations. So basically, behavioral economics, and I'm looking at it right now just to refresh my memory. It shows that wealth can attract a lot of undue social pressure, leading to what they call lifestyle inflation. So, tell me if you've ever gone through this. First of all, let me ask you this: how many of you are considered to be one of the more financially successful people in your family? Like, how many of you are maybe one of the first ones to break a generational curse, first one to go to college? First one to go to Harvard, first one to make 100,000, first one to, own real estate. I mean, I know if you're not doing well, you're eventually going to be doing well because the things I'm talking to you guys about when it comes to economics, this is cutting edge stuff. So you're going to be great at mastering your economics, right? So a lot of you have that expectation that because you're doing well, that you're going to pay for everything, right? You go to dinner with your friends and they look at you when the bill comes because they know that you're going to cover the bill, and you feel like you're supposed to do that because maybe you have survivor's guilt, or maybe you just feel like, well, because I'm doing well, I should be covering everything. I should be big balling all the time. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a great type of generosity, and I respect that immensely. But there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. And there was a great TED talk I saw from a black lady who was she said that she had an MBA from Harvard, and she said that her finances were so bad that literally she'd have like $1.50 in her bank account, but yet she's sitting, at dinner with these other, established, distinguished Harvard alums, and she's feeling like she's supposed to show up in a certain financial condition, but yet she's sweating and hoping that she doesn't have to pay the bill because she can't pay the bill. So the bill arrives and she'd have to sneak away and go to the bathroom, things like that. And a lot of her pressure came from the fact that people would just assume, well, you're an MBA from Harvard, so of course you have all the money. Of course you're doing quite well. And that's just a lot of pressure there. And so with this guy Whitaker, when he won 113 million, he ended up, telling everybody he had this money. So everyone expected things from him. They would bring their financial problems to him, almost like in the movie The Godfather, where everyone lined up at his son's wedding and they would just bring all their problems and say, "Hey, Godfather, I'm having trouble with this, trouble with that," and he'd say, "Okay, my son," right? And that's okay to a point, but it's something that has to really be managed and calibrated. Take it from somebody who goes through that a lot. My family knows that I'm not broke. And so what that does is that means I have to be really conscious about my social circle and how I manage expectations that other people have. And really the bigger factor is understanding the importance of serving the apples but protecting the tree. Right? Like I'm the tree. A lot of people in my family, I pay lots of people. There are lots of people who pay their bills every month because I send them a check. I don't even know, I can't even count how many. Um, but what has to happen is that establishing appropriate boundaries, and this is the kind of thing therapy really helps you with, is establishing appropriate boundaries means I have a limit to how much I can actually do for you. I have a limit to how many of your problems that I can personally absorb. So there's a point where, and it's hard. It's really hard if you're trying to be a good person and be nice or and all that. It's tough because we say things that don't mean anything when we say them, but then they mean something when people call us on it, right? So like people will say little things like, "Hey, let me know if you need anything." For most people, that doesn't mean a whole lot because there's a limit to what they can actually really do for you anyway. But when you got money and you tell a broke person, "Hey, let me know if you need anything," well, then some people might really come and cash that check. Like, "Hey, you said call you if you need anything, and that we're best friends, and so I do need something right now." And it's the same money that I needed last month when I couldn't pay my rent because I have an endless number of financial problems that I expect you to solve because you're supposed to be my friend and you told me to call you if I need anything. And so really I noticed that as I kind of got more money, I had to even be careful about what I said. It's like, okay, how do I really let you know that I care about you or I'm your friend without making you think that there's an infinite pool of requests you can make of me because we're supposed to be friends. Because if I say no, then maybe you interpret that to mean, "Oh, well, you said you cared. You don't really care. You're a blah blah blah," right? Because I'm gonna just tell you, I will just say my opinion. It seems to me that's very very hard to have money or success without somebody calling you a bastard or saying you're greedy or oh you think you better than everybody else or uppity. You have eventually I just had to learn to ignore that and have an internal compass of whether or not I was being a good person or not. Like I know what I can do for you. Like I can't do other little things like say like sometimes for example, one little trick I used to use when I didn't when people didn't know as much about how much money I had is if I knew that I had a cousin that was going to ask me for money, I would start talking about my money problems before he did, right? So I would just say, "Oh man, shoot, I'm broke, man. I ain't getting nothing, man. It's hard out here." Like they're just flat out. I ain't gonna lie, just flat out, like just going with it. Like okay, yeah, man, it's true. And then most if it worked, it would be like, yeah, yeah, I'm struggling. My car's broke down, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, man, my car too. I just had to pay, blah, right? But then when people know you're lying, like they know you got it, that's really hard. Like it's easy to say, "Well, I'm sorry, I don't have it. I can't do anything." But it's different when you say, "I could do something, but I just don't want to. I'm not going to." Right? That's a delicate kind of dance, and it does create paranoia. It does. It makes you very like, gosh, if I become your friend, are you going to start asking me for a whole bunch of stuff and stressing me out because I don't know how to deal with that? And then you could just say no. And there are people that are good at that, but that's hard to do too, right? So there's a balance, right? So anyway, ultimately, those expectations, what I would say to you is the best way I've seen to kind of deal with that is number one, goofy things like trying to flex and brag and show off how much you have. I think that that's immature. It shows that there's some sort of inadequacy within you. That's a self-esteem issue. I don't think you have to show people how much you've got or put it on Instagram or show your new Mercedes with a big bow on it and put a hashtag blessed, where you're doing these like, humble brags. Nobody want to see that crap. It's only going to make people feel worse about their lives and they're not going to like you because of it. Um, then the other piece of that too is living below your means. I think that's the ultimate flex. I think living below your means is an amazing flex for you and for the world. I think that it shows you to be a person of substance and character who doesn't define themselves by how much money you have. It also keeps you financially safe, right? You just, I met one of our kids' friends and they came to the house and I guess for them it was a big deal that Dr. Boyce Watkins lived at the house. The kids, the parents found out and they were like, "Oh my God, I didn't know, this is cool." So I met the dad and we were sitting on the porch talking and he's a cool guy and he said and we were talking to there's somebody else there. I don't remember who was there. And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I was really surprised that you lived in my neighborhood." And I was like, "Well, why is that?" He said, "I don't know. I kind of thought you lived on a house on a hill somewhere, like on a mountain or something. I knew you lived somewhere, but I didn't think it would be here." And I was like, in my mind, what I'm thinking is, I love this house. This is a nice house. We got 6,000 square feet. This is pretty cool. This is balling to me. I don't want to live flashy and gaudy, but I want to be comfortable. I want to be happy, right? And I'm very happy with what I have. Like, why would I, and I kind of felt good about that. I was like, okay, good. Let's not get caught up in the material stuff because I don't think there's any value there. But the material is important in terms of giving you security and giving you peace. I think peace and contentment go so much further than showing off to other people. And so living below your means, not being flashy or gaudy, and not definitely not bragging about how much money you have. That brings a lot of pressure. That one time that I did have that conversation with Tyler Perry a long time ago when he called me, and I asked him. I said the day before he was on the cover of a magazine because he made $100 million that year, and everyone was surprised by that. I said, "How does that feel to be on the cover of a magazine for how much money you made?" And he said, "I hate it." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." He said, because people see how much money you make. They see the top line. They see the 100 million. He said, they don't understand how much it cost me to run this business. He said, they don't know that I just paid Alan Payne $2.5 million or that I just had to pay another 800,000 for this and another $1 million for that. They just see the 100 million and they literally think you have $100 million in your bank account. So, so as you kind of climb the ladder and become successful, I encourage you use your money in a way that's going to allow you to have positive influence on the world. Use it in a way that's going to give you the peace you deserve. Protect the tree because by protecting yourself, you're protecting other people. So I know that even though I have a lot of people that depend on me, the reason I have to pull back and draw a boundary and say, okay, this is for Boyce. This is Boyce's time. Boyce is going to sit over here and work and not be disturbed. Boyce is going to reserve resources for himself. It's not me serving myself. It's not selfish. It's me serving everyone. Because if I stress out and die, or I go broke trying to save everybody like MC Hammer, then a lot of people would suffer. So in conclusion, because wealth in economics is an ecosystem, I give to you, you give to me. Everything's recursive. What I put out, I'm getting that back. That means that I can't take care of you if I'm not taking care of me. And I can't take care of me if I'm not taking care of you. So understanding that about economics and how that works, I think will go a very long way in building your family wealth. We're all connected. We're all connected. So keep that in mind. I hope that that was beneficial and helpful. I didn't mean to overtalk that, but that's a point that I really believe in. So anyway, we're going to meet again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. So I look forward to seeing you. We're going to do a session with Prime. Those of you that are members of the Prime class, where we make income with stock options, there is a recording of the last Q&A that I did. If you log in at drboyceprime.com, you can take a look at that, and it talks about what's going on with this market and the opportunities that are there. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested in joining us. And also, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays on Tuesday, of course. So you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial if you'd like to join our stock market investing club. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. It was great talking to you, and you'll hear from me very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so good to see you. I hope you're having a great day. Now, today is an interesting day because, in case you haven't noticed, the stock market appears to be crashing. There appears to be lots of decline and lots of reasons to be worried. And what I'm going to do is break some of that down so you can fight through the myth and not get caught up in the BS and not let the fear grip you to the point where you miss this golden opportunity to build a massive amount of wealth for your portfolio. Everybody deserves to be rich, and there is a easy pathway to wealth, but you got to know where to look. And that's my job. My job is to be your friendly neighborhood finance professor and break it down for you. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. And just so you know, I'm sending a text out right now to let people know that the class is starting now. I'm sending that out. And by the way, just so y'all know, I actually changed the class a little bit because I felt like there were too many notifications coming out from Zoom. So I shut down a couple of the notifications. So you won't get as many of them. And for some of you, that I'm sure that's quite a relief. But I just want to make sure that you were constantly reminded that we meet every morning for class and all that good stuff. So I shut some of that down. I will send out the text message almost every morning, not every single day, but I'll send that out just to let you guys know. But for the most part, some of the notifications I slowed down on a little bit because we want to engage you, we want to support you, and I want to be consistent with you, but I don't want to annoy you. So if I ever annoy you, just so you know, you can get off the text list anytime. All you gotta do is type the word stop, and it'll automatically take you off the list. And also, just so you know, if you don't open a text for a while, we will automatically take you off the list for the class. And given that we're almost full for this in 2025, we may actually limit membership. We may just put a cap on it because there are a few thousand of you that signed up, and I think that's kind of a big enough number for us to focus on each other. All right. So anyway, how's everybody doing? How are you feeling? I hope that all of you are investing. I hope you are investing because and if you're not investing, this is a great time to go deeper or to start investing for the first time. And the reason this is a great time is because you've heard me say on multiple occasions that market crashes are a blessing. Market crashes are a blessing. Market crashes are a blessing. That is an opportunity. That is a chance to make money. Again, I'm not saying this as a financial influencer. I don't give a damn about being an influencer. I'm a financial scientist. My PhD is in this stuff. You can look at, I put up a picture of my doctorate on my Instagram page yesterday just to show people like stop questioning the credentials. I got this. Like I'm like a surgeon that went to medical school, has real credentials. It's not like I made it up or got an honorary degree and went to a 6-month program. No, I spent the decade. It took a long time studying this stuff, and I did that 20 years ago. So I can tell you that all the data that all the research, everything that's out there pretty much says that historically the stock market, when it goes down, that is a buying opportunity for the most part. The nuance is that you don't know how long the dip is going to last. But if you are a patient investor, I think there's a book called The Patient Investor, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember who wrote it, but or maybe I heard Warren Buffett say that or something like that. If you're a patient investor, then this ain't nothing but a thing. This is easy. This is easy money. This is money falling out of the sky, literally. Now, if you're not patient and you panic and you don't have your trauma in check and you freak out, then yeah, it's going to be hard to make money in the market because everything's going to scare you. That's what's going to happen. The market can be a roller coaster, and like any other roller coaster, there's some people who get on a roller coaster and think they're going to die. Like they get on, or they won't get on an airplane because they really believe that their plane is going to be the one plane out of 100,000 that falls out of the sky that day. And I can't help you if you choose to hold on to an untruth about the data, then I can't fix that for you. I can't. I can only show you what I observed thousands of times as I wrote original research papers in the field of finance. That's very hard to do, by the way. In case you don't know, in case you do y'all understand what I'm saying, trying to explain to you? Um, do you know how hard it is to write an academic research paper that withstands the scrutiny of an academic journal? It's really freaking hard. It's really, really hard. And in fact, when you write stuff like that, you can't just regurgitate information. You have to literally discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered before. That's the standard. That's the standard. So we're living on the edge of space in terms of what we talk about in class. We're looking at stuff that most people won't even understand for 50 years. So what I want you to just realize is that there are just some simple truths about investing that I wish everybody knew. I wish more people would listen. A lot of people don't listen, and then they stay broke and they don't know why. And I just say, well, maybe you should not listen to your cousin who never took a class in finance. Maybe you should listen to someone who knows what's going on. So I can tell you that all the data going back over 120 years, and that's all I used to do when I was at Syracuse. I was a complete workaholic. I was the guy that would work from sun up to sundown. I would work 4 or 5 hours in the morning, take a nap, work 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon, take a nap, work another 2 or 3 hours at night. That's how I was when I was at Syracuse. And all I'd be doing the whole time was going through historical data and academic research on various fields of finance. And I can tell you that that market declines like this historically are an amazing opportunity to make money. The big question is you don't know if this dip, this decline that's happened recently is going to last or if it's just going to vanish. I think there's a probability that it could reverse itself. And the reason I think it could reverse itself very quickly is because there is a lot of fear happening right now due to things like the government shutdown. There's a pending government shutdown. I guess Trump and his boys are already, they already causing some ruckus, but y'all know the Democrats and Republicans, they kind of do the whole Crips and Bloods thing, except at least the Crips and Bloods are more civil to each other than the Democrats and Republicans are. And they always push the government to the brink. And of course, the American citizens are the greatest victims of their debauchery. And so they're pushing the government to the brink where they're risking a government shutdown. There may be a shutdown, but the thing about a shutdown is a shutdown is not the end of the world. It's happened before. And in my opinion, the shutdown isn't just causing the decline that's happened so far or the pending shutdown, but if there is a shutdown, you might see a deeper decline, which is to me a bigger opportunity because I do believe that they're going to reverse it. I believe at some point they're going to announce, we got a deal. Oh my God, emergency averted. And then the stock market will rally, hooray, and everything will go up, and then you'll make all the money back that you were losing before, and then you'll make extra money if you bought the dip. Okay. So if you want to know my strategy in terms of investing, it's I buy the dip. I buy dips on high quality companies, and that's just what it is. That's what I do. And that's the strategy I stick with, even if it's not working in that particular moment. So the best way to deal with market panics is to not panic. Right? When everyone else is panicking, you gotta be cool. Like Outkast, remember that song? We are the coolest motherfuckers on the planet. Ooh, ooh, the sky's falling, ain't no need to panic. We are, right? So do Outkast, the sky's falling, ain't no need to panic. Other investors will panic. When they panic, you just say, okay, I'll make you feel better. Let me buy your stock. Just take 10% off the price and I'll buy your Nvidia from you. And they say, thank you for giving me money and letting me get out of here. And you say, okay, no problem. I'm a patient investor. I'm here for the long haul. I'm just going to sit back now and sit on your asset and wait for it to go up in price. This is how investing works. This is what people do. This is how rich people get their money. They don't freak out and respond to every little weird thing that happens. You got to deal with the market the way I deal with my teenage daughters. Teenage daughters are drama queens. Y'all know this, the hormones and all that, right? So one minute the world's coming to an end, the next minute everything's wonderful, and then the world's coming to an end again. You can't respond to that. I can't match their energy. It would probably kill me. I'm a 53-year-old man. If I tried to match the energy of a 14-year-old girl, I would probably just die on the spot. So I don't do that. I just try to be the consistent rock that they need to help them realize, like, no, it's not the end of the world. There's always Tuesday, right? And then everything gets better, and everybody's happy. So the stock market's the same way. Don't sort of rock back and forth with this, but I would observe it as a learning opportunity, right? This is a great opportunity to learn how investing works. And in fact, what I'll do is give you some quick thoughts and data that'll help you kind of contextualize what's going on here. And also, if you want to learn more about the stock market, we're good at that in the Black Business School, and we can even teach your kids. Our 10-year-olds know the stock market better than 90% of all adults, college educated adults. That's how good we are in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. So if you're interested in getting your kid the financial education that they deserve at an early age, feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Our kids learn stocks, they learn real estate, they learn entrepreneurship, they learn crypto, they learn all the things they need to know to be ready for this world, because the world is deep, difficult, and complicated financially. So the URL is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Or you can also, if you're interested in stuff like that, with kids, text the word youth on your phone to the number 87948. So text youth to the phone number 87948. We'll send you stuff and send you information. And we're not just educating the kids, we educate the parents so the parents can educate the kids, because it's not his job to make sure my kids understand economics. That is my job, my job, my job. All right, let's get it. Okay. So here are a few pieces of data that you can use to understand what's happening in the market. And this is important for us to realize, because a lot of you may or may not know, during the 2008 market crash, the Black community lost about $1 trillion because everybody panicked and sold their stocks when the market went down. Like, so much money got lost. John Rogers, shout out to him. He's a billionaire in Chicago. He wrote a very nice article about that, explaining that. And I met John one time. I went to his office. We sat down and talked for a while. I also saw him at a Cornell West event. So me, him, Cornell West, and Father Michael Flager, another guy that I love. We were all just sitting talking, and I like him. Whenever I meet like these wealthy Black people, I always wonder, okay, are you a brother, or are you a real brother? Are you just Black? Like, which one are you, right? So I was trying to figure out what kind of man he was, and I really liked him. I was very impressed based on what I saw, but I don't know him deeply enough to give a full assessment. But I liked what I saw. Cornell West, I love him. I spent many hours with him. That is a great human being, in my opinion. So anyway, with that being said, John Rogers wrote this really great article. I think it was in the Wall Street Journal, where he basically said, the Black community, you gave away $1 trillion in wealth when you sold all your stocks during the 2007 crash. You were cheering for Obama in one hand, but giving away your wealth in the other, right? So you think that you're getting more power because you got this guy in the White House that looks like you, but you're giving away your real power because you're throwing your economics away. So it's kind of this weird contrast here. And what he explained is that if you look at the market, if you look at a chart of what happened to the Dow and the S&P 500 after that crash, um, it was amazing. Like, so people that were able to be, let me see if I can find a chart. I just want y'all to see this so you can just realize how much Black wealth was given away with that market crash. Basically, people who were able to buy the dip, or at least hold during the dip, made a ridiculous amount of money from the people that gave all their wealth away, right? So here, if you look at this chart, you can see, if you go back to 2000, and here's the crash. Well, duh, boys. I said 2007, 2000. I meant to say 2009, because that's actually when the market formally crashed. But the real estate problem went back, I think, to 07, 08. But here, March 6, 2009, look at that. The S&P 500 went all the way down to 683. It's much higher now. Now it's 5,869. So think about that. I mean, that's almost 10x. That's 10x, literally to what it was before. That's crazy. That should be crazy enough for you, right? But here you see that there was this big drop where it went from 14 to six something. So that's pretty scary. That scared a lot of people. And one of the reasons that my wife, who's a therapist and a professor of social work, worked with me to create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department ever created anywhere. So we are making Black history here with the best scientists, is because what we concluded is that when she got her trauma certification, is she convinced me that your trauma is what's killing your wealth. Your trauma. Traumatized people panic easy. Traumatized people can't stay in relationships because they freak out when something goes wrong. Traumatized people can't make good economic decisions because they're so influenced by instant gratification or self-medication that they make short-term decisions to alleviate this unresolved pain that lies inside of them because of maybe things that happened to you when you were 9. So the trauma kicks in. When you're looking, I mean, financial trauma is almost one of the worst types of trauma that there is. There are very few things that are scarier for people than to look at wealth that you thought you had and to see the value of an asset drop and to see yourself lose $20,000 in your 401k. So the trauma kicks in. Traumatized people can't see the big picture. They don't know how to level off and calm down. They freak out and they run. So basically, this is what happened at this particular point in time. A lot of people freaked out, ran away, said, "Oh my God, I'm getting out of here." That's why my cousin Willie was right. He told me the stock market is the devil, that it's going to crash and I'm going to lose all this money. And cousin Willie is he? I'm mad at him because he should have took my class and I would have told him, "Calm your ass down, get some therapy." Because the market, when it crashes, is a great opportunity to build wealth, but you have to be mentally resolved and settled to take advantage of that opportunity. Mentally ill people don't do well in the stock market because there is a lot to be afraid of. But when I look at the stock market, again, because I'm a financial scientist and I have that advantage, I just see it, it's almost like a movie. Like you watch a movie and crazy things happen in the movie, but you know at the end it's all going to come together nicely and the hero's going to live. But the goal in the movie is to make you think that he might die this time. No, Sylvester Stallone is never going to kill Rambo. No, the hero Katniss Everdeen is not going to die in whatever that movie is that she does. I forgot which one it is. Hunger Games. No, Superman won't be dead. If he dies, they're gonna bring him back to life. That's what they do in the Warner Brothers or Warner Universe, whatever the hell that thing is called. Batman is not going to die because he makes billions of dollars for the movie studio. But they're going to make you think Batman really died, and you might actually believe it. But if you've seen these movies before, you know that he's going to find a way out. So here, the market crashes. Some people run, some people buy the dip, and those who buy the dip get to make money from the rip. The rip is basically a financial phenomenon that says that typically when the market has its darkest days, that is the setup for epic comebacks that lead to massive amounts of wealth being created. So if you're here on April 9th, 2009, you see that it's 683. Well, guess what? All your money's coming back in a year or two. It takes a while. That's what makes it deceptive, right? Because here it was 14, 15 something. It took what, 2, 3 years to get here, to get back to 14, 15. I mean, 3 years. So not only did you have to be patient, but it wasn't a fast money situation. Remember, the fast money is the don't last money. You want the slow money. You want the long money. You want the sturdy money. Not the wordy money, not the shisty money. You want the money that's gonna last. So here, this is not fast money. This is slow money. This is 3 years of buying the dip and believing and maintaining your confidence. But guess what? Once you get back to where you were before, the market does what it does. It went past the previous high and kept going up and up and up. So we're down here at 683. We get back up to 14, 1500 in a couple of years. Now we're going to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, a couple of dips in the meantime, like 2020. Look at that. There you go. That's another dip. Immediate recovery. Now we're sitting here hovering at 58.71. And there are people that I know who sold everything in 2009. They panicked. They thought they won because they got like this black president and stuff, but I live down the street from Barack Obama, and that man ain't never sent me no check. I live 2 blocks from I could run to Obama's house and get back to my house in 5 minutes, and that was when I was fat. That's how close I lived to Barack Obama, and I was waiting because I said, "You president now? We live in the same neighborhood. I'm waiting for my check, and it never arrived. I'm mad about that." So, but you did get another check, as Calvin McWilliams says, called a reality check. And the reality check is that you got to handle your business when it comes to your economics. And one of the most important methods of handling your business, in my opinion, is making sure that you understand the basics of how the market works. And also, having the mental health to not be trapped by the moment, to think that a moment is a lifetime. Again, that's where the trauma and the healing comes into play. My wife did a really great workbook on dealing with financial anxiety, which is a massive problem. I mean, hope you understand how good of a therapist she is. She's the therapist that trains other therapists to become licensed therapists. So she's the one that like she's a therapist. Like she gets mad when she'll see like Dr. Bryant. She'll be like, she's not licensed. She does not have a license. That's how my wife is. But she don't hate on her or nothing. But she's like, it's dangerous to be giving therapy when you ain't got no life. That's how she talks. So she's like that. But she's a purist, right? Because she went through years and years of training. In fact, let me tell you how much of a badass my wife is. When she started her doctoral program, there were 5 black students. All 4 of them flunked out. She's the only one that survived. She was the lone survivor. That's how so she's very determined. She's very good and very committed to what she does. And one thing, so I trust her. I believe her when she talks about these things. And one thing that she helped me just kind of realize is that I get it now. If you freak out and you can't stay calm and you can't see the bigger picture, you can't find a way to soothe yourself in a healthy way, you're going to make a mistake. You're going to panic. And it doesn't just show up in your money, it shows up in your relationships. Maybe it shows up in your physical health, right? I'm upset right now, so let me grab this bag of potato chips because that's going to make me feel better. Or I'm going to eat this ice cream because if I eat the ice cream, then I can get the dopamine and endorphins from the ice cream that will help me deal with whatever I'm feeling right in this moment. And so I'm a big advocate of therapy because of that. And so anyway, my wife did a financial anxiety workbook. If you want to take a look, it's at drboycebooks.com. Just look up Dr. Alicia. You can see some of the stuff there. I support my wife, and I think everybody who has a smart partner should support them. So drboycebooks.com, her financial anxiety workbook is very helpful. So here's the thing. With this market right now, if you want to know what I'm doing, I'm buying stuff. If you want to know what I'm doing with my own money, I'm going and looking for these quality companies that were pricey before, and I'm buying them. I'm buying the Metas and the Amazons and the Nvidias. Maybe I'll grab a couple of shares of that because right now Nvidia is not the hottest stock in the world, right? Remember before everyone talked about Nvidia. Now I was waiting for everyone to stop talking about it. And it's really an investing style. I kind of like to go to the places where other people don't want to go. I find the opportunities that are not unearthed by everybody. It's very easy to know about Bitcoin, for example, when everybody's talking about it. But are you the person that has the courage to make a move in crypto when no one's talking about it, when everyone says that it's not a good place to put money? There was one area I just invested where I was thinking about it that, oh, I know what it was. I mentioned to you all the metaverse. I believe the metaverse is big. Like, it's going to be massive one day. I think there's a chance, there's some probability that the metaverse is going to be the thing everybody's talking about, but it might be the year 2029 when this happens. I get on the metaverse every day. I play VR golf every day. It's amazing. It's just like playing real golf. It's that much fun. And I look crazy. I put on these big goggles and I'm swinging in the air with the joystick, and people are like looking at me like I'm a weirdo. But it's so much fun. I promise you. And I said this is going to be big, but most people are not as nerdy as I am. They're not going to put on the big old bulky goggles and figure out how to use it. but when those Ray-Ban sunglasses become popular, oh, they'll put on a cool pair of sunglasses that gives them instant access to the internet. And right now, Meta and Apple are fighting over that. They're fighting over access to data and everything else because they're competing with each other. And Meta's in court in Europe right now trying to push Apple to release more information on their customers and give them more access to that customer data. Apple wants to keep Meta out because they hate Meta. In fact, they wanted to block Meta's access to the customer because that's what they did with the smartphone. I don't know if you all remember, but Apple basically did something where you had to opt in to share to decide to share your data. And they didn't default, but they didn't opt you in by default. You had to actually opt yourself in to share your data with Meta. Meta was pissed. Mark Zuckerberg wrote a whole big thing in the New York Times, basically bashing Apple because of this. So what Meta is doing right now is they're pushing out these VR glasses as a potential replacement to the smartphone. The question that Zuckerberg's been asking himself lately is what's after the smartphone? What are we going to do after the phones are, we're not using the phones anymore. So these Ray-Ban sunglasses are their effort to do that. And also, if you notice, the Ray-Ban sunglasses are a competitor to that goofy, big, gigantic, overpriced, bulky Apple Vision Pro. The Apple Vision Pro is really good, but it's overpriced and it's not that impressive. I got a MetaQuest for $300. It does probably 90% of what the Apple Vision Pro does. And so I don't even understand Apple's strategy there. But long story short, I think Meta's making the right move. I really believe that. People make fun of Meta because they're investing so much in the metaverse. And I don't even like Mark Zuckerberg that much, but I see his vision and I agree with it. I'm like, oh, dude, you're going in the right direction. I think when you blend the metaverse and AI and maybe even quantum computing, Lord, you're gonna live in a whole different reality in a decade. Your future self is looking at us right now, and we probably look like dinosaurs from the year 2034 when they're looking back and there's somebody in 2034 right now is watching this video. And I apologize for how ridiculous I look because I know for a fact that in your year, you're probably paying $500,000 or more for Bitcoin. You're probably looking at us and laughing at the way we're talking and dress. You're laughing at the fact that I'm in a Zoom call instead of doing something in the metaverse. And you're probably looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average that's about twice as high as the one that we have right now. And you're looking at me and you're saying, please, please, please buy some Bitcoin. It's only 100,000. Or please, please, please buy into the stock market because everything's going to be more expensive. Or please, please, please buy property because now the average home value is $1 million. That's what I see in the year 2034. So ultimately, I think that this metaverse thing could be a thing. And so I bought this ETF. The ticker symbol was METV. METV. This is not investing advice, but this is what I bought. METV, METV. And I did that because I want to be positioned not after it becomes popular, but before it becomes popular so that if the stock price does explode, I'll be there. There's no guarantees, though. There's no guarantees. When you pick a strategy, when you pick a consistent philosophy and you stick with it, you don't do it because you know it's gonna work. See that there's nothing interesting about taking a chance when you know that everything's gonna work out just fine. There's no courage in that. There's nothing special. If you can only take a risk when you know that everything's gonna be all right, then you're not really taking a risk. See, that's what people don't get. People think that, like, okay, that courage means I'm going to do something knowing that if I push hard enough and if I do the right things, it's going to work out. That ain't how life works. That's not how life works. And that's not how risk works. Risk means that you might do the right things. You might take the right shot. You might make the right moves. You might be consistent and it might still fail. It might fail. Like think about it like going to war. This is why you'll never hear me disrespect a soldier. I know a lot of you are veterans, and every opportunity I get to thank you, I want to always say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That will never ever stop. I saw a soldier in line at the airport. I didn't even know he was a little white dude, and I said, "Hey, can I buy whatever you're buying in this? Can I buy this for you?" But it was like $25 worth of stuff, so it wasn't too much. But it was just my little way of saying thank you. He put his life on the line. I can come up with $25, right? That's how I feel. So here's the thing. I think about it like being a soldier. Soldiers are amazing and courageous, the good ones, right? Not everybody's the same, but I have an admiration for soldiers because soldiers kind of understand a few things about life, in my opinion. One thing they understand for sure is that life is not fair. I think a good soldier understands that you can go through all the training, you can do all the preparation. I see you, Douglas, from the Marine Corps. You can put yourself in perfect shape. You can learn how to shoot and kill and defend and follow procedure and do everything right. And you still might not come home. You might still come home in a body bag. Like you might be the perfect soldier doing the perfect things in the perfect way every time and still get killed. But yet you press on because you know that full preparation at least maximizes the probability that you're going to find success. Right? Like you know that look, I don't know if I'm going to live or die, but I do know that if I don't prepare, that will increase the probability that something bad is going to happen, right? So to me, that's what risk really is. That's what it really means. And people don't get this. That's why you, for example, you don't see a lot of black-owned businesses being created because we kind of only accept risk when we know that it's probably going to be okay or whatever. It's much harder to take a risk when not only do you know that there's a substantial probability you're not going to succeed, but that you're actually in a situation where you're probably going to fail. Probably. Do you understand the failure rate of startup businesses? Do y'all know how high that is? The startup rate for new businesses is like 70, 80%. And that's for white people. For black people, it goes up to like 90%. So when you have that dream and you're saying, oh, we're going to start the family business, we're going to do this, we're going to change it, just know the odds are not in your favor. And I hate saying that, but that's true. You got a 10% chance of success. But I can tell you that full preparation it maximizes your chance of success. I can also tell you that consistent learning maximizes your chance of success. I can tell you that never giving up means that if there is that chance that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, if you never give up, you at least get to check the whole tunnel to make sure that the pot of gold is or is not there. Because a lot of people end the story before the end that has actually arrived. They end the story and they guarantee failure. They go from a 90% failure rate to a 100% failure rate because they give up. In fact, most dreams get killed before they even manifest. You have the dream, you have the vision, God blesses you with the vision, it's the perfect vision, but you kill it, you abort it before the baby's even born. You get rid of it, you just say, that's not for me, I can't do that. So you tell yourself no before the world does, which is really, to me, a horrible tragedy because that tells us how many trillions of dollars in black wealth gets lost from dreams that are either not fed or dreams that are killed on contact that just and that's the other thing about trauma is that traumatized people are not very good at dreaming. Traumatized people are not very good at having a vision and sticking with it. Traumatized people are not very good at assessing risk because you're more likely to look at the downside than the upside. So if you've been through some things and you're scared and you can't even trust, you can't trust yourself, you can't trust the world, it's really hard for you to go out here and take the punches required for you to become successful, which is again circling back to why I think therapy is just something everybody benefits from. Unfortunately, most people don't realize it till they're old. Tyler Perry said that recently in an interview. He said, I got therapy at 24, at 54, and I've never felt better and freer in my life. But he did it at 54. Maybe he could have done it at 24, and then maybe the movies would have been a little bit better, or maybe he wouldn't have made himself the writer, director, producer, and star of every single thing he ever wrote, right? You ever see, remember that when Tyler took that picture of himself right in the writer's room, and he was the only person. He said, this is me in my writer's room, and most writer's rooms have a dozen people working on the script. It was just him. So I said, man, so you're taking all the credit for yourself, all the money, all the everything, every line in the movie is going to be yours. And I bet you that some of that probably stems from like a trust issue. Like if I just keep it for me, then I get all the attention, I get all the money. I don't have to depend on other people or trust other people. But those are pretty much typical actions of a heavily traumatized person. Traumatized people can't really trust that well. That's why you get married and, marriage lasts for a while, but you get into a bad argument, you get re-traumatized and you're out, you're gone. Right. So ultimately, I would say that the same thing is true when you talk about investing, because remember, most investments don't have anything to do with money. Most investments involve investments in people. So the same way a traumatized person might run away from a relationship when it gets too hard, you're also going to run away from the stock market because you're not prepared for the ups and downs that might come with a long-term relationship with your economic future. when you see something go bad, it re-triggers and reminds you of all the reasons why you were supposed to be poor in the first place. Maybe you're just reminded that, oh, this is right. This is why my cousin Rerun was right about the stock market. He told me that investing is for suckers and white people, and that we don't have enough money. And who the hell are we to think that we can actually build wealth? We don't even have a real family. We ain't nobody. I'm just a Negro. So I'm gonna get out of the stock market. That's the white man's game. And then online, I can go online, and there's lots of conspiracy theories about how rich white people are conspiring to take everything you have. And so that's why I need to stay away from the stock market. But unfortunately, the evidence doesn't support that. It doesn't mean that there aren't corrupt people in this country, though. There's lots of them everywhere, for sure. But there are millions of people in this country who make insane amounts of wealth by just being consistent and not overthinking the process. In fact, my wife is one of them. She doesn't. My wife, my wife tells me it makes me mad when she says it. She says, Boyce, I like to listen to you talk during your podcast. And I said, you do? And she said, yeah, because your voice puts me to sleep. She said, because I have no interest in talking about financial stuff all day. That's not interesting to me. Right. And so my wife, when I'm talking, like we'll be in a hotel. She'll be right in the back. You can't see it because of the backdrop, but she'll be in the bed, like literally like snoring because she hears my voice, and apparently my voice puts her to sleep. So she doesn't have an interest in financial stuff the way I do. I am a financial guy. She is a social worker. Social work and finances or financial people are kind of different. And so anyway, one thing that my wife won't ever really talk much about is that, despite the internet rumors that she married me because of my money, my wife was doing quite well in the stock market before we got married. And the reason that she was doing well was not because she took a bunch of financial classes. She never did. Um, it's not because she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was not. There's a lot of education in her family, but not a lot. There wasn't a lot of money. Um, and it's not because she just loves financial stuff. She's not somebody who's gonna sit around and watch Bloomberg all day. The reason that she had wealth, I could define it, most of it in three key areas. I hope she doesn't mind me sharing this. One, she had a family that taught her about the flaws of being overly materialistic. It was more about substance. It's about education and learning and family and love and things like that. The money or the designer jeans and all that was never really a big deal for her. And she's still like that to this day. That probably saved her hundreds of thousands of dollars because she doesn't run to the mall to get a whole bunch of fancy stuff. She's a little bougie, she'll have a Coach purse or she drives a Benz, that kind of thing. But she's not a person that's out here just feeling like the clothes you wear and or buying designer this and designer that makes you any better. So she was always kind of a down to earth person in that capacity. So and that came from her parents. Number two, um, her family really valued education. Both of her parents were educators. And so this led her, when she was choosing who to marry, she wanted to marry a smart man. She did not want to marry a jock or whatever. I told you I knew her when she was younger. She would get hit on by NBA players, NFL players, stuff like that. She had no interest in that. She said, I want the smart guy. And I'm a professor. Her father's a professor. There's a coincidence there. It's not, it's more than a coincidence. In fact, she has the same profession as my mother. My mother's a social worker, just like my wife, and they look alike. They took a picture together, and my wife's mother said, "You look more like Boyce's mother than you look like me." So there's a whole set of of psychology theories behind that. Like we tend to marry our parents. That's what pretty much I've seen, right? So if your parent was crappy, then unfortunately that means you might have a series of really crappy relationships because you have to go back to the therapy. They'll help you process that, I promise you. Because I didn't learn I married my mother until I was 50. I didn't know that. I said, "Oh my God, I married my mom. What the hell does that mean?" So anyway, so that led to a certain type of choice in terms of partner, right? She was married to another man before me. He's a great guy. He's super smart. He's good with money. So that added to her ability to have financial security. Because she could have just, been like a seven-time baby mama or something if she wanted to, or she could have went after the closest thug she could find, or she could have dated some guy with eight gold teeth and like a rapper that gets everybody pregnant. She could have done that, but she's like, no, I want the smart guy. I'm looking for the smart guy. That's who I want to be with. I don't want to be with the dumb guy. Okay. So the third thing that she did that was just brilliant in its simplicity, and it's really, I give her parents credit for this, is that when she got her first job and she went to her father was a respected professor at Tuskegee. He was there for 30 years. Dr. Francis Taylor. He's well known there. She said, "What do I do with my money? How do I, how should I do this 401k stuff and all that?" Well, he told her something that a lot of black folks don't hear and a lot of black folks don't do. You know what he said? It's real simple. He said, whatever your company is matching in your 401k, you maximize that. If they'll match up to 5%, you put 5% in the 401k so you can maximize the matching that they do, and you don't sell those assets. You just remain consistent, match the maximum, your money's going to grow. Why is that a big deal? Well, because at that point, he put her in a position to become what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. The automatic millionaire is millions of people around this country who don't get caught up in the fast money nonsense. They don't get caught up in trying to get a record deal or becoming a famous comedian or hoping they win the lottery or trying to make a quick flip. They do the same thing every month consistently, and over a 20 or 30-year period without fail, they become millionaires. Sometimes multimillionaires if they add in the other components for wealth. Because the other thing her father told her to do that was simple and brilliant is he said, buy property as soon as you can. Buy property as soon as you can. So she bought a house as soon as she could. She wasn't sitting around thinking about like how am I going to build wealth and how am I going to. No, she just said, okay, my dad said I should buy a house and I should max out my 401k and then not spend like an idiot. And she did those three things. And so by the time we got married, my wife wasn't broke. She wasn't trying to hook up with some dude just so she can have some money in her pocket. But when I heard people on the internet kind of sharing that rumor, like, oh, she only wants to be with Dr. Boyce because she wanted that money, that tells me more about you than it tells you about us. Because y'all know nothing about us. But now I know something about you because you think that the only way for a black woman to get money is to link on to some dude and sell her body for a bag of Cheetos. That's what you think. You think maybe you've been listening to too much Cardi B or whatever it is, but you think that the pathway to get money is to somehow get in relationships with people that have money or somehow get out here and do something that's gonna degrade you to get money. No, like no, you don't be selling your body, man. Like that's weird. So because there are other ways, like women can make their own money just like men can, but you have to have some things that are not popular. You can't be, it's hard to be one of the cool kids in this society and become wealthy because most of the cool kids are broke. Don't believe me? Look around. Look at how many celebrities are on the brink of bankruptcy. Look at how many people don't even have $1,000 saved up. Well, because nobody ever pushed you to become a saver. Nobody, haven't invested anything in the stock market. Well, because society doesn't push people to invest that way. Frugality and conservatism is not popular for a lot of people. What might be popular is messing your financial situation up, making a series of horrible choices in relationships and in business, and then feeling sorry for yourself and just blaming it on white people or rich people or blaming it just on the politicians. Like, oh, they don't want us to have wealth and they do this. And yeah, they don't. They probably don't. They don't. You're right. They ain't nobody gonna care about you like that. But I'm not trying to figure out why they don't care about you because I know they don't care about you. What I'm trying to understand is why you don't care about you. Who trained you not to care about yourself? Who trained you to take your last dollar and run to the damn Gucci store and then go to the iPhone store across the street and then go out to lunch over here and then go spend money on a vacation, then go buy you some Jordans? Like, who taught you that every penny you get is supposed to be given right back to the very same people that you claim are oppressing you? Brother Nuri Muhammad, who came in this class, who I love and admire tremendously, he said something really great. He said black people are the only ones where we will blame 95% of our problems on the white man and then give 95% of our money right back to the white man. That's a vicious, horrible cycle to be caught in. That don't even make no damn sense. But then traumatized people don't make a lot of sense. They're not able to process logical choices. It just doesn't work. So effectively, What I'm saying, let's circle back to the stock market thing. Okay, and actually, let me go full circle about the story about my wife. One of the things that my wife did that I thought was hilariously brilliant, but it wasn't brilliant because she knew what she was doing. She was following basic rules. Is she said, Boyce, I just realized that I got my first academic job right in the middle of the stock market crash. And because I did not know that it crashed, I didn't know I was supposed to panic or be scared. I just maxed out the 401k like my dad told me. So I was buying lots of stock right in the middle of the crash. And then all those stocks went up, and I look at my financial report. I'm like, "Woo! Look at all this money." So she didn't even know her asset in that particular situation was her lack of knowledge of what was even happening. Sometimes information is typically good, but it is required that you know how to process that information in a way that's going to benefit you. Sometimes, if you process the information in the wrong way, or it leads you to panic, sometimes ignorance really is financial bliss. Sometimes ignorance can be bliss. Let me give you an example. Bitcoin. Everybody in here could be a Bitcoin millionaire if you had done something really simple. If you had a time machine and you went back to the first time I mentioned Bitcoin on this platform, which is probably 2015 or 2016, back when Bitcoin was maybe 400 or 500 bucks, maybe less, and you had bought, let's say you took, I don't know, let's say $5,000 and you bought 10 Bitcoins, and then you shut off your whatever, your app, whatever it is, and didn't look at it for 10 years. Like if you just didn't look at it, just didn't think about it, didn't pay attention to it, didn't look at the crashes, didn't watch the news, didn't listen to anybody, didn't care. In fact, it would be best if someone just erased your memory and made you even forget that you even owned it. And then they turn your memory back on 10 years later, where you're like, oh, that's right, I bought 10 Bitcoins a few years ago. Let me see what they're worth now. Do you know what Bitcoin's $100,000? So 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. You would have $1 million right now. That $5,000 would have turned into $1 million by you being just making yourself stupid. Nobody in here is stupid. You're smart because you're listening. You're here. You're getting information. So I respect that. But literally, sometimes dumbing yourself down is good because then you're not taking in unnecessary information that gives you a reason to panic. So it's good to watch what the market's doing. It's good to see the volatility, the ups and downs. It's a great learning tool. But sometimes your best move is to either do nothing or buy the dip. Unfortunately, because we process information the wrong way sometimes, or we'll see something and we'll feel like we have to make a move, we got to act on it, it'll cause people to sell too early. Do you know that's one of the biggest mistakes investors make is selling too damn early? Did y'all know that? That's literally one of the biggest mistakes people make. So, in the case of my wife, and I probably gave too much information about her personal stuff, and I hope she can forgive me for that, but I think it's a good learning point. She built that wealth by basically not really thinking about it very much. And literally, she did that with Bitcoin. She came to me and she said, "Oh my gosh, Boyce." I said, "What's going on?" She said, "Oh, I bought this Bitcoin in 2016 and it's worth 10 times more than what it was when I bought it." And it was, but the thing is, she's like she invests like kind of like she is like cute investing. She don't buy, she won't be like me. I'm real aggressive. I'm like a bull. I'll go in there and put thousands of dollars in. She'll buy like $80 worth of something, right? So I said, well, oh, it really is 10 times more. How much money we got? She said $922. I was like, damn, lady, come on, grow some testicles, woman. I'm playing. I don't want my wife to have testicles. I don't rock that way. So anyway, no offense to those whose wives have. I'm playing. Let me stop. All right. So anyway, guys. All right. So one thing we'll mention before we conclude is that if you want to dig deeper into stock market stuff or you want to just get started, we created a free page called Black Wealth Master Plan. So if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, you can get started with what we do in the Black Business School, which is our $5 a day investing plan. So feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com to get started investing. Also, just a reminder that if you have an interest in things like stock options, you can actually text the word options to the phone number 87948. So text options to 87948. And on your phone, you got to do this on your phone. Text options to the number 87948. I'll send you stuff from our Prime program, and that's where we generate income from selling stock options. I met you guys this morning. We had a Q&A this morning to talk about what's going on in the market now. I think there's a lot of opportunities happening now. So feel free to do that as well. All right. So, and just so you also know, don't forget also, we are going to go to Ghana in, I think it's July. I think that's when the trip is. And so if you have an interest in traveling with as a group with other members of the class, just text the word travel to the phone number 87948. I'll send you out the link where you can look at the Ghana trip. And we're going to do a trip to Black Wall Street. We're going to go out to Tulsa and meet up out there as well. And then also, after I finish dealing with some personal stuff, we're getting ready for that event I told you guys. I think we're going to call it the Millionaire Training Camp. We'll just call it that, and we're going to do that in LA. That's going to be in February. So keep an eye out for the announcements of these events. I'm going to push a lot of this stuff out more so after the new year because you guys know I'm dealing with some health stuff with my mother and everything. But anyway, so text the word travel to the phone number 87948 if you want to travel with us, or you can text the word options to the number 87948 if you want to learn about stock options. And of course, for this class, you can text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So all the same number every time, but there's different lists you can be on if you want different information from the Black Business School. All right, so let me give you a few quick stats before we close out to let you guys know why this market doesn't scare me. And I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like actually it's reversed a little bit already. It's actually up 300, the Dow's up 355 points. So I'm going to investigate that a little bit further, and I'll follow up with you guys. It looks like, okay, it looks like the reason that it moved today is the inflation data was pretty good. So that's good. That's good. Okay, so this market decline is not as bad as it could have been. I do think that there's still some risks out there. The Fed Chairman Jay Powell gave some weird information where he was a little bit confusing, and that lack of clarity will tend to drop stock prices. And then also there's the whole issue of the politicians getting into their shenanigans. The market tends to ignore a lot of that because they know our politicians are a bunch of babies. But if it gets worse, that could lead to a further decline. So just kind of keep an eye out for that. Now, here's some data on the stock market that you can keep in your pocket to help you deal with the Negro naysayers in your family. And we've talked about what the Negro naysayers are. These are people that find a problem with every solution. They get mad at you because you want to have a better life. They don't like the idea of us believing we can solve our own problems. So they come with the negativity where it's like, oh, investing is bad. You're going to lose your money in the stock market. And again, what they're really telling you is their experience. They're telling you what kind of investor they've been. If you've been a bad investor, meaning that you're buying penny stocks or you're buying a bunch of crappy cryptos or you're putting all your money in one place or you're investing in startup businesses that don't have a chance for success, then yeah, there's a good chance you were financially traumatized and you lost money. But if you're well diversified and you're buying high quality companies and you're doing it on a consistent basis, your odds of losing everything are pretty much zero if you have a diversified portfolio of S&P 500 companies. That's really the requirement to build wealth in this market or any market is that sort of consistency. That's how Warren Buffett got a lot of his money. All right, so the average recovery time for the S&P 500 historically is that typically when there's a crash, it takes 4 to 5 years on average for the market to recover. The pandemic was different because the pandemic was just such a mess in terms of how it was handled. The Federal Reserve made a lot of mistakes. They kept on reducing interest rates, which caused the inflation problem because they increased the money supply. A lot of money got pumped out into the economy and just ended up inflating prices. That's what tends to happen when you overprint your currency. And you hear these crazy stories. Like I don't know if y'all saw the stories about all the entertainers, all the way from like Lil Wayne to some of the white ones as well. They got like millions of dollars that they didn't even need. So they were spending the money on private jets and parties and stuff like that. But they were able, I assume, to claim it as a business expense because it's like, well, I'm Lil Wayne, I have to party, so I have to fly my women in and whatever. Like they were doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and all this was revealed in a recent article. But this wasn't just the rappers; it was a lot of institutions that were wasting a ton of money, and it was just a big mess. But stock market wise, the pandemic was an amazing opportunity because you saw in 2020 where the market dipped. And right after it happened, I was kind of speaking what I say might say consistently, which is like, oh, it's okay. It's gonna come back. And I was literally projecting. I said the average bull market takes 14 months at least for it to or bear market. I'm sorry, bear market meaning goes down. It takes about 14 months or more for it to recover. So just be patient. I was saying that, but it actually recovered far quicker than that. It took about 3 weeks for it to recover, and the amount of money that was being made at that time was just astronomical. That's what led to a massive increase in the number of people investing because they were sitting at home with nothing to do. A lot of people that were in the gambling culture were looking for a place to gamble. And on top of that, the market was making money really quickly, which was grabbing a lot of headlines. So you saw a lot of people flooding in the investing space at that time. And it was fine. But the problem is that some people, I think, got a perception of what investing is really supposed to look like. 2020 was just a special year. Most years aren't like that. Let's see. The 2008 financial crash recovered by 2013, and that's pretty much what I showed you on the graph. Secondly, post-crash annual returns. Following significant crashes, the stock market often experiences higher than average annual returns. So after the 2008 crash, the S&P delivered an average annual return of 16% all the way from 2009 to 2019. That's pretty big. That's compared to the long-term average of about 10%. In 1929, everybody talked about the Great Depression like it was always bad. Like when everyone talks about the stock market crash of 1929, they say, "Oh my God, that was terrible. Everybody lost money." That's not true. That is not true. Everyone did not lose money during the crash of 1929. Some people became millionaires for the first time. Some people became millionaires for the first time. After the Great Depression crash of 1929, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 382% from its 1932 bottom to its peak in 1937. 4x. That means for every dollar you invested in the market in 1932, if you had the nerve, if you did not let your trauma and your fear make your decision for you, every dollar you invested, you were blessed with damn near $4 back. You put in 10 grand, you're coming out with 45 years later. You put in 100 grand, you came out with 400,000. Do you understand how many millionaires were created during the Great Depression? Do you understand that? And this is a perspective that I need you to understand that yes, the Great Depression was hard for a lot of people. It was a lot of poverty, a lot of people struggling, everything. That's all very, very real. But if you had an investor mindset, there were few times in American history where it was easier to make money if you knew how to be patient and if you knew how to keep your cool. And let me tell you what I found, because I'm highly traumatized. I took the ACEs test for trauma. My wife had me take it. It stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was really high on the trauma scale. I did not know this, right? I didn't know. I just thought life was hard. I didn't know that my life was really hard. I just thought it's like, okay, it's tough. You got to have adversity. You got to fight through it, but you can't trust nobody because all these fools out here trying to hurt you, right? That's kind of, you know how it is. You have a tough upbringing, you just become a tough person, and you think that that's just normal. And I took the trauma test, and my trauma score was super high. And so I did the therapy and talked to my wife's a therapist. So I sleep with a therapist every day. So I get free therapy every day. That's pretty cool. And and what I learned over time is something that I hope will help you is I learned, generally speaking, that the ability to control your emotions and keep your cool and keep a long-term perspective on things will literally help you in almost every single thing you do. It will help you in your physical health. It will help you in your mental health. It will help you in your relationships with other people. It will help you in your marriage. It will help you when it comes to money. When it comes to investing in money, just the simple idea that you can breathe. I breathe. They teach you to breathe in a square where you hold it in you breathe in for 5 seconds, you hold it 5 seconds, and you breathe out for 5 seconds, and you hold it 5 seconds. So little things like that, just the ability to kind of not be trapped in the moment will help you avoid a lot of mistakes, a lot of catastrophic mistakes, right? So, like on the money side, you're freaking out over this stock and you want to sell it, and then you sell it, and then a little later, you're like, damn, if I sold it too soon, I missed all this money. Or you have a relationship with someone that you really love, but they pissed you off and it disrespected you, insulted you, hurt your feelings really bad. So right there in the moment, you do something where later on you're like, she wasn't that bad. She just burnt the chicken, right? So whatever, right? So you're looking, and now you're all sad because you wish you could have her back, but you can't. So I have found that the ability to keep your cool and realizing that everything isn't a catastrophe goes a long way in terms of just preserving your life and making good choices. Everything doesn't need an instant reaction. So if your stock is dropping, you don't have to respond right away. Take some breaths, sit back, think about it for a day or two, and then make the decision. Like think about how and this is where trauma hurts us so badly. because you make these snap judgments in the moment. Think about how much better the world would be if every person had a rule where before I sleep with this person that I'm about to have sex with, I'm going to spend 2 days thinking about it. I need to spend 2 days thinking about the consequences and the benefits and whatever, and then we can get together and make it happen. If you pause and reflect, thank you, Levon, you'll find that a lot of your decisions will be very different. And I'm gonna tell you, anybody who's married can definitely testify to this. If you're going to get married, I want to give you a testimony to say, well, yeah, when you're in that relationship and you're in the heat of battle, you better sit your ass down and go to separate corners for a couple hours so you don't say something that you can't take back. That just those basic life skills are so essential for anybody that wants to be successful. So I hope I didn't sound preachy on this. This does circle back to the economics, and I hope that we understand this. But the way I look at this stuff is I want to look at it from a holistic standpoint, because the goal is not just to have a wealthy bank account. The goal is to have a wealthy life. Okay. So thank you, Aisha Verzi. I see Aisha's in the chat. Aisha does a lot of financial advising as well as stuff with insurance and everything. If you don't have insurance, reach out to Aisha. Tell her I sent you. Aisha, put your phone number in the chat so everybody can grab it and they can call you. Aisha will talk to you on the phone. So, but call her if you want to do something. Like, don't just get her on the phone just to say hi and stuff. Because she's really busy. But Aisha's right there in the chat. She's a friend of the Black Business School, and we love you, Aisha. And I wanted to mention that there's her number, 626-340-5746. 626-340-5746. So if you want to talk to somebody about where you're trying to go economically, Aisha's great for that. And then also, last but not least, if you want to take a look at some of the things we have that you can maybe get for your kids for next year, we have financial flashcards for kids, financial workbooks for every grade level. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store. We have a lot of good stuff in there. And in fact, everybody in this room can use the code word book club, BOOKCLUB, all one word. And you get 30% off anything in the store. So even if something's already 30% off, you'll get another 30% off by using the code word book club. So keep that with you, and you can use it anytime you want to come to the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. So have a good day, everybody. You can hear my voice cracking, so that means I need to shut up. So I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every day. If you want to get notified when we start class, text the word morning on your phone to the phone number 87948. Just text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation when we get started. So have a good day, everybody. Happy investing. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, my loves. It is Monday, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host for today, Laura Lalaki, and today we're diving into a topic that hits at the heart of our community, the Black family and its impact on wealth building and legacy. Dr. George C. Frazier recently said something that shook me. He believes the Black family is in crisis. He pointed out that Black marriage rates have dropped from 84% to just 34%. That's not just a number, it's a reflection of how we've moved away from combining our wealth, our strength, and impact as a people. So today we're going to be asking some pretty tough questions like, what happened to the Black family? How has the decline in marriage affected our ability to build wealth and create generational change? And most importantly, what can we do to turn this around? So today I'm actually joined by an incredible panel to unpack this. I have Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, Joe Corley, our licensed therapist, mental wellness coach and educator, and Marlo Layson, TV and film producer. So we're going to start unpacking this critical issue, and together we're actually going to try to explore solutions and strategies to strengthen Black families, elevate our relationships, and reclaim our power as a community. So in order for us to kick this off, I want us to please watch the first part. It's going to be two parts. We're going to dig in. So first off, once you hear this, I want to hear if everybody agrees, and I want to hear our viewership family, if you agree with him or not. So let's see what Dr. George C. Frazier has to say.
There's a talk I give on the 5 biggest challenges black people have for the next 100 years, the number one challenge is the existential crisis of the black family. The existential crisis of the black family. Marriage in our culture is down to 34%. When we were growing up, it was 85%. It's now down to 34%. 71% of our sisters are not married, 29% will never get married, 63% of our brothers are not married, 30% of them will never get married. There is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full human potential without family at the center of their culture. This only exists. This is an interesting but negative statistic. This phenomenon of the existential crisis of our family only exists among African American black people. It does not exist on the continent or anywhere else in the diaspora. So there must be something in the water. We must fix this. It is a lot easier said than done because it is impacting our wealth.
That's hard to hear. It really is, because we here at Fly Nubian Money and so many other organizations that we are in touch with and work with directly, we're all about building Black wealth. We're all about Black family, Black love, Black everything. And to hear this breaks my heart. So I'm going to start with you, Joe. Why do you think marriage rates in the Black community have dropped so drastically?
I think all the systems are doing what they're designed to do, right? Break us down, tear us apart, and we've allowed it. And now we're at a stage where we understand what it is, and a lot of us are still allowing it. Some of us are not. But what we see in culture and what we see in our homes sometimes is not appealing, for the most part. So why would anybody lean into that? Is what I believe, just to start.
I believe so too. I believe we're fed a lot of things that they want to feed us so that we believe it. Because, if you show it, a lot of people believe it, and we don't want to get out of those mind thinking. But thinking back, especially now, guys, we are in the holiday season. So we're always seeing these wonderful films, our Black films showing family being centered around the grandmother and the family coming together. And even though we're arguing in these movies, we come together in the end as a family because some kind of tragedy happens. I think we need to actually see more of that. And I want to ask you, Athena, because you deal with the money. How has the decline in Black marriages affected our ability to build generational wealth?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I remember saying this specifically on one of the shows last week, that our decline in wealth is correlated to the decline in marriage and relationships. And Dr. George Fraser, who I've had the pleasure of meeting at Power Networking and ABC, so eloquently put that issue on the forefront, and it's something that we need to hear. We keep trying to do all these things, explore all these alternative lifestyles, ethical non-monogamy, polygamy, baby mama, baby daddy culture, right? Instead of doing what I feel we need to do, which is grow up, learn the skills to have a healthy relationship, whether that is you self-studying, going to therapy, whatever the case is, and learn how to talk to people, resolve conflicts, and have healthy relationships, and also embrace marriage. We're always trying to find these alternative things that we can explore, but does the Black community, can we afford exploring other alternatives to marriage? Clearly not.
I agree. So I'm going to pull it back a little bit, because this is very, very deep. So what I want to hear from the panel, and I'll start with you, Marlo, do you agree with what he said? And if so, I want to hear your idea of what has led up to this point. Do you think this is something new?
It's definitely not anything new. And I absolutely agree with what he said. And I think that, we could draw a straight line between this and the good old Americanism, right? I think that this is by design, since they put the people on the boats and shipped them over here as cargo to be the workforce. The plan has been to separate and divide, right? Even when the Emancipation Proclamation was delivered and the slave master had to come out and say, y'all can go, they still found ways, right, to separate people and to say, hey, you always have a place here, but old Joe, he want to leave. He think he better than you, right? So that's where we as Black people, oh, I'm sorry, not James.
We're gonna have to pick another name, Marlo.
James left because he thought he was better than everybody else on the farm, right? And so I think it is, the good old American racism is at work, and it is working as designed. And I think that if we don't start there, right, we'll always be trying to figure out what is this? What is this? What is this? This is racism working as it's supposed to be.
I think so too. And Joe, I know we dove in really quick and really hard with this question just because it just really I feel like an arrow just shot through my heart with those numbers. So my question to you is, do you believe what he's saying? Do you agree with what he's saying about these stats, and where do you think that this does stem from?
Yeah, I do agree with them, and I agree with Marlo. Just like I said, the systems are doing what they're designed to do. Black folks are like the only culture that has been systematically had to deal with basically warfare in their own country. We're behind enemy lines. We always have been, and we're the only ones that have been behind enemy lines for our complete existence here in America. So everybody benefits off of what we do. Obviously, our families are destroyed because if they were empowered, we would be empowered, right? So, we have to, disenfranchise the man, weaken the woman, destroy the youth, all the things that the system is designed to do. It's doing it. And like I said, now that we know and understand what that is, I mean, we could have had grace and understanding maybe 30, 40 years ago as we were just trying to figure it out. But now, we know and understand what this is. A lot of us do, and a lot of us are still falling for it. Our celebrities, like I saw the picture yesterday with Sierra and Lala and all these beautiful Black women lined up with Kim Kardashian, right? So,
not there.
Yeah, so, and what is that leaning into now we have, one of the greatest assets to me is the Black woman's body being copied and borrowed, by the white woman. And, it's another tool used to weaken us is all I see. That's all I see.
And yet still put us down for our natural features, very much so. And then making sure to pit the Black woman against the Black man. I think that's working very well. A lot of the times people who our viewership knows that we talk about some pop culture, correct? We are always looking at what's Cardi B doing, what's Culture and all them people doing. And to me, that also helps to tear us down. We're so focused on what other people are doing that we don't see the value in what should be going on in those relationships. They just want to see what's going on behind the scenes. So Athena, Lawrence Lamar had a comment, and I want to bring up part of that, and I want to get your initial response and if you agree with him or not. Black men and women had more standards back in the day. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I agree with that, because when you look at even images of a Black man, Black woman back in the day, they were put together. They had on their tailored clothes. They made sure that you weren't looking crazy. Now, did they necessarily have the best things back then? No, but we made do with what we had, and there was an agreement on roles and just trying to come together. And we have strayed from that. Somehow with integration and some of the other things. We don't operate like other groups do. Even though they are integrated in society, they still put their group first. And somehow we have mistaken integration to mean that other is better, whether it comes to dating, because Black men date at interracially at 2 or 3 times the rate as other men. Whether it comes to what we patron, what we value, a lot of Black businesses do not get patroned. It just trickled down into a mindset where we don't value each other as much as we should. And we are all out here trying to get the respect of other groups, and we're not doing respectable things as a collective. We can't even get marriage together. And marriage is, I keep saying it, marriage is one of the most basic things. Basic things worldwide. There are people in huts on dirt floor married and know how to keep their family together. And somehow in this first world nation that we live in, we can't seem to do that.
I think you hit on some really good points, but we are so not done with this conversation. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to come back right after this commercial break.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, because we talk about everything here and you don't want to miss a show. It's very simple. You got your little this little thing right here does everything for you. So all you have to do right now, pick up your phone, make sure that you text Queens, Queens, to 87948 so that you don't miss a show. I got my notification right now. So I'm on the show and it's telling me about a notification. So you don't want to miss out. I want to pull up some of the comments because this was taken off of an Instagram post. And I want to bring up some of these comments that we can discuss. And I'm really going to go through these because I think that there's some very valid points. Skeet Moses, I love these names. They crack me up. We have to stop having babies continuously with broken people. We have to look at how we are raising our children. It's a mess. How can you build a great community with dysfunctional people? Birth control, life management. Chocolate Honey says, stop with the stupid podcast balloon popping videos, 50-50 convos, and find your spouse. Ooh. VIP Phil says, fix the music media industry that profits off of pushing this smut on our youth. At this point, they're only doing what they hear and what they see 7 p.m. on Friday. And King Calicat says music industry and social media influencers push negative images that too many try to mimic these. And Bronze says Black man plus Black woman equals Black children and Black nation, period. This one. It's pretty disturbing to frequently see Black men in commercials seemingly partnered with everyone but a Black female. What is that about? Who said that Black women don't want good husbands and fathers for their children? I'm grateful for my husband who has always been active and present in our children's lives. My own father and grandfather were hardworking men who took their roles as providers and protectors seriously. And then we need to pledge to all go to therapy, then forgive each other. And then finally, patriarchy is almost non-existent in Black families. This is one of the leading factors to the impeding threat of Black families. What is happening in our culture is systematic, and we played right into it. America did a good job on us, and it's heartbreaking. The only way this will change is if we change. I don't see that happening. Oh my God, these are heartbreaking. Like, we all like to go in and see the drama, but when we are talking serious comments come out. Now, Joe, they did touch on the media and what we see. So do you believe that we are losing the cultural importance of marriage in the Black community?
Yes. And, accountability is one of the main factors here, right? We're not holding each other accountable to the truth, and we sat in the 90s and 2000s. I'm talking from the male perspective, and watched a culture pushed on us that, lifted up having as many women as possible, right? And that was what was popular. So we didn't see any of our heroes or the videos glorify, and they were married and being told not to show that side of themselves. Don't show that you have one wife or one woman and that you're raising your family and your kids and all of these things. Now these same men are, in their 40s and 50s and doing just that, but they left a trail in the after. They have a trail behind them of damaged families and broken men with the wrong idea about what was important in life. And for me specifically, I didn't hear until I was maybe in my 30s how critical and important it was just to have one woman and love one woman. Not no man told me that until I was in my 30s.
I
And
think that's very important for you to share that, Joe. That's very, most of the time you hear the ladies' side of it, but you just said a very powerful statement
yeah,
that more people need to hear. That breaks my heart that you didn't even hear that from someone else as a young man.
no
How
one
do you
told
think that impacted you?
No one told me and no one showed me. So when it was said to me, I remember it. Obviously, it's in my core memory now. I looked up and said, and it hit me right away that I have never heard that. I had never heard that. Not even from my own father, who glorified having multiple women. He told me to my face what that was. So another man tell me how important it was just to the importance and the value of one woman supporting you and helping you do all the things and lift you up all the time. And if you have one, what it means to like protect her, cherish her, and I had never heard it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty deep. We could have a whole show on that.
Mhm.
Marlo, how do you think the lack of marriage has impacted our children and the future generations?
Well, obviously, if they don't see it, they don't believe it's something that they need to engage in or be a part of at all. So I think it's detrimental to them because it changes the dynamic. I think Athena touched on it beautifully in the beginning. Like all of these different relationships, dynamic. You polymetric, you bionomic. You like everybody got all of this stuff going on, and it's like none of that is getting us to where we need to be. Right? You want to say your ancestors were like this, your ancestors were like that. Were they? Or do you just want to piece and parse what you think they were according to what YouTube is telling you should be into and what kind of fly shit you could get off into if you got 6 women, right? So I think that we have to show them, right? Adults are examples, right? We are exemplars for younger people. And I think that we have lost that. I think that there's a generation that lost that. We wanted to be out and clubbing and living our best life and doing, like Joe said, I've heard other men say that nobody told them that they needed to be a good husband, that nobody told them that it was cool to have one woman. So I think that it's, give the children the right example. Give the children an example that says something to want. I wanted the relationships that my great aunts and my grandparents had, where there was this foundational family unit, right? I wanted that because I saw that around me. And I think that we have to get back to that. And a lot of kids aren't seeing it. And they also are seeing all this toxicity through social media with all of these crazy people who monetize their relationships and always need a hook. So, we in a rough patch with these marriages, y'all.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm coming from a marital standpoint from me being married for so long. My husband and I have been married for over 30 years and been together longer than that. My role model was my family, where my aunties and my uncles were the standard for me to see every day. That was important to me. That my house was the house to be for the holiday dinners and the get-togethers and every Sunday. So I didn't hear anything other than how important family was to us. So that's how I was raised. And that was very, very important to me. So a quick question for all of you, just quick and clean, is did you have that same standard as I just discussed? Did you have Sunday dinners? Did you have the holiday dinners in your life? Starting with you, Joe.
So yeah, I had to rub my eyes together after hearing that question, Lala. No, I didn't have those things. Yeah, quick and clean, I didn't have it. I just leave it at that.
Okay, how about you, Marlo?
Yeah, my grandparents' house was that house. It was the hub for Sundays. It was the hub for holidays. So yeah, that was a structure within our family.
How about you, Athena?
Yes, I was actually talking to somebody about this. On Sundays, like we had a Sunday dinner recurring, and I don't know if that's a Jamaican traditional thing or if it was just my family, but Sunday was a day everyone had a bigger meal or a better meal, and we would come together on Sundays.
It's me. I mean, we prepared on Saturday. We were ready. Mom and I were preparing the meal for Sunday. And the thing is, if anyone came to church that didn't have somewhere to go, whether you family or not, you didn't have somewhere to go for dinner, my mom would be like, we got dinner. So come on back. My house was always full. And I feel so very blessed to have that. And I think we do have to get back to that. We have to get back to the basics where the men after dinner would be able to go and have their little man time, and the women would go in another room and have a woman time, but still yet we commune together as a family and friends, because that's what we did. We're so far away from it. I love that so much that I created that within my own family. Once I had lost my mother and lost my dad, our house became that thing. And that's so important to me. So we still have so much more to unpack, and we have a special surprise to you, but we're going to take a deep breath and take this little short commercial. We'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. FlyNewbie.com. Listen, guys, no, we laugh and we giggle about that, but you know what? We hope that you're doing this for real. And then you're going tickety, 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 tick, and going to that website, because we want you to get the resources that you need to make sure that your financial house is in order. Our name says it. Fly Nubian Money. We are all about helping you get your mindset right around your finances. It's the end of the year. We know that you're in holiday mode, but pull back a little bit and really start thinking about how you want to start the year and how you're going to be able to protect your household financially. We have plenty of resources for you, and we don't want you to miss out. So go on over to flynubianmoney.com. We do have another guest who's coming in, another one of our queens who just could not keep still. Come on in, Constance. Come on in. We are so glad that you're going to join us today. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't help myself.
So tell us your initial thoughts. I'm sure that you saw the video, and I wanted to hear your thoughts about it, because you also are very like, got to get our Black people together financially, build their wealth. What are your initial thoughts on this? Do you think that we are being set up to have these stats be low and be in the teens when it comes to marriage?
Well, that has been the targeted effort, I think, since the inception of this country. And I'm all about understanding white supremacy and how it affects us in every aspect. And I don't believe that you give it power because you speak to it. You just you have to understand. You speak to it so that you can understand what's going on, so that you can protect yourself from it. I do believe that if it's not the marriage, right? Because we've had the separation of the Black family from the 60s and the 70s. And then you have all the other things that they throw to try to destroy us. But it just speaks to our resiliency. And I just look at the glasses being half full. They do that because they know that we are such a powerful people. How do you destroy someone? You destroy them from the inside out. And so, yeah, taking the family apart, and the breakdown, and removing the man from the family, and then having the women be the head of household and all these other things. Of course, we have to be responsible for our own actions, for sure. But I believe this is a conscious effort of a system that has been designed to destroy us as Black people.
I agree. Now, Charlene Royal says feminism, the sexual revolution, and welfare have all but destroyed our families. I'm going to ask you, Athena, what do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. And not only what I would add to that, and I will say that we as Black people, we need to understand that the function and the family unit is a man, woman, and child. And when we come together, we bring a great power with that.
100%.
However, to take the state into a political route, immigration, abortion, what else is an issue? Immigration, abortion, and gay rights are things that we have been campaigning for with the Democratic Party, and those are things that come against the family structure and unit, and those are things that we need to discuss. All of those issues negatively impact at the Black family and take away.
You about to get some hate mail now, girl, but you're telling the truth.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And I know I feel like a lot of us were conflicted in voting, because on one hand we understood that, but on the other hand we just didn't like Trump. So I think that was like the real issue at hand. We didn't like Trump, but on the other hand, the Democratic Party has not been truthful to us and have not given us anything to stand on a foundation enough as it pertains specifically to the Black family structure. And we have to contend with that and have to realign our values to what Big Mac was saying in the chat. We have lost our legacy and values. And we need to, not only from a political standpoint, but from a social standpoint and every standpoint, put Black family first.
Okay, well, that brings me to a really good question, because this is a good bounce back. Marlo, how has this independent mindset contributed to the decline in Black marriages? You always hear women say, I can do it by myself. Or, I don't need her. I'm going to do this by myself. So we're saying these things. How can you balance this independent yet bring back the family togetherness? So how has this contributed to the decline in Black marriages?
Well, I think the language is bad, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with independence. We sit here, 4 of us, I think all of us strong, independent women, right? But I think that when you use that independence as a tool against your mate, right? When you weaponize your independence to make him invisible, when you take that independence to be a tether for him in some way, or some type of a hold or a leash, right? So I think that it got the independent messaging definitely took a wrong turn somewhere. I can't say where, right? Because when I think back and I look, the Black family aesthetic was the Cosby Show when I was growing up, right? And you wouldn't say that Claire wasn't strong or independent, right? But she was lockstep with her husband. They were making decisions together about their family. They were disciplining their children together, right? You would see them delegate that discipline between the two of them. So I think that there is nothing wrong with the independence. I think that weaponizing that independence to emasculate the man or to make the man feel like he is less than is where it gets problematic, right? And one woman does that, now all the women do it, right? Or that's the perception, is that all women feel like that. I feel like I'm independent, but I still need my man child. I'm not about to be out here with y'all playing these games. Like, I don't want to be getting my legs rubbed at night. That's a lie.
I'm telling you, I'm happy with my man. I'm keeping him. And y'all done heard me say that more than once.
Listen,
and
my man. Y'all just right? My man and us. Listen,
right.
We need to get our man constant so we can be with them.
But Joe, Joe, earlier on, we heard someone say in the comments of that video, someone mentioned how we all need to go to therapy and to help break down these norms. And it used to be that you would go to counseling and things before you got married. It was expected you to do that. Do you feel that that would be a good way to start for this mindset to shift, is therapy?
Yeah, 100%. And, there is, I believe, a generation of men that are entering therapy right now that are finding out the things that they learned growing up were wrong, and they're being deprogrammed and unlearning some of these things. It's a trickle now. It's not it's not a water hose, not a fire hose. It's a trickle, but it's opening up wider than it's ever been. And and now we're going to try our best to pass that on to the next generation of young men and to get them to unlearn some of the things that we learned growing up about what masculinity actually is, and how we are applying it to our everyday lives, especially in our relationships with women. But we need the women to get in. I mean, they're in there, but we need to get more of them in there as well to understand, some of the things about not only about their men, but about themselves, so that we can come together and start learning how to forgive each other and all the things that we've been told that work against each other, because a lot of it's just not true.
I agree. Constance, can single parent households still achieve the same level of wealth and impact as married ones?
I mean, I've been in a married household and I've been in a single parent household. I'm currently in a single parent household, and my wealth was disrupted with the divorce, in terms of having to divide that. But I still have the same earning potential. So yeah, of course, I believe that you can. It just depends on who's the person that is actually driving the wealth, right? So could the person who wasn't the primary wage earner or the primary wealth builder not do it? Probably not. But I mean, is it harder? For sure. That's the reason why, having a two-parent household, that's the reason why having a husband and a wife is so important. And Dr. Joe, I love what you said. It was definitely an eye-opener that you weren't, that wasn't the measure, that you weren't taught that. But I think that's the case for so many people. And it's so sad. Like when you think about Russell Wilson and Sierra, how people are calling Russell Wilson a simp because he's taking care of his wife, because he's creating a family, because he prays with his woman. And then they call it, and then they mad because he's taking care of Future's baby. I mean, just that's the kind of thinking that we have in our community that's actually been normalized, to think that something like that, there's something abnormal about a man stepping up, being a father, being a husband, taking care of his family. So we have to change the conditioning and the thought process in our family so that we can change the conversation, change the narrative. But that's the reason why these conversations are so important.
I agree. I mean, we're definitely talking about something extremely important, and especially even more important as we move into this different cycle of what our country is going to face when we're already going to be facing so much division as it is. How do we also make sure that we don't have that division in our families? So Athena, I want to ask you, are Black people prioritizing success and careers over marriage and family? Do you feel that we're doing that?
I think a certain level of Blacks do prioritize success over family, but those are the ones that are already high achieving, I would say. Even in the dating market, I notice people are like focused on these vanity metrics, how much they make, how much this, that, and the third, and we're forgetting the relational aspects of things. And not, there's a lot of good on paper people, and the resume look good, and the character and all the other stuff can be trash. So I think we play a dangerous game, especially in this level up manosphere, red pill, social media era, right? But what I will say is this: we have normalized within our culture degeneracy. And whenever someone attacks or goes against or promotes family values, people gets attacked, or promotes anything that promotes togetherness, family, people get attacked, right? So I mentioned from a political standpoint, the issues on immigration and gay rights and abortions that a lot of us voted against when we did this election, right? But because most of us are trying to avoid Trump, right? But from the other perspective, there are people even on social media arguing about this woman who cooks and the cook clean narrative and all this other stuff that
Girl,
we
because
always
she cooks and twerks. That's the problem.
listen. Let that girl monetize her stuff. I was proud of her. I was like, listen, go get some money,
My
girl.
sons are obsessed.
You not in nobody's strip club. And you're not hurting nobody, right? A lot of these men dusty anyway, ain't do nothing. So y'all arguing for men that ain't even do nothing in the first place. However, because this woman is cooking, right? Having home traditional family values, which is what we need to get back to. Traditional family values, pro-life, pro-family, pro-black. Right? Because even in the midst of all of this, when you do have a black man who's decent making a certain amount, all of a sudden he forget who he is and want everything, every bunny under the sun except for a honey bunny, right? Right? So we need to get to the point as a people, as a group, to get back to center. But what I will always say is water seeks its own level, right? So if you are a person who's trying to get with someone who is on the same wavelength, you eventually find it because you're going to reject the nonsense. However, what I'm saying is not enough of us is rejecting the nonsense.
Right. Yeah. Oh, as you can see, we're getting really deep into this conversation. I don't know, y'all. I'm really into this. I mean, it's such an important topic for us to discuss. So why not have it here where our community is watching this and offer some solutions? We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
We got that magical email address. You know, you get to do all the things here. So if you want to be on the show, it's really easy. We talk about really good stuff and you feel like you have a voice that you want to come on and say things to, you have a seat at this platform. So all you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. And I'm going to spell that info@RELVIRTUAL.net. All right. Now listen, I know we were laughing about twerking and things, but we're going to get to another part, but I had to put a little say so in about that because listen, grandma had the moo and still had granddaddy and her having 5 or 6, 7 babies. Okay. So you don't need all this twerking stuff. You just need you a good moo.
She was twerking in that moo. She was twerking in that moo.
That's none of our business. But anyway, we're going to go to the second part of the video so that we actually can hear what else the good doctor has to say. I just love him. He's a really good person for our community, and I think we really need to be listening to him. So let's check out what the second half of his video is.
For 350 years, household median income was dominated by white people. They were number one in this country. They no longer are number one. They're number 3, and there's a reason for it. So who has the highest household median wealth in America? It's East Indians, $104,000 a year. What's the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. 2 are working. Who's number 2? Chinese Asians. Household median income, $110,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. Number 3 are white people. Household median income, $88,000 a year. What's the marriage rate? Almost 50%. Down significantly. Number 4 are Hispanics. Household median income, $61,000 a year. Marriage rate, close to 70%. We are at the bottom. Household median income, $55,000 a year. Marriage rate, 34%. And projected, based on facts and statistics, that if we do not fix this, because white folks ain't fixing this, our marriage rate will be in the low teens in the next 20 years. This is an enormous challenge. That's a whole talk by itself on how do we fix it. It can be fixed, but we have to, first of all, understand that this is a problem. No one's talking about this problem. This is a huge problem. It's the number one problem in our culture. So we must fix it.
Oh.
What I love about what he said is this can be fixed. Yes, that'll be another full conversation, but it can be fixed. Joe, do you believe Black couples face more challenges than other races when it comes to staying married?
Yeah. As again, I keep saying, culturally, the things that are in our face are, we've learned. We had a generation of young people that learned that multiple women was the thing. We had a generation of young ladies that thought they had to take their clothes off to get noticed. And now we're seeing the product of that generation. You know what I mean? We're seeing the product of it. And now, oh man, you go outside, you look outside, it's crazy out there. But that's what they're having to do to compete. And then you're talking about a bunch of systems designed to tear us apart and shut us down. I'm gonna keep saying that because it's the truth. They are designed to tear us apart, because if we win, if we come together, we will win. We will win.
Together. That's the key point. And that's where I feel the most frustrated is sometimes I feel like we miss out on that togetherness. But now, Athena, you're a single lady and you're dating. So do you feel that modern dating practices is making marriage less appealing in the Black community?
Listen, I can't tell you the amount of men I've actually went out on dates with who expressed a lack of desire to be married for one reason or next, or either they were divorced or whatever it was. And guess what I did immediately? Expeditiously on to the next child, because I understand for me and what I'm trying to create in my future, especially if you're going to lay down with a man eventually, especially you're going to give him time, money, and energy. Okay, if you ain't making no investment in me, I'm not making no investment in you. And if you don't have family values and value a wife and value children and a legacy, then me and you don't have nothing to talk about. I don't care how much money you have, because trust me, a couple of them try to get me to sign up for a harem, honey. And, it was kind of tempting because, that black car be looking real nice and my own house look real nice. However, that is how much I believe in family and family values and a good sort of level of traditionalism. I, even looking at some of the values, I tend to lean more conservative, because that's kind of how I grew up with, like, those family values. And those are the people who try to remain together as a family. When you look, and to bring it back to politics, when you look at anti-conservatism parties, right, like the Democrats and all of that, their policies don't necessarily support a family unit, right? The things that they support, which is immigration, which is abortion, which is gay rights, which is all these alternative things, are not beneficial for the Black community. And also, I think it's an agenda to make us the face of those movements. And those aren't our movements. Our movements need to be reparations. Our movements need to be, starting with reparations in general, right? And what is going to be necessary for us to build and create a future and promote Black future. Because didn't George Fraser said, we have 34% now and we projected to 16%. So guess what? That's going to happen, right? Constance, you always bring the stat by 2050. We're going to have how much wealth? Is it Black? 0. All right, cool.
Well, okay, let's take a step back because we do need to, these stats, my God, I feel like I'm on the verge of tears, but I also feel like this has definitely been set for us all the way back to the time they brought us over. The more that they can separate us, the more they have more power. So even when we felt like we were winning with the civil rights movement, I also feel like things were being put into place to still continue to tear us down in the hindsight, make them feel like they're winning something, but yet let's do this. Like, and then our producer actually brought up, wasn't it Hoover that said that the most dangerous thing for America is Black unity? I Yes, it is. And Constance, I'm gonna throw that to you. With that thought, do you really feel that it's really dangerous for America to have Black unity? I'm not talking about any other culture. I'm not talking about LGBTQ. Black unity.
Of course, that was the assignment of COINTELPRO, and that's the reason why they did everything they could to destroy us. They put drugs in our community to destroy us. They killed our Black leaders to destroy us. All of those things are very true. And then even these social service programs, right? That Democrats really promote. And when you talk about the difference between Democrats and Republicans, we have to get to a place, y'all, where we are self-sufficient and independent. And I really do believe, because Black women are now leading in entrepreneurship and income. I do believe that we have the power of Black women. And I'm gonna speak to Black women because we allow so many things. We allow certain things. There's this African proverb that I always mention that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So with that being said, Black women are the ones who kind of control what the direction of the way things go. The reason why Black men are able to do and get away with what they're able to get away with is because we allow it. The reason why they make it so easy, it's so easy for them not to commit, is because we allow it. The reason why they're not standing up and being fathers is because we allow it. We do not have boundaries. We're not. We don't have pride. We're not setting the standard. It's so easy. Black men used to have to court us. They don't have to court us. Y'all fucking on the first night. Like, there's no standards that Black women are setting to make sure that to keep the Black family intact. And I know Black men are at fault as well, because they should be the leaders. If Black men were to do what they were to do as the leaders of the house, Black women wouldn't do nothing but fall in line. But I do believe that Black women can stop them in their tracks if they wanted to, but they're so desperate to have a piece of a man, to have a piece of something, that they just allow for anything. And if we can galvanize as Black women, we can change the whole narrative.
You got no argument from me. I completely agree with that. Like, I will say, I mean, in my household, I was taught, a young lady, like, and I sometimes I feel like I'm an ancient dinosaur, because young lady, close your legs. Young lady, watch what you say around people. Young lady, speak, there's nothing wrong with being independent, but there is a point to being classy and also putting down what you expect from your partner. And if you want to build that, you're building together. When you do that, you build one another. I love it when my husband comes home and says, babe, I found this outfit for you. This is beautiful. To me, he knows me. He knows what I like. He knows what I don't like. He knows what I will wear. He knows what I won't wear. We have certain language of our own in our household, that even when we're out in public, we can speak that language to one another and know, okay, we out now, let's go. We are in sync. What happened to us teaching each other to be in sync and uplifting one another instead of tearing each other down? But we have been built. This has been put into the streets. This is the yellow brick road that they have laid for us. And I want to bring up these slides that we have, because this is very important. This was from like 1965. The Labor Department released a report titled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," also known as the, I can't pronounce that, monolithian report. Had to stumble through that. So y'all had to giggle at Lala on that. The family structure. The high rates of single-parent households among Black Americans were a critical factor contributing to poverty and social issues. 25% of Black children were born to unmarried mothers at the time. This is 1965, y'all. The cycle of poverty. The breakdown of the Black family unit was leading to a cycle of poverty and social dislocation, affecting education, employment, and overall community stability. Now, check this out. Recommendations included a national commitment to improve economic and social conditions for Black Americans through job creation, education, and support for families. Critics argue that he overemphasized family structure, neglecting the significant roles of systematic racism and economic inequality in the challenges faced by Black families. Now, this next one I want y'all to pay really close attention to. 50 years of the Black family crisis, but no one wants to talk about it or admit it. 1960, Black family, 80%. Children born out of wedlock, 20%. 2024, children born out of wedlock, 80%. Black family, 20%. You see how we completely flipped this round? Joe, how can we start making these changes to flip these numbers back around?
Let me fix my throat. Constance is right.
Wait. Say it
It's the
again.
apocalypse. The rapture done came, y'all.
For the people in the back.
If we galvanize the Black woman, but get her to hold us accountable without blame and criticism and contempt, Athena.
Oh, you asking for a lot right now.
Yeah, you asking for a lot. I'm asking for a lot. If we can galvanize the Black woman and ask her to know the difference between holding us accountable and holding us in blame and contempt, then we can really start to fix this problem. But I am asking for a lot right now, but it's going to take a lot for us to get to where we got to go. But honestly, we need her because, we answer to her. And if she's able to hold us accountable up on level 10, we won't go down to level 5 and find them scallywags.
Listen, y'all can stay with the scallywags if y'all want to.
No, I love that. I love that.
You gonna let me finish my thought, Athena? We got to get help for Athena. See, we got to cure Athena and the Athenas of the world so that we can get what we need to get. Okay, because we need Athena, but she is so mad at us, and her accountability sounds like criticism, and we're not gonna respond to that. That's just to be honest.
Okay, so I have this comment that I need to address, and it's from anonymous persons. He said it would be nice if you guys had some married women on the panel to speak on this subject. The only married person on the panel is me, so she's good with me, but all the rest of the women are hypocrites. I
was married for 132 years.
And I was married for 163 years.
Wow, so that's what I want to address, ladies. Just a minute. I want to pull back on that because I know that, but a lot of our panel doesn't. I mean, a lot of our viewers don't. So now I want to actually tap into that comment and get your point of being women who were previously married or in a really long-term relationship. So Marlo, I want to hear your thoughts on that as a single woman now, but being married before. Now, why do you think that he's feeling like we're being hypocritical?
Well, I don't know, because probably not knowing what hypocritical means. But I will say that what Joe said about himself, in his youth and what he learned in his coming of age as a man, I wish more men could admit that, right? I wish more men understood that. I wish that there were more support for men to be able to open up and be honest that they didn't have the tools to be a husband. When I look back on my marriage, that's all it was. He just did not have the tools. He came from a single parent household. By the time he was born, his grandfather was dead. So there was no patriarch, right, in that family. And so he was just figuring it out. But if you figuring it out with the hustlers and you figuring it out with the pimps and you figuring it out with old boy who don't claim none of his kids in the hood, right? If those are the people that are helping you figure it out, you ain't figuring out shit, right? You figuring out the fast track to divorce court is what you figuring out. And I've said before several times, it's no blame on him because I was also young. I also had bad information. I got bad information from married women who got bad information from unmarried women probably. But I think that the biggest issue that I've seen just personally in my own life and relationships is that people don't have the tools, and we think that this is easy. We think navigating a marriage, building a family, building a community. A lot of people like to be kings and queens. Well, building a kingdom building is not easy work. And I think that without the tools, you gonna fail. And I think without sharing good information, I think without married couples having honest conversations amongst themselves about what pains them, but also what makes them feel pride. Absent of that, we're never going to have communal success, right? We're never going to have, like, by and large, these great numbers of great marriages that are building families and communities, because people are passing on bad information. It's really time for us to just get our minds right, get our hearts right, get everything aligned, and start sharing good quality information and start get the ratch out, y'all. We have mastered the ratch, right? We mastered that shit. Throw that shit away. It's time for something new. Let's master not being ratch, right? Because the ratch, we got that shit down pat. I could give y'all ratch right now, but I'm a hold back. Hold back because I want us to find a different way. But I think, we got to focus on some better things to get better outcomes, because we all know the definition of insanity. Joe could tell us that's what he went to school to learn what insanity meant.
Right.
Same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's crazy.
Yeah, but Constance, I want you to bounce off of that for me, please. What are your thoughts on that?
So I was married. I was with my ex for 30 years, and we were married 23 years. And so we had shut up. We had what a lot of people from the outside looking in thought was a really solid family. And I made sure that we looked the part. Now, internally, it probably wasn't always that way. But I think, I thought when we were married, we had a pretty good unit. I thought, I was the one that was out there, slaying dragons, and he was at home. But I don't think that's a natural thing for some men. And I thought he was happy with that. I really did. I thought, okay, listen, I'm making him feel like he's a part of everything. I'm making him feel like he's a part of the business, even though he does that. We're good, the kids. And so I didn't learn until, like, we were divorced that that's not naturally what he should have been doing. And I thought he was great. He was a present father when we weren't together, but then when we broke up, the presence was just 100% gone. So he did what I told him to do. But after I no longer told him what to do, he no longer did it. And that was the unfortunate part. So I feel like I take some responsibility for that. Like, dang, if I would have just kept telling him what to do, then he would have, he'd still be here for these kids. But my kids are like, no, we're better off now. So it's unfortunate. So I have a really great dad. I have a really great father who I probably model a lot of my parenting after. And so I just pray for me and my family, with just me and my kids, my 4 kids, that they can actually get that male thing from my dad. And that's what I hope. But, they need their own dad. Like, they call my dad, for money and stuff. They call their dad. He'd be like, no. And they call my dad. And I'd be like, look, you call your own daddy. Don't be calling my daddy. But no, but I'm grateful that I do have my parents as an extension of my family that are there to kind of pick up the slack where they don't have it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, luckily it's happening when they're all like, young adult teenagers. But I wish that wasn't the case, because you need your parents for the rest of your life.
Baby, you can say that again, because I don't have either one of mine. And that's a cherished thing that I wish that I didn't have to be in that special club of not having your parents. We have really, really, really just started to open the can of worms about this. And we are getting ready to wind down. But one of the things that we do talk about here on this channel, and one thing that is brand new to this channel, is the Flying Nubian Money Club. And if you haven't gotten in on that, now is the time. There is a free trial. This first 30 days is a free trial. We had our first training this weekend, and I was there with you on that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We talked about home ownership, and we talked about stateside as well as abroad. We had a 2-hour training. Do you feel like you got left out? No, baby, we didn't leave you out. We got a recording for you. So it's not too late to get in and see that training. And we'll be having future trainings in just a couple of weeks. We're going to have another training, but go on and sign up now. Get your free trial going and see what we have for you at flynubianmoneyclub.com. You will be happy. Our purpose of that is to help uplift you in business and finance and family, so that we can get on board of this foundation again and rebuild the things that everybody else wants to tear down. Because as much as many people want to tear us down because they know how powerful we are, not only are we powerful as a people, but financially, our Black dollar is needed and wanted, baby, or else they wouldn't be chasing it. So you want to make sure that you join the flynubianmoneyclub.com. Go get that training and sign up for the next one. We really, really want you to get your bag. Now, with that being said, y'all, this hour went fast, fast, fast. So it is final thought time. And I'm going to start with you, Athena. Final thoughts and where we can find you, please.
Final thoughts are this: we need to prioritize Black family first. And from all standpoints, from social, psychological, political, everything. Okay. We can no longer support, especially on a political front, agendas that do not bring forth Black unity, because we are on trend to be a part of that 16% of marriage rate, which is despicable. And we should be ashamed of ourselves as a group. This is directly tied to the poverty we experience. We experience poverty because we will not grow up and take accountability and learn how to resolve ourselves, get along with each other, appreciate each other, come together and gain those skills. Instead of, we are trying to stunt front and look dusty in the process. Also, we need to prioritize within this our own wealth while we are waiting for the partners of our dreams and our futures that will create this strong family unit with. And if you want to learn how to create your own wealth through either launching a business with AI or getting your own personal finances together, you can find my resources at elevatewithathena.com. There I have courses and programs and workshops that will be catered to you to help you to do just that, so that when you do meet a partner, a king or a queen that you would like to rise in life with and build a family and legacy with, there will be some money there for you to do so.
Thank you, Athena. Guys, you need to go and check out everything that Athena is doing. She has some really good stuff for you. And if you're looking for a little bit of a change of direction and you want to jump on the bandwagon of AI, you need to go and check out Athena's course. I always tell y'all what y'all need to do with all of us. I don't care who's on the panel. I need you stalking and chicken hawking. That's what I need you to do. Go and check us all out, because we have something for you. Maybe one person doesn't have something you're interested in, but somebody else does. So make sure that you support us. Constance, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please? Can't hear you.
I said, thank you for asking. I appreciate that. You know what Black people really, really, really need? You know what we really need? You pointed out earlier, 1955, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America was Negro unity. And they have been successful at breaking down the Black families through various ways. You remember, I don't know if you guys remember that documentary where you seen the Black people on welfare. They could not bring the husbands in the home. If the husbands got caught in the home, they would cut off their welfare. This was all by design. This was all intentional. And understand that when we had unity, when we had to work together, things happened. We kept our wealth. Remember, during the days of Black Wall Street, the dollar circulated in our community, 12 months before it left the community. There is no other community where we've seen wealth last in a community as long as it did. You got the Jewish community where wealth lasts 30 days, the Asian community, 20 days, white, 17 days, Hispanic, 11 days, but ours, 6 hours, $1.3 trillion in spending power we don't spend with ourselves. It's necessary if we want to continue to build our communities. I don't believe what they're saying. I don't believe that in the year 2053, our net worth is going to be 0, because we're a resilient people. We got to get back to practicing collective economics. That is so extremely important. The reason why the dollar lasted so long was because we had to work with each other. But then when we stopped, when desegregation happened and integration happened, that's when we stopped working together, because when we no longer had to, then we stopped. But once we start working together, we're going to start to see a trajectory shift in our community. And one of the things that Joe said that he was right, that I think I was right on, is Black women. Black women, we are the foundation. That's the reason why it's so critical. And as he was talking, I was sitting there thinking, because I do what's called the Net 7 Collective, where I help Black women increase their net worth. And we talk not only about business development, but we talk about personal development as well, because I can show you how to get the money, but in order to keep it and have a holistic, well-balanced experience, you need all of those things. So part of that, I think we're going to go forward and just talk about different things that we can do to really engage our community, not just about financial, but what's the holistic perspective and how do we really approach that so that we can build our families. That's one of the things that's a mission of mine for 2025, is to figure out how we can make that shift. And all these things that we're talking about today starts with you. I'm going to do it with the people that I have, my circle of influence, my family, my community, but you have to do it with your community. Start with you, your friends, your community, and that's how you're going to see a spark, and that's how you're going to see a whole explosion happen within the Black community. But it starts with you.
That's
Where
why.
can you find me?
Yes.
Everywhere. I am Constance Carter, and the new Net 7 Collective is coming up in January, and I'm excited about it. A new batch of women that are getting ready to take over the world, and they are doing some amazing things in the world, y'all. Holla at me. Go to bookwithconstance.com to see if you can, if this will be a good fit for you.
All right. All right. You got your assignments. Now go ahead and do it. I'm with you, Constance. You know what? You hear that from me all the time. It has to start with us. And that means you. Then when you start with you start with your household, and then you start to shine in your community. Marlo, may I please have your final thoughts and where we can find you?
It definitely starts with us, and it starts with our children, right? I think that we, especially I'll take on my generation, we have gotten away in large amounts from teaching our children their history. Who are they? Who are we? And why are we important, right? We've gotten so settled with trying to get them involved in different extracurriculars and things that make them more well-rounded. And in the process, I feel like they are losing themselves. So if we want to recapture the Black family, we have to kind of enlighten the Black child about who they are and why they're important, and how we got here, right? About Black Wall Street and about all of these great communities that were built by Black people, as Constance mentioned. I think that understanding is important in conflict resolution. I can't say enough. I'll share a quick thing and then I will hop off. My ex, one time we were arguing, he said, "You're just like my mom. You won't let me get a word in edgewise." And I stopped in my tracks because I realized that was a trigger for him. I think that what's important, I learned from an old couple, learn what buttons to push and then push the right buttons, right? Don't push the triggers that are going to get the heat. Push the triggers that are going to bring the warmth. And so I think that if we work together, we can do anything. We are a powerful people. We are a creative people. We always think out the box. Everybody wants to be us on the low, right? And then they want to pretend like they don't know where do-rags came from. They just had a great idea one morning. Take that you are great. Take that and run with it, and make your family great, and work every day to be the best you that you can be, so that the small yous that come behind you know that greatness is in them, and they don't have to go out looking for it because they were born with it. If you're looking for me, I am Marlo Layson. You can find content that I have written or videos that I have produced on the internet under my name, or you can find me on Instagram. I'm Olram Marlo. That's my name backward, forward, then a little underscore on the end. In January, I will be undertaking a very big challenge. I am going to try to qualify for a bodybuilding competition in the amateur ranks. And so I'm starting in January. I'll be chronicling that on Instagram. If you guys want to follow me, give me uplift me, keep me encouraged as I'm not eating and lifting copious amounts of weight. I would appreciate it. I love y'all, and thanks for being here.
I'm excited for that, Marlo. I just think that is absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to be doing the stalking and the chicken hawking. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be watching that. I want to really see your journey and cheer you on. So Joe, that leaves us with you, my love. What are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I'm gonna go. Follow Constance. When she said we was right, because we was right. And what we said, which is a really long cry from our first episode, where she told me I was 1,000% wrong in her closing statements. But to the sisters, to the Black women, like they copying y'all, sis. They copying the span of your hips and the stride of your step and the curl of your lips, all the things that make you a phenomenal woman. And I'm gonna say it again: we need you, and it's a skill to be acquired, to be able to get past your hurts and your confusion and hold people accountable without the contempt, the defensiveness, and the blame that comes along with that. I know that's asking a tall tale. And the brothers, we got to get to a space where our shame allows us to be held accountable so that we can do what we need to do to join together and lift this community together, because we're not going to do it separate. I mean, we can make some progress here and there. I'm making progress in my Black family, but I know as a whole, as a unit, as a monolith, what Dr. Frazier said is correct. And we're gonna need the Black woman to acquire the skill through therapy, through understanding, and we're gonna need the brothers to acquire the skills to be able to communicate what they're dealing with, because step one of the plan was to destroy the Black man. That was step one of the plan the minute we stepped off them ships. And I don't think anybody here is going to argue that. And that plan has been effective. And this is what result we got out of it. So you can find me, Joe Corley or J Corley 80 on socials, on Instagram or whatever. And you can come get on his couch at realuconsulting.com. That's the letter U, not spelled out, because I need y'all to talk to me so that y'all can learn how to talk to each other.
I love that. I absolutely love that, Joe. You always bring such wonderful balance to the panel. And I personally just want to say I appreciate everything that you bring to the table. And so you want to make sure that you go and check out Joe. He's got some good things coming up. You got to follow him, because this is where we start at the basics. And here's my final thoughts. We need to get out of the media streets where we are giving glory to those who are feeding us drama. The more drama you take into your life, the less that you're going to put the attention on becoming to your highest potential in your life. You need to stop worrying about what Cardi B is doing. You need to stop worrying about all these other women that are doing and couples doing their own thing, fighting each other in the streets. You don't want that drama. What you want is peace from within, and peace within your homes, and peace within our community. So stop giving that the attention, because that takes your attention away from the hard work that needs to be done. Now you can find me. I made it very easy at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. I have a lot of great free resources there for you, great articles, great YouTube videos for you to go and look at. But most of all, I really do want you to go to Fly Nubian Money Club. We are doing something so good. And you have the opportunity to get in on the ground right now. So make sure that you go and you sign up to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and you make sure that you subscribe to us on Spotify and text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. You want to be a panelist? Come on in at info@realvirtual.net. If you need help with your business, you need to use that magical email address there too. And guess what? If you want to get your business in front of people and you're looking for your audience, you can bet they're looking for you too, because people are starting to really pay attention about where they're putting their Black money. That's how important that it is. So if you're interested in advertising with us, send us an email and to request the ad rates, and we'll be happy to send that to you. Listen, my royal panel, I love spending my time with you every single day. And when I'm not here, I miss you greatly. And I want to say thank you, those who always come and support us every day. We see you. We don't take that lightly. We know that you could spend your time somewhere else, but you chose to spend it with us. So we are very grateful. Now, don't miss out on tomorrow's show. Make sure that you join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But until then, uplift yourself, uplift your household, and uplift your communities. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.